Saga Egmont presents Shot in the Dark by Anna Britton, read by Yasmin Mwanza. For John. Run. Her foot slips on a patch of wet leaves. There's a wrench from her knee to her hip as she slams down onto her hands. She scrambles back to standing. Pain flares with every step, but she cannot stop. She clenches her fists and runs on. Breathe. The cold air is harsh against her throat. Trees steal the scant light of the moon, illuminating the forest in sharp shafts. She can hear rough panting behind. She stumbles, imagining it racing over the undergrowth, nimble on 4 legs. Run. The desperate struggle for each breath becomes mingled with sobs. Her hurried steps shorten. She pauses beside a tree and wipes her face on her sleeve. She shouldn't stop. Every moment she's still, it gets closer. Climb. Running is no longer an option. She hauls herself up into the tree, hefts her weight onto the lower branches, and reaches again. Steadying herself on her uninjured leg, she climbs higher. Her arms shake. Her fingers numb, except for the sting where one of her fake nails snapped off. Her palms slip over the rough bark. Fuck. The dog crashes into the trunk. Ignoring how her joints twist and ache, she pulls her legs up as it snarls and thrashes. Through the great cloud made by her breath, the dog hurls itself at the tree. It leaps and claws. Dirt and foamy spit coat its white fur. Its bulging eyes are fixed on her, but she has climbed out of reach. Breathe. Her legs cramp. She shifts and pain blooms in her thigh. Dipping her fingers into cracks in the wood, she leans her forehead on the bark and resettles her weight. The dog growls, snapping at the lower branches of the tree. She can almost shut it out. She focuses on the pulse of blood in her ears, the hot air whistling over her lips. Breathe. The chase is over. The moon is bright, its beams shifting as the wind shuffles the few leaves left on the near-naked trees. Sweat cools on her forehead. She shivers and hugs closer to the thick trunk. Frigid air presses into her neck. Her scarf disappeared somewhere during the chase. She needs to call someone, get help. But her limbs are heavy. Her eyelids droop. Click. She jerks upright. Pain lances down her leg, but she twists, squinting through the forest. Her eyes struggle against the changing light, the natural movement of the trees. She has only heard that sound once before. Blood leaps in her veins. It's not just her and the dog in this forest. Bang, bang, bang. Her arms drop. The tree turns, bark scratching across her face. Her heart lurches as the last of her balance deserts her. Her fall is not gentle. Branches that had been her salvation batter her back and scrape her arms. She thumps into the ground. Twigs crunch, and the dog pants. She cannot run. She closes her eyes as moist breath stutters over her face. Day 1, Tuesday, 10th of October. Call connected at 8:20. Yes? Mr. Dunlow, it's Carl. What do you want? I'm on my way out. Sorry, but I was just checking the grounds this morning and I found a body. What? Sir, I heard you, a body of... a girl. Good God, where? Down in the forest, sir, round on the east side. Christ almighty, who is it? I don't know, it's hard to tell. How did they die? I think they were shot. Have you called the police? They're on their way, sir. I'll be at the office. Don't give them the number unless they ask. Timothy, sent 8:46. Come home now. Terence, sent 8:52. Hi, Dad. I've booked the hotel for another couple of nights. Can it wait? Timothy sent 8:53. This isn't a discussion. Come home. Call connected at 9:02. 999, which service do you require? Oh, God, I don't know. That's all right. Can you tell me what's happening? It's awful, fucking horrible. I need an ambulance. I don't know. I think it's too late. Can you tell me where you are? On the Northwood housing estate. I'm up at the end of the car park. I found it. I found her near the bins. Can you tell me what you found? A girl. A little girl. Right, and what's happened to her? Oh, God, I don't know. Is she breathing? I don't know. Can you check? Cup your hand around her nose and mouth. You don't understand. Fucking hell. I can't go in there again. Try to explain to me what's going on. It's horrible. I came down to put my rubbish into the big bins, and I saw that someone had put a bag down the side. I grabbed it, and it opened, and then she fell onto the floor. She's so small, and she's dead, I think. I think so. Okay, an ambulance is on the way. Can you please make sure that no one else goes near her? Yeah, I can do that. I'll stand here. I'm going to stay on the line with you until the ambulance arrives. Please, yes, thank you. They're about 12 minutes away. Now, can you tell me about the cars parked around you? Gabe. Juliet ducked under the blue and white tape, her heels sinking into the soft ground. She would never admit to wearing inappropriate footwear, but I couldn't see how she remained upright. Probably sheer force of will. My boots twisted with each step over the damp ground. Mist hung in the air, diffusing the long rays of sunlight filtering through the trees. Under different circumstances, this would be a peaceful place, a private sanctuary for the residents of the ancestral estate. Birds chirped above a forest floor blanketed with orange leaves. I shoved my hands deep into my coat pockets as I followed Juliet along a well-trampled path. Cold burrowed into my bones. I tried not to shiver. I didn't want to piss off the officers who had already been here for a while. Damn freezing. Juliet had no such qualms. The collar of her light blue coat was turned up, her blonde hair tucked neatly into a scarf. I jogged a couple of paces to catch up with her, carving my own path. The ground was less slippery away from the many footprints of others who had walked this way before us. Running parallel, a tight line of striped tape marked off another route through the trees. That one would be much more pristine. You take the lead on this case, Juliet said, just out of earshot of a couple of uniformed officers. All right, I will. This marked a change. Juliet hadn't wielded her seniority over me in the few months since my arrival, but I'd deferred to her in all the cases we'd worked together so far. I'd been waiting for her to give this push, determined to prove I could be more than a helpful sidekick. I ran my tongue around my teeth and plastered a bland smile on my face as we walked up to the uniformed officers. Good morning. Morning, Mom, said the older of the two. He stood with his broad chest puffed, his hand gripping the radio on his hip. The slender officer beside him couldn't keep a pinched wince off her face. Most likely, her skin was usually a gentle brown. Shock had turned it sickly gold. I'm Detective Sergeant Gabe Martin. This is Detective Inspector Juliet Stern. You're Gabe? The male officer's eyes widened, darting between the two of us. And you're D.I. Stern? Juliet and I had elicited similar reactions before. I couldn't be sure why. 2 female detectives? But everyone in the force was used to working with women by now, and this officer's partner was female. It could have been the shortening of my name, but I wasn't going to use my full name to avoid a bit of gender confusion during introductions. More likely, Juliet's reputation preceded her. It was one thing to bitch about the detective who made extra work for everyone during a case, and quite another to face her in the flesh. I'd heard the rumours before I moved here. Juliet didn't look like the demon they made her out to be. She was always well-groomed, her straight, shoulder-length hair perfect, her clothes and nails matching, her face settled naturally into a smile. Only a trusted few, and I counted myself among them, got to see that there wasn't some horrible beast waiting underneath the calm veneer to confirm all the whispers. Juliet smiled, her eyes crinkling at the edges, but her voice was brisk. "We certainly are. Could you show us to the body?" The younger officer flinched, her hand flying to her mouth. She must be new. More experienced officers learnt to school their expressions to indifference, even when faced with the worst things a human being could do to another. "It's a mess, this one," the older officer said. He patted his partner's narrow shoulder and turned on his heel. The grey hair receding from his forehead twinkled with droplets of water as he led us over to another taped-off section of forest. "Can you tell us what's been established so far?" I asked. "We've marked the victim's flight path." He pointed over at the long stretch cordoned off to our right. "The ground was churned up, but we've had the groundskeepers helping. Guy knows his stuff." A tall man stood talking with another couple of uniformed officers. His light brown hair rose in a tangled mane around his head. He wore a knitted jumper under a long green coat, both patched and worn. All colour was leached from his face in the early morning light. "Apart from that, we've got the body and where the shooter might have been standing." "Are forensics on their way?" Juliet asked. "They've been delayed, won't be here for a few hours. Something else has cropped up." "Right." Juliet pursed her lips. "Can you keep a scene guard up until they arrive and manage the log?" "Yes, ma'am." The uniformed officer looked faintly offended that she thought he might do anything else. "I'm sure you're handling things until they get here." I pulled my notepad out of my pocket. "Can you tell me what you've ascertained so far?" The officer stopped in front of the next round of tape, turning his back on it. His knuckles were white around his radio, like a toddler clutching compulsively at a security blanket. "Looks like the girl was chased by an animal through the forest. A big dog, probably. We have both sets of prints." He paused, considerate of my hand racing across the paper. "I can't tell you much about the victim. She's black, in her teens maybe. Couldn't get at any ID without disturbing the body. From the look of her clothes, she's not a runaway or living rough." "Thank you." I ignored Juliet's foot twitching on the spongy ground. "Anything else?" "There's no sign of the animal, but there's lots of tracks and evidence." He ran a hand through his hair. A drop of displaced water trickled down the side of his face and trembled on his stubbled chin. "Like I said, it's a mess. You'll see for yourself." He held up the tape and gestured us through. I tucked away my notepad as I dipped underneath, my stomach clenching. Confronting a dead body was never a pleasant task, but one described so consistently as out of the ordinary was bound to be its own special brand of grim. The officer let the tape snap into place behind us and strode over to his partner. Was that necessary? Juliet picked her way across sprawling ivy and clumps of withering flowers. This had been a point of contention since we'd worked our first case together. "You know I like to hear from officers on the scene. And what exactly did you learn that you couldn't have figured out yourself?" "Nothing this time, but one day." Juliet grinned, slipping her slender fingers into a pair of crumpled plastic gloves. "One day they'll amaze us both." "Exactly." I breathed into my gloves before tugging them on. We'd reached the inner cordon. Inside, a body lay crumpled at the base of an oak tree. Juliet held the tape high, all signs of levity wiped from her face. "Talk me through it. What do you see?" I set my muddied boots on unmarred patches of moss, swallowing the tightness in my throat. There's a lot of disturbance on the ground. Confused footprints, animal and human. I looked up at the tree, rather than at the body. This wasn't standard protocol, but I needed a moment. I pointed through the branches. Looks like there's blood further up. Maybe she climbed the tree before she was shot. I glanced over my shoulder. Juliet stood beside the tape, her hands burrowed inside her coat and her grey eyes fixed on me. Her face was expressionless, so I hadn't gotten anything wrong yet. There's blood spatter on the trunk up there. The bark was stained inky red, impossible to miss in such large quantities. Looks like she fell from the tree and hit branches on the way down. I lowered my arm, following her progress. The wood was splintered and broken. She climbed the tree because she was pursued? Juliet asked. Presumably, forensics will help us get a clearer picture. I pressed my lips together and took a few short steps over to the body. It lay awkwardly on its side. I had to stand a meter away to avoid the surrounding blood and broken branches. Even approaching from behind, I could tell the uniformed officer hadn't lied. It was a mess. Looks like she was shot 3 times in the back. All went straight through, if the damage to her clothes and amount of blood is any indication. If we're lucky, the bullets might be lodged in the tree. I breathed through my mouth. Black female, I'd say late teens, early 20s from her clothes. One of her arms was slung over her back, clearly dislocated. The fabric of her coat was slashed and torn, run through with blood and crushed leaves. I walked over to her other side. Her face has been mauled by an animal. I crouched down and made myself look. The skin was torn, flesh pulled from the bone in wet chunks. Her black hair tangled behind her bloodied ears. It looks like there are teeth marks around the worst areas, most likely a dog. What other animal could do this around here? Juliet had mentioned wild horses as we drove over. This was the first time I'd visited the far edge of our patch that stretched into the northeast of the New Forest. I'd looked over at her, expecting the wry smile that accompanied her dry wit, but her face was set as she flicked through emails on her phone. I still wasn't sure huge animals were allowed to roam free in this rustic place, but at least we hadn't encountered any yet. Let's assume it's a dog for now. Juliet approached on the other side of the body. How long do you think she's been here? I stood up. Not long. Can't have been dead for more than a few hours, but forensics will be able to give us a more accurate time of death. Small creatures had not yet made their homes in the broken flesh. I looked away from the victim's face. Blood was so thick over her chest that it would have been impossible to tell the colour of her top if one shoulder of her coat wasn't thrown back, revealing the baby pink fabric. She'd landed badly, held on her side by the strange angle of her arms and splayed legs. Juliet pointed at where the victim's hip jutted from the ground. The bulge under her jeans was too square to be displaced bone. Looks like there's something in her pocket. Juliet glanced over her shoulder, but we were hidden by the thick trunks of trees. Forensics is being too slow. We need to know who she is now. Juliet! I hissed, as she bent and edged her gloved fingers into the tight fabric. Your lead has been temporarily rescinded. She worked her hand around to the right angle, careful not to move the body. If anyone's going to get bollocked for this, it's me. I crossed my arms as she slid out a purple purse. Anyone else would be disciplined for such flagrant disrespect of an active crime scene. Juliet might be too, but it didn't affect her. She carried on working either way, and her track record made anyone think twice before taking serious action against her. She retrieved evidence bags from her coat pocket. Before she dropped the purse into one, she unzipped it and pulled out a card. This is Melanie Pert, 17 years old. I looked down at the body, as Juliet sealed the evidence bags and wrote on the outsides, "Melanie Pert. How did she end up here?" With each step away from the body, the muscles in my shoulders unwound. We walked over to the 2 uniformed officers we'd spoken to before, whose hands were clasped around steaming cups. Their mouths dropped open when Juliet held out the evidence bags. "Give these to the forensic team when they get here." I extracted them from the victim Melanie Pert's pocket. "You touched the body?" The grey-haired officer gripped the bags, pressing Melanie's provisional driver's license into the clear plastic. "We generally do that to figure out who they are," Juliet said. I winced, but covered it up with a cough. That wasn't strictly true. No other detective would dare touch a body before forensics had gone over it. "Do you want us to inform the family, Ma'am?" the female officer asked, recovering quicker than her partner. "Actually, we'd like to do that later." It was always helpful to note their reactions. I nodded over her shoulder at another cordoned-off area. "We're going to take a look at where the shooter was standing now." The younger officer fell into step beside me, leaving her colleague behind. No doubt he was creating excuses for when the forensics team arrived. Juliet would, quite fairly this time, get the blame. "What can you tell me about this area?" I asked. "There's shell casings and footprints, one of them very clear. It doesn't look like the killer went over to the body, far as we can see. They shot from a distance and left. We've taped off as far as we could track the footprints into the forest. They didn't head towards the manor or any other outbuildings." I pulled out my notepad, and the uniformed officer waited while my pencil scratched across the paper. Juliet peered at the cordoned-off area, then walked over to the groundskeeper. "Sorry, Ma'am, that was rude before." She smoothed a non-existent strand of escaped hair back into her neat black bun. "I'm PC Alice Toe, and that's PC James Knowles." "Not a problem." I crouched to look at the boot print inside the cordoned-off area. It was a perfect indentation. Big, probably belonging to a man. We'd know more once the forensic team made a cast. I couldn't see the shell casings, but I trusted they were there. I straightened and made a note about the boot print. Behind Alice, Juliet tapped at her phone, and the groundskeeper loped away along the well-used path. "You've done good work here today, Alice." I wrote down her and her partner's names. "Is there anything else that might help with our investigation?" "No." Alice bit her lip. "She must have been so scared." My stomach lurched. I shoved my notepad into my pocket to hide the tremor in my hands. "It gets easier," I said. It was a kind lie. Jordan sent 10:30. "Babe, where you at? Kiss, kiss." From Juliet Stern. juliet.stern@mit.gov.uk to Madison Campbell. madison.campbell@mitadmin.gov.uk. CC Gabriella Martin. gabriella.martin@mit.gov.uk. Date 10th of October, 10:50. Subject: Operation Chalice, next of kin. Maddie, please find out the next of kin for the victim, Melanie Pert, aged 17. Please also arrange an interview with the residents of the Dunlow estate. I hope you enjoyed your training yesterday. I expect you to be fully health and safety compliant at all times. Juliet. Gabe. Back at the station, I shared a lift with Juliet up to the 7th floor. The main open-plan space was empty of other detectives and officers, which confirmed why forensics were taking their time. Another case must have come in. I dropped my coat off in the side office I shared with Juliet and retraced my steps across the main space. Our assistant, Maddie, didn't look up as I passed. Her hands flew across her keyboard, her wavy brown hair falling in curtains on either side of her face. I walked through to the stairs and descended to the 3rd floor, then hurried down a corridor, skirting past closed doors and keeping my head lowered near open ones. I swung my hands at my sides, maintaining the illusion that I was taking a casual stroll through the station. I turned a corner and pushed through a heavy door. I pulled the bolt across to lock it, then pushed through a second door. I let it swing shut while I fell to my knees and vomited into the toilet bowl. This had been an acceptable reaction the first time I'd encountered a dead body. Paul Willis, the other DI who worked on our floor, had rubbed my back as I'd emptied my stomach. He told me the kind lie then, that I'd get used to it. I'd worked extra hard on that case to prove my abilities weren't affected by my initial involuntary reaction. This shouldn't have been happening anymore. With more cases than I could count on 2 hands solved and filed away, I should be as unaffected as Juliet or Paul when I encountered a dead body. It was always going to be unpleasant, harrowing sometimes, but I should have gotten past reacting so viscerally. I held out hope that I'd get over this someday. For now, I came here to do what had to be done. This was the only toilet in the station that was not only a single cubicle, but had 2 doors to deaden the sound of my retching. No one needed to know about this. I was weak enough already in too many of their eyes. That was the hazard of my history being on public record and working with professionally nosy individuals. My colleagues had to have looked me up, but at least no one had tried to talk to me about it. I pulled a few sheets of toilet roll from the holder and wiped my mouth. It was only in this first moment that my past intruded, that my body forgot it was 31 and reverted to the reactions I'd had when I was 7. For the rest of the case, every time I saw Melanie's lifeless body or shredded face, I would feel nothing more than a twinge of sadness or distaste. It was particularly galling that nothing other than the feeling at this moment was similar to what happened when I was a child. The blind panic, the rising nausea, the desperate fight to find a safe place. I didn't know why dead bodies triggered it. I hadn't seen one back then. My arms were shaking, but I felt steady enough as I pushed onto my heels and stood. I braced one hand against the wall and pressed the button to flush. Reaching around the cistern, I pulled out the air freshener I'd stashed there and filled the cubicle with the chemically sweet spray. I escaped the pungent combination of flowers and vomit in the outer room, a space big enough for a sink and bin. Swilling water around my mouth, I stared into the mirror bolted above the basin. My sallow skin shone with sweat. I cupped water into my hands and splashed it over my face, running my fingers through my cropped hair. A few passes with my blunt nails, and it looked the same as when I'd walked into the station this morning. The dark brown strands swept back from my forehead. There was a knock at the door as I gargled and spat. "1 minute," I called. I took another gulp of water. My brown eyes were bloodshot, but not too badly. I'd washed the sweat off, and the cold water had returned some of the colour to my cheeks, even if it was in blotchy patches rather than a healthy glow. I blew my nose and popped an extra strong mint on my tongue. I unlocked the outer door with a prepared smile on my face for whoever was waiting. It dropped when I spotted Juliet leaning on the far wall. I couldn't tell if the stench of vomit and fake flowers had followed me. "We've got an address for the next of kin." She passed over my coat, then started walking along the corridor. I tugged on my coat as I followed her. If she was happy to ignore me using a toilet so far from our office, then I was happy not to ask how she knew to find me here. Despite her prickly outer shell, Juliet was one of the people least likely to pity me, but I wasn't going to share details if I didn't have to. Her spotless heels clacked on the floor as we walked towards the lifts. Her hair was immaculate, despite the mist in the forest. She was totally unaffected by what we'd seen at the Dunlow estate. I sucked hard on the mint dissolving on my tongue. I couldn't force my body out of this reaction, but I could do the other parts of my job just as well as everyone else. Better, if some of Juliet's success rubbed off on me. This hang-up from my childhood wasn't going to ruin the only job I'd ever wanted. Call connected at 12:15. Hello, Dunlow Consultants, how can I help you?
Hello there. Can I please speak to Mr. Timothy Dunlow?
May I ask who's calling?
My name's Maddie. I'm calling on behalf of Detectives Juliet Stern and Gabe Martin. They need to arrange a time to talk to Mr. Dunlow about an incident on his property.
Please stay on the line, I'll connect you.
Beep, beep, beep.
Yes?
Hello there, is that Timothy Dunlow?
Speaking.
Hi, my name is Maddie. I'm calling on behalf of Detectives Juliet Stern and Gabe Martin.
My assistant told me. Do you know who it is yet?
I'm sorry?
The body, do you know who it is?
I'm sorry, Mr. Dunlow. At this time I can't discuss any details of the investigation.
There was a body found on my property and you can't tell me who it is.
Unfortunately, no, but I was calling to arrange for Gabe and Juliet to come and have a chat.
A chat?
Yes. They'd like to talk to you about the investigation. Is there a time later today when they could come to see you?
Work or home is fine. I don't think that's necessary. Someone's died, but it has nothing to do with me.
Still, Gabe and Juliet would like to talk to you about a few things. They could come to you, or you could pop into the station.
Christ, no. They can come to the house. I'll be home at 5:30.
Great. I'll tell them to come just after.
Fine, is that all?
Yes. Thank you for assisting with the investigation.
The Refuge. Registered charity number 39,50478. Weekly support meetings. Come along to our friendly and supportive weekly meetings run by trained counsellors. A space to rest and recover. See that you are not alone. Seek guidance and advice. Tell your story in a non-judgmental space. Every Wednesday at 7 p.m. St. James's Methodist Hall. The Refuge. Providing healing services for those affected by physical and emotional abuse. Gabe. Maddie set up a meeting with Timothy Dunlow this afternoon. He's the owner of the estate. Good. I checked my mirrors before turning right. What do we know about him? Juliet laid her phone on her lap and rolled her shoulders. She'd been focused on the device for most of the short drive. I'd been working with her long enough to know this wasn't rudeness, but an unwillingness to let any moment go to waste during an investigation. Not much yet, filthy rich, obviously. Owns the estate and the surrounding land. He has a reputation for being ruthless in business, but I'm not sure exactly what his company does. Some kind of consultancy. He has 2 sons, Leonard and Terence. Wife died a few years ago, cancer. He's not involved in politics, not in the local paper much. Doesn't get involved in the community. Juliet paused while I merged with traffic. Maddie said he was a shit when she called him. Did she actually say that? It was a subtext. I turned right, as directed by the silent sat-nav. Juliet insisted that if I wanted it on, I wasn't allowed to force her to endure the tinny voice as well. Have the Dunlows got any guns? Many. Juliet tapped her nails on her knee, her eyes sweeping over the blocks of flats and stunted trees coasting past the window. The groundskeeper, Carl, told me they have an outhouse full of them. I've asked the forensic team to take a look when they finally get there. There are dogs on the estate too. Part of Carl's job is looking after them. Apparently, they use them on the hunt.
Everything needed to kill Melanie was primed and waiting on the estate. I pulled my grey Vauxhall Astra into the car park overshadowed by several tall buildings and reversed into a visitor's space. "Timothy Dunlow is definitely a person of interest," Juliet said, as she climbed out of the car. "But I can't see a connection between him and Melanie. Hopefully he'll clear that up for us this afternoon. Case closed by dinner?" Juliet raised one pale eyebrow. "Ideally." I locked the car, and we walked through the car park to the front of a block of flats. The area our station covered was a mix of urban and rural, stretching between the city of Southampton and the surrounding areas, right over to the northeast of the New Forest. The obscenely wealthy in Dunlow's neck of the woods had little reason to mingle with those who lived in more built-up areas, like the estate Melanie Pert had lived on. Juliet was right. It was hard to see the connection between the 17-year-old and the middle-aged man. They lived in relative proximity, but, in reality, inhabited different worlds. This was one of the nicer housing estates. Most of the residents owned their properties or had lived there long enough to take pride in their surroundings. Balconies were filled with bright pots, the plants coming to the end of their season but eking out the last of the sun. Rubbish bracketed the bin store, but the paths were clean and any graffiti was contained to council signs. It reminded me of home until I closed my eyes. Then the ever-present cries of gulls reasserted themselves. That was a sound rarely heard in North London, but it couldn't be escaped this near to the sea. "You want to take the lead in here as well?" Juliet swept through the unlocked front doors and unfastened her coat as she climbed the stairs. I couldn't see her face, but knew she'd be smirking. If there was one part of this job where I excelled over Juliet, it was interacting with a victim's family. She could maintain a mask of sympathy when sitting dumbly, but if she got too talkative, she'd start asking about movements and samples far too quickly. It wasn't that Juliet didn't know where the line was, but she disregarded it. If there was anyone as concerned with seeking justice as her, it was a victim's nearest and dearest. But that didn't manifest in the same way as it did for a seasoned detective. I'd only sat in on one of these meetings before suggesting I take over. It was not appropriate to discuss blood spatter with the recently bereaved. At least Juliet was here. I hadn't been working on the force for more than a month when someone described these moments before a conference with the families of the deceased as the long, lonely walk. It wasn't quite so lonely with another officer by my side, even if it was someone as forcefully tactless as Juliet. Outside a blue door on the 5th floor, I undid my coat and adjusted my ID badge. Who knew what the worst part of our job was? But this had to be near the top. Melanie had lived with her grandmother, so we were unlikely to be faced with a suspect. All that awaited us here was a life-altering conversation. There was no knocker or doorbell. I rapped on the wood and stepped off the bristly welcome mat. Juliet clicked her phone onto silent. "Yes?" The door half opened, revealing a stooped black woman. Her white-grey hair was pulled into a tidy bun and thick glasses balanced on the end of her nose. "Hello, I'm Detective Sergeant Gabe Martin, and this is Detective Inspector Juliet Stern. Is this the residence of Melanie Pert?" "Yes. Is she in trouble?" The elderly woman gripped the door, pressing the edge into the folds of her floral print dress. "Might we come in for a moment?" Better not to get into a discussion of this nature on the doorstep. Melanie's grandmother pulled the door wide. I gestured for her to lead the way along a narrow corridor. She moved slowly, balancing between slipper-clad feet and a sturdy wooden stick. In the living room, photos covered the walls, the old and more recent mingling in gaudy frames. A young black girl waved from behind polished glass, hair contained by tight plaits. Older incarnations of the same face pouted, her lashes impossibly long. The room smelt of stale cigarettes. One butt rested in an ashtray on a round table beside the reclinable chair Melanie's grandmother lowered herself into. She leant her stick on an ancient electric heater. Juliet and I sat on the sofa opposite, sinking into the soft cushions. The old woman fiddled with a remote, turning off the already muted TV, while I slid forward to perch on the edge of my seat. I didn't want to have this conversation while slouching. "How are you related to Melanie?" I pulled out my notepad and rested it on my knee. It was always best to check. One of Paul's favourite stories was how, as a fresh-faced PC, he'd broken the news of a break-in to the wrong person. Juliet couldn't understand why he would willingly divulge the details of one of his mistakes, and that was part of the reason she wasn't invited out to the pub with the others on our floor. "I'm her grandmother." She knotted her hands together on her knee. "Ida Pitt." "Thank you, Ida." I made a note, then put down my pencil. "We're here because there has been an incident, and we think Melanie may have been involved." Ida's hands tightened, wrinkling the fabric of her skirt. "Is she in trouble?" "Early this morning, a body was found on the Dunlow estate in the New Forest." I maintained eye contact. "I'm sorry to have to tell you this, but we believe it's Melanie." Shock pulsed through Ida's body. She sat back, her mouth forming soundless words. Her dark eyes filled with tears that spilled onto her wizened cheeks. "Is there someone we can call for you?" I asked. Ida batted at her glasses, letting them fall onto the chain looped around her neck. She wiped her face. "Evie, next door." She thumbed at the wall to her left. "I'll go." Juliet rose in one fluid motion and let herself out of the flat. "Ida?" I waited for her to focus on me. I resisted rearing back from the expression of unadulterated pain on her face. "How can we contact Melanie's parents?" "They are dead." Her voice was blunted by years of loss. "I'm sorry." I pressed my thumb into the corner of my notepad. "Is there anyone else we should contact?" Ida shook her head. Brittle strands of hair clung to her forehead as fresh tears filled her eyes. "We only had each other." The front door swished open and a squat white woman entered the room. In contrast to Ida's neat dress, she was in a stained pair of dungarees and her light grey hair corkscrewed around her wrinkled face. "Ida!" Her Irish accent was strong. "What's the matter?" "It's my Melanie," Ida croaked. More tears snaked down her cheeks, making dark tracks across her skin. She reached out a shaking arm, and Evie grasped her hand, engulfing it in both of her own. Evie's knuckles were warped by arthritis, gripping so tightly must have hurt, but she didn't let go. "Ida?" I stood, not quite managing Juliet's grace. "If it's all right, we'll come back tomorrow morning. We have a few more questions." "Yes, that's fine," Evie answered for her. Ida had closed her eyes, retreating into herself. "I'm so sorry for your loss." Neither woman replied. I walked out of the flat, slotting my notepad into my pocket. Juliet waited in the hallway. I pulled the door shut and followed her down the winding stairs. "That was unpleasant." Juliet walked out to the car park. "But at least we know she's not a suspect. I can't see her running around a forest." That was all this meeting was about for Juliet. A chance to sound out the next of kin and remove them from the investigation early on. I unlocked the car and let her climb inside while I stared at the block of flats, wondering which balcony belonged to Ida. She already knew grief, had buried a child when Melanie's parents died. Would that make losing her granddaughter any more bearable? "Hopefully she'll be more talkative tomorrow," Juliet said, once I'd climbed into the car. I punched the station postcode into the sat-nav and waited for the map to load. I was learning our patch and used the colourful maps as a guide despite Juliet's disdain. She was engrossed in her phone by the time I pulled out of the car park. Everything she'd said was true. That had been an unpleasant experience. We could rule Ida out of the investigation, and it would be helpful if she was able to talk to us tomorrow. But it was callous to focus on those things while a woman mourned the loss of her beloved granddaughter. I wasn't thinking of the case as I drove away from Ida's flat, but the young woman who featured in the photos on Ida's wall. Her smile sat in my mind alongside the mauled body lying in the woods. Biker guy. Up for a ride, message with pic. Swipe. Leanne 40. Looking for friendship and laughs. Swipe. T65. Message if you like it rough, no time wasting, pick a must. Swipe. Kim waits for no woman. Message for a meet-up, don't waste my time if you don't want something serious. Swipe. Ollie Oliver 4. Looking for something good in a mad world, we'll meet for fun. Tap. Unknown number sent 1434. I did what you asked. Pay up. Gabe. The autopsy will be delayed, Juliet said as I walked into our office. She was glaring at her computer. Her chair tucked under the desk sat snugly opposite mine. I passed her the black coffee I'd made in the empty staff room. There's another case. Juliet had been busy in the few minutes I'd stepped out to make our drinks. I leant on the end of my desk and sipped my coffee, drinkable immediately because of the amount of milk I'd sloshed into it. On the opposite wall stretched a pitted corkboard where Juliet had pinned up the scant evidence we'd gathered. This was part of the reason we shared the office. Juliet liked laying out evidence in this way, and she claimed she didn't want to keep calling me in to look over it with her. I'd decided she also didn't like working alone, despite the way she alienated most of her colleagues. Many of the names pinned to the board, Carl, Leonard, Terence, had no attached picture yet. Timothy Dunlow sat above them all, scowling from a photo nabbed from his company website. I could see why he had a nasty reputation. If this was the best picture a professional photographer could capture, then he wasn't a man prone to gentler moments. His full head of white hair was swept away from his forehead, and his colourless skin was crisscrossed with lines, the most pronounced lying between his impressive eyebrows. The only other image pinned to the wall was a satellite map of the Dunlow estate. Dark green forest crowded a square of grass in which sat a sprawling manor. The site of the shooting was marked with a silver star. The twine Juliet favoured sat dormant on the top of one of the filing cabinets, crammed into the space behind her desk. She had a multitude of bright colours, one of which would be stretched across the wall once we had some links to work on. Paul joked this was the reason Juliet was so adept at catching killers. She worked like one. "There's been another murder," Juliet said. I froze, mid-sip. I'd not worked on a serial killer case yet, hadn't tested whether I was detached enough to deal with that. I stared at Melanie's name until my stomach stopped swooping. Is it related? No, it's a little girl. Relief swamped me. Whenever possible, I avoided working cases that involved a child. Since our case came in first, I wouldn't be reassigned. Paul's partner, Nicole, was on maternity leave. In her absence, I'd occasionally been pulled over to his team for complicated crimes. Juliet tapped the side of her black coffee, as though that would help it cool quicker. It's going to slow everything down. Uniforms are already being reassigned. We won't have the resources we need. I sat heavily in my chair. For heaven's sake, Juliet. What? An expression of genuine confusion replaced her glare. A child has died. You don't have to be so mercenary about it. When I'd first worked with Juliet, I'd kept these comments to myself, but witnessing how everything else bounced off her made me bold. Don't you have daughters? Juliet wrinkled her nose. That has nothing to do with this. I shook my head. I didn't let many of the things Juliet said bother me, but at the start of each case, or whenever we heard about some new atrocity being dealt with elsewhere, we butted heads like this. She felt almost nothing, while the amount of feelings I kept inside threatened to rip their way out. This was why it was best for me to stay away from cases with children. Juliet looked out to the quiet main floor. You can't feel everything, Gabe. I took a sip of coffee and wiggled my mouse in place of a reply. I couldn't tear myself apart over every person killed and family broken, but it would be worse to feel nothing at all. From Madison Campbell. madison.campbell@mitadmin.gov.uk to Juliet Stern, juliet.stern@mit.gov.uk, Gabriella Martin, gabriella.martin@mit.gov.uk, date 10th of October, 1641, subject Operation Chalice, press release. Juliet and Gabe, here is the draft press release for the Dunlow Estate murder. A murder investigation has been launched following an incident on the Dunlow Estate in the New Forest. Police were called at approximately 08:15 hours on Tuesday, 10th of October, to reports of a body found on the Dunlow Estate. An ambulance was called to the scene, but the woman, believed to be aged in her teens, was pronounced dead at the scene at 0900 hours. No other details have been released yet, but police are anxious to speak to anyone who may have been in the area at the time. Next of kin have been informed. Formal identification awaits. A post-mortem examination will take place in due course. A crime scene remains in place. Detective Sergeant Gabriella Martin is leading the investigation and said, I am keen to hear from anybody who may have been in or around the Dunlow Estate or the surrounding area on the night of the 9th of October. If you have any information, please contact the incident room. No arrests have been made. Inquiries continue. Let me know if there's anything you want changed. Maddie. Gabe. Gravel crunched underfoot as we climbed out of the car and onto the wide driveway. The double-fronted house faced a well-tended lawn. The faded peach stonework bathed in late afternoon light. The surrounding forest created long shadows across the grass. Light spilled from several sash windows. Juliet and I walked towards the manor, the entryway visible through narrow panes of glass either side of the front door. Polished wooden flooring stretched towards the back of the house. You're in the lead still, Juliet said, as I lifted the brass door knocker. I let it fall with a loud thunk. Step in if you notice something I don't. I wasn't too proud to ask for help. Juliet might be a consummate failure at talking to victims' families, but she was one of the best at wheedling the truth out of perpetrators of violent crimes. It was her face, kindly-looking and open. Killers and rapists placed Juliet firmly into the not a threat category. Most of them only realized their mistake once it was already too late. Her benign smile hid an exceptionally quick mind, one that spotted inconsistencies in a story before anyone else. I wanted to prove myself, but that wouldn't make me lose sight of what was important. Bringing Melanie's killer to justice, stopping them before they could hurt anyone else. That was one similarity between Juliet and I. We would do anything to find the truth. Timothy Dunlow emerged from one of the rooms at the back of the manor. He'd had time since arriving home from work to loosen his tie, but he was imposing in a tailored inky blue suit. He frowned through the glass as he opened the door. The wind had obviously changed while he was pulling that face. "Good afternoon, Mr. Dunlow." I held out my hand, summoning a tight smile. "I'm Detective Sergeant Gabe Martin, and this is Detective Inspector Juliet Stern. Thank you for meeting with us." Dunlow took my hand and gripped it firmly. He looked the kind of man who would have been to a seminar about the appropriate pressure to use when shaking hands to impress upon everyone his importance and power. There would have been a follow-up workshop in never giving those lesser than you permission to use your first name. "I didn't have a lot of choice." His voice was a low growl that would cut across any boardroom. "Still, we're grateful you made time for us," Juliet said as he pumped her hand. Her lips were upturned, but there was a hardness around her eyes as Dunlow turned and led us into the manor. I unbuttoned my coat, gentle heat lapping over me. It was the same in all posh houses, or at least in the ones where the owners had enough money for the upkeep. They didn't endure droughts or blasting radiators. These opulent places were like carefully maintained zoo exhibits, the environment rigidly controlled to maintain the inhabitants' constant comfort. Dunlow led us to a sitting room at the back of the house. The view through the windows showed the sun setting over the lawns surrounded by tall trees. I wondered whether it was an intense dislike of the outside world that led Dunlow to shut it out so thoroughly with dense forest in every direction, or if he liked living in a civilized oasis in the middle of all that green. I wouldn't have been able to stand the quiet, the lack of humanity. I liked the occasional walk around places like this, but returning to a home blanketed in every direction by hundreds of others was a comfort. My rented maisonette was on the edge of my comfort zone, not in the city proper, but built up enough that I felt swaddled by the surrounding humanity. Every piece of furniture in the sitting room was clearly far more expensive than all the items in Ida Pert's flat. Dunlow settled into a high-backed armchair near an empty fireplace. Scorch marks on the back panelling proved its usefulness, but Juliet and I were not the kind of guests he would light a fire for. A drink rested on a table at his elbow, something amber in a low glass. He didn't offer us anything. We sat on a sofa opposite. The cushions were so highly stuffed that they barely gave way as they took our weight. I pulled my notepad out of my pocket and rested it on my knee. "It would be helpful to our investigation if you'd answer a few questions." I sensed Dunlow wouldn't appreciate any padding. "Can I ask who was on the estate last night?" "Myself." Dunlow looked at one of the long windows rather than at either of us, his words delivered in a bored drawl. "My younger son, Leo, slept in the den over the garages. Carl would have been somewhere on the grounds." "And your other son, Terence?" Dunlow's eyes snapped to me. The barb had landed. I'd let him wonder how much digging we'd done about his family. "Terence was away at a wedding. He's coming home later today." "Great." I made a note to chuck that alibi. "And what did you do yesterday evening and last night?" "I got home from work at 7 and had dinner with Leo at around 8. Dunlow picked up his glass and swelled it. "Afterwards, I worked for a couple of hours and then I went to bed. I read a book, and fell asleep at around 11. Can anyone confirm your whereabouts after you ate with Leo? Why would they need to? Dunlow stared flatly at me, drink cradled in one hand. At this point, it would be helpful to rule you out as a suspect, I said. Dunlow's eyes continued to bore into mine. They were blue, incredibly light. Combined with his white hair and bushy eyebrows, they gave him a washed-out quality. Juliet flicked her hair over one shoulder. The movement grounded me. I wasn't a young woman annoying an older man, but a detective with every right to be here. No. Leo and I both enjoy our privacy. Dunlow took a sip of his drink, supremely unconcerned that he had an uncorroborated alibi on the night a young woman was murdered on his land. It was either the arrogance of the untouchably rich or something more sinister. I see. I made a show of writing a note. When did you hear about the body? The groundskeeper called me this morning before I left for work. And you didn't wait for the police? Dunlow placed his drink on the coaster, fine beads of moisture forming on the lower half of the glass. I didn't see any reason to stay. Okay. Next time I thought Juliet was heartless, I needed to remember this guy. You may already be aware, but the victim was shot 3 times. Did you hear gunshots in the night? I sleep with the window closed. Dunlow gave no reaction to hearing an unknown person had been shot. He either already knew or didn't care. I heard nothing. Right. We are aware there are several guns on the property. When was the last time you used one? Dunlow's resting expression of a deep frown remained unchanged. Weeks ago. Good. I made a note as Juliet shifted beside me. I didn't think that meant anything. Dunlow was impressively shut down. Even she wouldn't have gotten any more from him. We haven't been able to formally identify the body yet, but we can confirm it is that of a young black woman. Is there anyone who matches that description who would have had reason to come onto your property? No. I tapped my pencil, holding Dunlow's gaze. How old are your sons? The lines on his face lengthened. The first sign that he felt anything other than aggrieved tolerance for my questioning. Terence is 24, and Leo is 18. Would Leo have had a girl over? I asked. No, he would not. Dunlow's hand flexed on his knee. Leo doesn't mingle with many girls, as he goes to an all-boys school. Besides, he knows my views on dating while he's in education, which are, it's an unwanted distraction. Dunlow hadn't raised his voice, but there was a ring of authority to his words. Juliet leant back beside me, folding one leg over the other. She raised her eyebrows, not antagonizing, but clearly disbelieving. Dunlow's expression soured. His hand shot out and he grabbed his drink, taking a gulp of the doubtless expensive and well-aged liquor. Would you mind if we had a chat with Leo? I asked. Dunlow was a strong suspect, made no less so by his lack of alibi and disdainful attitude, but his son was also on the property last night. Since Leo was a similar age to Melanie, it wasn't too much of a stretch to assume he was the reason why she was on the estate, no matter what his father might insist to the contrary. Dunlow pulled a phone out of his jacket pocket. He thumbed at it, then tossed it onto the table beside his chair. He'll be down in a minute. Great. I noted the phone make and model, not because I needed to, but because some interviewees found excessive note-taking uncomfortable. When I looked up, Dunlow's eyes were directed at the pad on my knee. He wasn't as untouchable as he wanted us to believe. "What is it you do for a living, Mr. Dunlow?" asked Juliet. He glared at her. The pressure of his attention was lessened once his focus was removed. Perhaps this was Juliet's intention. "I run a company, we manage mergers." Dunlow's tone implied he'd reached heady new heights of boredom. "We work as an independent third party, getting the best deal for all involved." That explained his reputation. Dunlow might claim to advocate fairly, but in every business transaction, and especially ones of this nature, someone was going to get shafted. It wouldn't be whoever wrote the larger paycheck. "You do well from it?" Juliet asked. "I do well," Dunlow parroted. He looked like he'd smelt something unpleasant. Juliet wouldn't have forgotten the wealthy's distaste for discussing money. But apparently Dunlow was having the same effect on her as he was on me. We wanted to rattle him, make him feel uncomfortable. I twisted when the varnished wooden door opened behind us and a young man entered the room. Leo looked nothing like his father. Unruly hair fell over his forehead in auburn waves, and his skin was a smooth olive tan. His eyes were a muddy brown behind glasses made to look like old NHS prescription frames. I doubted they cost under £100. Where his father fully inhabited his broad frame, Leo was lanky and coltish. Juliet and I stood as he hurried around to the front of the sofa. He shook our hands in turn, his long-fingered grip loose. His other hand was held close to his stomach, wrapped in a bandage. He'd changed from whatever preppy uniform his school deemed appropriate into a faded green hoodie and jeans. "Hello, Leo. I'm Gabe Martin, and this is Juliet Stern." I didn't use our full titles, as Leo looked terrified enough, his eyes wide as he sat down in a chair beside his father's. "We're detectives, and we have a few questions about an incident on the estate last night." "Okay." Leo fidgeted in his seat, his uninjured hand playing around his mouth. His lips were chapped, like he'd been biting them. "I don't know anything, though. Dad hasn't told me what's going on." "What did you do last night after you had dinner with your father?" I asked. "I went over to the den above the garage." Leo's gaze darted into the empty space between me and Juliet. "What did you do there?" Leo's eyes flicked to me before he bowed his head, his fingers catching a loose thread at the edge of his bandage. "I played on my Xbox, read a bit, then I went to sleep." "Can anyone confirm this?" "No." Leo squirmed in his seat, displaying the correct response to not having an alibi during a murder investigation. "You didn't play a game online with friends?" I prompted. "No." Leo shook his head. Beside him, Dunlow picked up his drink and took a sip. "Did anyone visit you last night?" I kept my eyes on Leo, but saw Dunlow's knuckles whiten around his glass. "No," Leo said. "A girl did not come to visit you." Blood crept up his neck and over his cheeks in uneven patches. "No." "I've already told you this," Dunlow said. I made a note of Leo's lack of alibi, not quite ignoring Dunlow, but not acknowledging him either. "Did you hear anything in the night?" "I don't think so." Leo sucked his lower lip. "I went to sleep at about 11-ish, and I didn't wake up until 7 this morning." "You didn't hear gunshots?" I asked. Leo flinched, his hair falling into his eyes. He pushed his glasses up his nose and drew the hair back from his forehead in a careless tangle. "What?" He looked between Juliet and me. "Someone was shot." "Did you hear gunshots, Leo?" I asked again. He dropped his gaze and shook his head. "No, I didn't hear anything." "Okay." I turned the page in my notepad, the paper scraping as I pulled it over the binding. "Sorry, Leo, I didn't catch that." Juliet leant forward. I'd missed him mumbling something into his chest. His eyes darted over at his father. "Are they all right?" Leo licked his lips. "The person who got shot?" "No, Leo," I said. "Unfortunately, they passed away." All colour drained from his face. He sat back in his chair, hands falling to his lap. Juliet straightened, her nails tapping on her knee. I didn't have to ask if Leo's reaction was as damning as it seemed. He knew something about what happened last night. "Any more questions?" Dunlow placed his drink on the coaster. He didn't quite judge the distance, and the drink leant to one side, condensation running down onto the table. "A couple?" I turned back to Leo. "What size shoe are you?" 11. Leo blinked slowly. "Same as Dad." That was helpful oversharing. "And how did you hurt your hand?" Leo looked down at the bandage. As if in a daze, he wiggled his fingers. "One of the dogs bit me." "When was this?" "Days ago." Leo spoke in a monotone. Since I'd confirmed Melanie's fate, he'd drifted away. Dunlow had noticed too. He sat forward in his chair. "Anything else?" "We'd like to take DNA samples from both of you." I pulled the swabs and tubes from one of my voluminous coat pockets. Leo straightened. "Why?" "It's to eliminate you as suspects," I explained. "You can refuse, but we'll have to note that you're not willing to comply with our investigation." "It's fine." Dunlow snatched the sample kits from me and shoved one at Leo. "Let them do what they want, then they'll get out of here." Disconnected spots of blush stole across Leo's face, either for his father's rudeness or his disinclination to submit to DNA testing. He did as he was told, though, awkwardly unscrewing the pot with one hand and dropping in the swab he'd passed around the inside of his cheeks. Juliet and I stood as Dunlow passed back the kits. Leo stayed seated, his face downturned, but his father jumped up and led the way to the front door. "Thank you for your cooperation," I said, as we walked out onto the gravel. "Once we have more details, we'll be in touch." Without replying, Dunlow shut the door. A bolt thudded into place, and through the glass, I could see him striding towards the room we'd just left. Leo would no doubt get a bollocking for being an open book. Dunlow was right about one thing. The windows didn't let any sound in or out. "God, I hope it was him," Juliet said, as we walked over to the car. Involuntarily, my face twitched into a smile. Very professional. I couldn't deny how satisfying it would be to smash through Dunlow's smug demeanour. It was a shame Leo had thrown himself so firmly into the ring of suspects. There was no denying he knew something he wasn't telling us. "We passed the groundkeeper's cottage on the way in, right?" I asked, as we climbed into the car. Let's hope Dunlow's attitude hasn't rubbed off on him too much. Carl was pleasant when I spoke to him earlier. I looked over at Juliet as I turned the key in the ignition. Her calling someone pleasant, and not in a derogatory way, was unusual. She didn't offer anything more, already engrossed in her phone. I turned the car in a wide circle across the gravel drive. The curtains in every room at the front of the manor had been drawn shut. My Lion, sent 1804. Mel, you need to message me. I don't care what you said. Are you all right? I have to know you're okay. Kiss, kiss. Gabe. The groundskeeper emerged from the forest as I parked the car to one side of the long driveway, cutting through the trees. His light brown hair rose in a wild thatch around his head. He crossed his arms over his chest as we climbed out of the car. Hello again, Carl. Let me introduce Detective Sergeant Gabe Martin. Juliet dipped her head towards the ivy-covered dwelling beside our car. It was tiny compared to the manor, One story, and there could only be a couple of rooms. A muddy 4x4 was parked in its shadow. "Is that your cottage?" "Yes." Carl made no move to invite us inside, even though it must have been where he was headed before we'd arrived. "You've got some more questions for me?" "We do," Juliet said. "I thought you might." Carl unfolded his arms and turned around. "I'll show you where the dogs are and all." I followed behind him and Juliet. His boots were caked in mud. It was hard to gauge the size while he was on the move between the long shadows cast by trees. Big, anyway. Within seconds of walking, I would have been lost without a guide. The trees around us all looked the same, extra leggy without an abundant covering of leaves. "You managed the grounds?" Juliet asked. She had changed into a pair of flat trainers. That was the closest she'd get to confessing her footwear this morning had not been perfectly suited to romping through a forest. "Yeah," Carl nodded, his moused hair swaying. "The gardens are easy, they're just grass, and Mr. Dunlow likes the forest left as it is." "How often do you walk through the forest?" I asked. "Every day. I walk the dogs all around the place." His accent was gentle, a soft Yorkshire lilt. He may have grown up there, but had lived south long enough that he'd lost most of the distinctive tones. Carl led us into a barn that loomed between trees. The air smelt of wet fur, but it was warm after the chill wind outside. A few dogs yipped at us from behind waist-high wooden gates, but they quietened when Carl waved his hand at them. Only one remained intrigued, a snout snuffing along the top of the gate. "Can you tell us what you did yesterday evening?" I pulled out my notepad. Carl stopped walking in the middle of the barn. He leant against a wooden post that stretched up to the high ceiling, one of his ankles crossed over the other. "I fed the dogs at about 7 and tidied up a bit. They were all here then. After that, I went back to the cottage. That must have been about 9. I had something to eat and went to bed." "Can anyone confirm this?" I asked. "No, I live alone." Another suspect with no alibi. This was becoming a worrying pattern. At least Carl looked concerned, his stubbled jaw jutting. "Did you hear anything during the night?" "I didn't hear gunshots, if that's what you mean." I made note. Carl wasn't a complete dickhead like his boss, but he certainly wasn't happy we were here. I'd spoken to witnesses who were scared, who were worried about saying anything in case they got in trouble. Carl wasn't acting like them, but there was no edge to his answers. "Did you notice anyone entering the estate?" I asked. "No. The gate's got a system. The button's attached to my phone so I can let people in no matter where I am. If someone had come in that way, I'd have known about that." "Would you know if someone let themselves in?" I asked. "No." Carl scratched at the side of his head. "There aren't many keys, though. Mr. Dunlow and the boys have got 'em. Maybe 1 or 2 others." "Could you give us a full list of the people with keys?" Juliet pulled a business card out of her pocket. "You can email it over." "Fine." Carl stashed the card in his worn coat without looking at it. "I don't think the girl came in through the gate." "How do you think she got in?" I asked. "There's a stone wall all the way around the land, but it's not too high and it's crumbling in places. If someone wanted to get in without anyone knowing, they could climb it." Carl kicked at the hay under his boot. "Mr. Dunlow doesn't care all that much about someone getting onto the grounds. The main house has an alarm, and the dogs are down by me. I've told him a few times he should get CCTV, but he's not keen on it. He told me to keep my nose out, that he doesn't want to be watched all the time." I wasn't sure Dunlow would have phrased it in such a polite way. I made a note to have the high walls around the estate checked. If Carl was right, Melanie might not have been running randomly through the forest while chased by a dog, but towards somewhere she knew she could escape. Although I didn't know how she could have found her way in the dark even if she wasn't pursued. Melanie was a city girl like me. We were immediately disorientated once surrounded by nature. Juliet wandered over to the back wall of the barn. Shelves of dog food and toys stretched across it. "What happened this morning?" I asked. "I got up early, like usual about 6. Carl turned slightly to keep both me and Juliet in his line of sight. "I noticed there was a problem when I came to feed the dogs. Lucy was missing." He pushed away from the post and led me over to an empty stall near where Juliet was snooping. In the next space, the interested Alsatian bounced onto its hind legs. It wagged ecstatically when Carl rested his hand between its ears. "Can you describe Lucy?" I asked. "She's a big dog. Bigger than Artie here." He patted the dog absently. "White shepherd, beautiful but a brute. She doesn't like anyone apart from Mr. Dunlow. He spoils her. She's the one that bit Leo the other day." "Does Leo like the dogs?" "Yeah." When Carl smiled, a dimple formed in his left cheek. It made him look younger, early 30s rather than late. "He's great with them. It shook him up when Lucy turned on him." "Did the bite get seen to?" That would be one way to check Leo had been bitten when he said he had. It didn't seem like Carl was lying, but he could be a far better actor than Leo. I had a look at it. It wasn't nasty. No worse than I've had before. I told him if it started swelling or itching, he needed to go to the hospital, but he wasn't too bothered. "What did you do when you noticed Lucy was missing?" I asked. "Nothing. I wasn't too concerned. The dogs get out occasionally. They like the woods, but they come back when they get hungry or lonely. I had a quick look around the barn, but I wouldn't feel worried unless she's missing for a few days." "She's still not returned?" "No." Carl scratched between Artie's pointed ears. "If you ask me, she was the dog that did that to that girl's face. I didn't get a good look, just grabbed the dogs and called the police. But I wouldn't be surprised if you found some white fur. Lucy's a terrible moulter." Her stall had clumps of discoloured fur in the corners. The side panel shuddered as Artie's tail thumped into it. "Why have you got plastic gloves out here?" Juliet pointed at an open box on the top shelf. Carl swallowed. "Sometimes I have to help the dogs, do their business. It's an anal gland thing." Say no more. Juliet walked away from the back wall, her lips downturned in disgust. I flipped over a page in my notepad, suppressing a smile. "After you noticed Lucy was gone, you went into the forest?" "Yeah. I took a couple of the dogs with me, Bane and Wolfie." Carl stepped away from Artie's stall to point at 2 others. "We walked the route I take most mornings, around the edge of the estate, then back through the middle of the forest." "What did you do when you found the body?" "I didn't find it." Carl rubbed at the stubble on his chin. "Bane did. He came running over, barking like crazy and pulling at my arm until I followed. Like I said, once I saw the body, I got the dogs away and called the police, then Mr. Dunlow." He paused. "Whoever did it, I don't know if they're stupid or didn't know I walked through the forest every day, but that girl was going to be found." I noted that down. None of the suspects we'd talked to seemed unintelligent, but Carl made a good point. Why would anyone leave a body where it would be discovered? "How did Mr. Dunlow react when you told him about the body?" Juliet asked. "Honestly?" Carl looked between us. "He was annoyed. Doesn't mean he did it or anything. That's the way he always is. He and Terence are too stuck up to talk to the likes of me. I'm not sure Mr. Dunlow's got it in him, no matter how much he likes shooting at the range and on the hunt." Carl shook his head and walked towards the wide doors of the barn. I quickly scrubbed between Artie's ears. He licked at my wrist. Juliet kept pace beside Carl, and I hurried to catch up. "Can you confirm Terence was off the property last night?" she asked. "Yeah. Ted left yesterday afternoon, a wedding or something. Carl looked up at the dark sky. The sun had set while we were inside the barn. The only light came from the bright moon. Is there anything else? Only I need to get on. I'm behind as it is. We need a DNA sample. Juliet pulled a kit out of her pocket. Without protest, Carl wiped the swab around the inside of his mouth and passed the closed tube back to her. Is that everything? I wished there was more light, that the nearby trees weren't half blocking the moon. There was something lurking behind Carl's words. It was like he expected us to have more to ask about. No, that's it. Thank you for talking to us, I said. Carl strode off through the forest. Keeping him in sight, we followed at a more sedate pace and arrived at the car as he closed the door of his cottage. We're not invited in then, Juliet muttered. A light came on in one of the rooms. From this far away, it was impossible to see inside. Movement from behind the murky panes of glass could have been the curtains whisking shut. Jordan, sent 1934. Didn't see you at school. Where you at? Please don't ghost me. I promise I'll do better. Kiss, kiss. From Angela Dobson. Angela.Dobson@superintendent.gov.uk. To Juliet Stern. Juliet.Stern@mit.gov.uk. CC David Rees. David.Rees@forensics.gov.uk. Date 10th of October, 1939. Subject, Operation Chalice. Forensic compromise. Juliet. David has informed me that you removed evidence from a body at the active crime scene on the Dunlow estate before the arrival of the forensic team. I don't care that they were delayed by another case. That's no excuse for tampering with evidence. The manner in which a body is handled at the scene of death can not only alter the appearance of the deceased person, but also might influence the subsequent evaluation of evidence. It is vital that you work together with the many other services involved to ensure that the deceased are handled appropriately and this effect is minimized. This is not the first time I've had to reprimand you for similar actions. I understand that any delays are frustrating, but do not let this get the better of your good judgment. Thankfully, the body was photographed prior to your arrival at the scene, and your retrieval of evidence was properly noted in the scene log. Despite this good fortune, I am surprised this has happened. If you're accused of something like this again, we are going to have a serious discussion and I may have to take disciplinary action. A copy of this email has been placed on the official murder log. I hope the girls and Keith are well. Detective Superintendent Angela Dobson. News Archives. Violent crime. Man found guilty of murdering his wife and violently assaulting his son. A man who beat his wife to death and left his son in a critical condition in their North Yorkshire home has been convicted of murder and grievous bodily harm. Matthew Biss, 42, beat Jennifer Biss Clements, 35, to death with a golf club just before 9 p.m. on the 7th of May. He beat his 17-year-old son, Carl Biss, to unconsciousness. Neighbours reported hearing a loud altercation between the couple earlier in the evening. The police were called after shouts and screams were heard at around 8 p.m. Matthew Biss was apprehended at the scene. Paramedics arrived just after 9 p.m. Jennifer Biss was pronounced dead at the scene, but Carl Biss was taken to hospital, where he recovered from his injuries. After regaining consciousness, he was able to positively identify his father as both his and his mother's attacker. Matthew Biss refused to cooperate with police and pleaded not guilty. He has been sentenced to life imprisonment. Gabe. You've been busy? I placed a sweating takeaway container on Juliet's desk. She'd gotten out the twine. The wall of evidence had been populated with pictures and articles while I was at the Chinese restaurant down the road. Lime green strands connected each of the suspects to Melanie. Juliet grabbed the container and came to stand beside me. She shoveled a fork full of noodles into her mouth. There were purplish bags under her eyes, which would only grow as this case wore on. I'd tried to express concern for her before. That had resulted in 2 weeks of curt replies and coldness. The most I could do was ensure she went home at a reasonable time each night and feed her at regular intervals. "I've been working on our main suspects," Juliet said between mouthfuls. "There's not much to follow up on, but I've been digging into their pasts." "Anything interesting?" I picked up a spring roll and bit off one end. "Dunlow is squeaky clean. A few bad reviews on blog sites, but nothing more than you'd expect from a man who's helping big companies squash smaller ones. He's a member of the local shooting range, like Carl said. No previous convictions, not even a speeding ticket. Leo goes to an all-boys private school. I've emailed to find out more about him, but there's nothing on him in the system. No idea how either of them would be connected to the victim." She chewed on her noodles. "I've put Terence on the board too. I've emailed to check his alibi, but we can discount him for now." "What about Carl?" I nodded towards a picture of the groundskeeper that must have been taken a while ago. His hair was squashed under a graduation cap. The photo was surrounded by notes and articles. "There's a lot he didn't tell us." Juliet stabbed her fork at him. "He's not from around here. Has moved from job to job despite a first-class degree. He's been working for Dunlow for just over a year, the longest he's stayed anywhere. He grew up in Yorkshire, was left without a family when his father killed his mother with a golf club, beat Carl half to death too. Sad story." I bent down to read the article. Carl's father scowled from a black-and-white mugshot. He didn't look anything like his son. His face twisted and hair shaved close to the scalp. This explained Carl's wary reticence. He wouldn't want us rummaging around in his past. "A history of violence in the family," Juliet corrected. "He's emailed over the list of people with keys to the estate, but we need to speak to him again." I moved away from the wall of evidence and picked up another spring roll as I sat down at my desk. I don't see him as a killer, no matter what his father did. Why would he have called in the body if he'd killed Melanie? He knows those woods better than anyone. Could have hidden her if he'd wanted to. Juliet chucked her empty container into the bin and sat down, her chair angled towards the wall of evidence. Maybe he was lying about that too. Maybe the others go into the forest more than he said, and he knew he couldn't hide the body forever. "I thought you liked him." I used my grease-free hand to wiggle my mouse, bringing my computer to life. What motive would he have had to kill Melanie? What reason did any of them have to murder her? Juliet asked, ignoring my first comment. And why was Melanie even on the estate? Leo knows something. I looked over at his photo on the wall. Definitely. The pathologist might be able to give us something to go on, I said, reading an email. They can see us tomorrow afternoon, and maybe Ida will be able to help us form a connection between Melanie and one of these men. If not, we'll have to talk to them again and hope one of them slips up. Juliet nodded, her lips pushed to one side as she stared at her computer screen. I glanced at the wall, my eyes drifting to Carl's picture. He and I both knew what it was like for a life to be marred by horrific violence, and what it was like to be judged because of it. Gabe, sent 1953. I'll be done at work soon if you're still up for meeting. Ollie, sent 1954. I am. I'm looking forward to it. Kiss. Gabe, sent 1959. Same. I'll be out of here at about 8:30. Meet you then? Ollie, sent 2001. Sure. I'll get you a drink in. Kiss. Call connected at 2027. Hello? Hey, it's me. Juliet, you're calling late. I wanted to let you know a new case has come in. Right. That means I probably won't be able to get away this weekend. I know what it means. Keith, don't. Don't what? Don't be like that. Fine. What will you tell the girls? What I always do. Your mummy loves you, she's sorry she can't be here, but she's busy making the world a better place. Good. Thank you. They miss you. I miss them. I'll call tomorrow. Talk to them too. Okay. Love you. I've got to go. Bye. Unknown number. Sent 2146. You're home now. Where's my money? Gabe. Believe it or not, this isn't something I usually do. Ollie gasped. His chest rose and fell with his laboured breaths, his flawless bronze skin shiny with sweat. In the street light filtering through my thin curtains, I could just about see the dark patterns of tattoos twisting across his shoulders. But this is what you need, right? He murmured. What do you mean? I didn't want to reply to his previous comment. This was something I did on a semi-regular basis. My craving for human contact and the moment of forgetting that sex allowed me overtaking my pathetic inability to form lasting relationships. Discussing that would dramatically reduce the chances of this happening again, and I already wanted it to. Ollie turned his head towards me, his back flat on the mattress. I couldn't read his expression in the darkness, but his lips pulled into a gentle smile. You're wounded somehow. I can see it in your eyes, and this is what you need. So how could I not give it to you? I blinked, my heart constricting. He was flaying me, pulling back my skin and peering at the darkness within. The pain wedged between my ribs. I hoped he was particularly perceptive, rather than my inner damage being obvious to everyone. Normally, when someone got this close to the truth, I'd push them away, but I didn't want Ollie to leave. It wasn't that he was a warm body. I'd been temporarily comforted by them before. Ollie was different. Even before we'd fallen into bed, I'd felt calm. He might see too much, but he handled that insight carefully. Will you stay? The vulnerability of the question almost choked me. Under the covers, Ollie's hand found mine. He threaded our fingers together and squeezed. Still smiling, he rolled his head to look up at the ceiling. How could I say no? Day 2, Wednesday, 11th of October. Body of little girl left in a bin. Read an exclusive interview with the woman who found her. Scroll. Dereliction of duty? Police refuse to comment after a young girl is killed. Scroll. What more could have been done? She was an innocent child. Scroll. My lion. Sent 8:02. Mel, please don't ignore me. I'm scared. Kiss. Call connected at 9:04. Hello, Detective Inspector Juliet Stern. Hi, I'm returning a call. It's Laura, Mr. Dunlow's personal assistant. Is now a good time? It is. I believe you have a key to the Dunlow estate? I do. When did you last use it? Let me check the calendar. I needed some paperwork and Mr. Dunlow was away, working with clients in London. Okay, yeah, must have been the 2nd of this month. And you have the key now? Let me check my purse. I kept it on me just in case Mr. Dunlow needs me to get anything. Yes, it's here. No one could have removed it between your last visit and now? I don't think so. I keep my bag with me at work and I live alone. Thank you, Laura. Could you tell me what you were doing on the night of the 9th? Oh, you need to know that. Well, I had dinner with a friend, and after we went for drinks. I got home at about midnight. I can show you the receipt for the Uber. That would be helpful. My assistant will be in touch. I can give you the meal receipt as well. Sure. Thank you for your time, Laura. If you notice anything or want to tell me about something you see or hear, please use this number. Okay. Can I ask? Everyone here is talking about what happened. Mr. Dunlow's not in trouble, is he? We are following multiple lines of inquiry. Okay, it's just Mr. Dunlow's not a murderer. I know he's not always the kindest boss, and some people don't like him, but he wouldn't kill someone. Thank you, Laura. I'll be in contact if we have any more questions. Gabe. Unprompted, she told me her boss might be a shit human being, but he isn't a murderer. Juliet finished telling me about her conversation with Dunlow's receptionist as we walked up the stairs to Ida's flat. Interesting she would jump to the conclusion he's a suspect. That's what I thought, Juliet said. Could be that, unconsciously, she actually does think he's capable, or he's such a dickhead that she's gotten used to people thinking he's worse than he is, and she doesn't want our judgment clouded. We reached Ida's floor and walked over to the blue door. From the outside, there was no way of telling the inhabitant's life had monumentally changed. I knocked and unbuttoned my coat. Seconds later, the door half opened. Hello, Ida. I hope this is a good time. She stared at me with bloodshot eyes, but pulled the door wide and let us through to the living room. The smell of cigarettes was much stronger. Several bent butts rested in the ashtray. Candles flickered on top of the electric heater, surrounded by pictures of the same smiling young woman. I sat strategically on the edge of the sofa so that I didn't sink. Juliet crossed one leg over the other, her face set in a calm smile. People who meet her at times like this might think she was kind and sympathetic. The illusion lasted as long as she didn't open her mouth. Ida sported the dazed look of the recently bereaved. Despite their physical differences, Ida's blank expression reminded me of my mum. For months of my childhood, she'd retreated into an invisible shell, her eyes unfocused even when she spoke to me. I swallowed. I didn't need to think about that now or ever. I pulled my notepad out of my pocket and set it on my knee. We would like to talk about the incident on the Dunlow estate that we believe involved Melanie and ask you a few more questions, I said. If there's anything you don't understand or don't want to answer right now, just let me know. Ida stared impassively at me. I gulped, my throat dry. I would have liked a glass of water, but I couldn't ask. Ida's negligence was of a different nature to Dunlow's, but no less impenetrable. Firstly, I want to apologise. The autopsy of the body found on the Dunlow estate has been pushed back to this afternoon, so we have been unable to make a formal identification. However, we are reasonably sure it's Melanie. Do you need me to come look at her? Ida's voice was a hollow croak. That's not necessary. We wouldn't put her through that unless we had no other option. We found Melanie's purse in the victim's pocket, and the coroner will check her dental records. I would like to see her. Deep creases formed around Ida's eyes. I faltered. If she insisted, we couldn't stop her. Ida. Juliet clasped her hands together on her knee. The victim was shot, but an animal was also involved. Identifying Melanie would be incredibly unpleasant. She would want you to remember her as she is, I added, rather than what was done to her. A tear tracked down Ida's face. She seemed to barely register the new information about her granddaughter's death. Whatever you think is best. Juliet's stark stating of facts had been effective at both sparing Ida pain and moving the interview along. I could learn something from that. Yesterday, you told me that Melanie's parents had passed away. I waited for Ida to refocus on me. Her gaze had strayed over to the pictures on the heater. Could you tell me about that?
It happened 4 years ago,
Ida said in a dull monotone.
Her father was a drinker, always drank and drove, even though Susanna, my daughter, begged him not to. They weren't married, and I thought one day she would grow tired of his mess and leave him. I came to this country with my husband because it offered opportunities we couldn't dream of in Nigeria. I wanted Susanna to take advantage of them too, but then she got mixed up with him. That evening, he won big at cards. He was drinking into the night. Susanna wanted to get a taxi home. Their friends heard them arguing about it before they left the pub. But she was a soft girl, too soft, and she always did what he said. He managed 2 roads before he crashed into a lamppost. He was killed instantly. Susanna died in the ambulance on the way to the hospital.
I'm sorry, I said.
Melanie was alone at home, waiting for them. She heard the sirens. She said she knew. But I wonder if every time her father was out drinking, she was waiting for bad news. After that, she came to live with me.
What was her life here like? Did she have many friends? I flipped a page in my notebook, happy to move away from her parents' deaths.
Melanie was a quiet girl, hid in her books most of the time.
Ida frowned.
She had a boyfriend, Jordan.
Do you know his last name? I asked.
Something like Himes.
Ida's bloodshot eyes narrowed.
He didn't come here. I didn't approve of a boyfriend at her age.
I see. I noted the possible surnames. A boyfriend was more likely to know the intimate details of a teenager's life than a grandmother. Ida, can you think of any reason Melanie would have been on the Dunlow estate 2 nights ago? Ida shook her head, burying her hands in her skirt.
She told me she was out with friends, that she was going to stay the night.
Ida obviously loved her granddaughter, but had little idea of what she was up to. I'm sorry to ask you this, but can you think of anyone who would have wanted to harm Melanie? I asked. Ida's eyes filled with tears.
No one. I don't know who could have done this to my sweet girl.
The front door clicked open. Evie appeared in the living room doorway, her wizened face falling into a scowl when she spotted Juliet and me. Her hair was bound into a tangled bun, and her dungarees were a sombre black. Could we take a look at Melanie's bedroom? I asked. We needed to gather evidence, but it would give the women a chance to comfort one another in peace. It's the second door on the left, Evie said. Would you like a drink? Juliet stood. Water would be lovely. Tea, please. Milk, no sugar. My thighs complained as I rose. We wouldn't be long. Have you moved anything in Melanie's room? Juliet asked. Ida closed her eyes in a long blink.
I haven't been in there at all.
Good. Juliet swept out of the room. I offered Ida a smile, but her face was turned to the hastily erected shrine. Evie's narrowed eyes tracked me out of the room. The smell of cigarettes receded as I walked into Melanie's bedroom, replaced by cheap body spray and fresh linen. I closed the door behind me. Juliet had already pulled on a pair of plastic gloves and was picking through the bookshelves surrounding a narrow window. The bed had been made in a hurry, the purple duvet pulled over a rumpled sheet. A pile of folded laundry sat on a wooden chair beside a desk covered in an assortment of books and makeup. Above the bed, notes and pictures were tacked to the wall,
Odd song lyrics preached unfailing love, and quotes from celebrities demanded I did my best. I pulled a selfie from the wall and slipped it into my notepad. Melanie's hair hid under a knitted hat, her eyes shining with uncontained glee. It was clearly a picture she'd liked. If we were going to pin a photo to our evidence wall, it might as well be one she'd preferred. Nothing here. Juliet flicked through the last book and replaced it on the bottom shelf. She walked over to examine the desk. I turned to the chest of drawers beside the bed. A mirror rested against the wall. Pony figurines lined up across the top. Their manes were coated in dust. I examined the undersides and found nothing but stickers proclaiming their country of origin. I replaced them and opened the top drawer. Nose wrinkled, I picked through Melanie's bright underwear. My fingers met nothing but soft fabric. I patted through the clothes in the next drawer, tops and vests folded into neat piles. The third drawer stuck. When I reached behind colourful jumpers and leggings, I found a box. I slipped it straight into an evidence bag. No wonder it was hidden. Ida, who didn't even want her 17-year-old granddaughter dating, would not have approved of her stashing condoms in her bedroom. Juliet placed a couple of bags beside mine. She hadn't found much. A condom wrapper pulled from the bin and a packet of cigarettes. I labelled them carefully, my pen smudging on the uneven surface. Leaving them on the duvet, I got down on my hands and knees while Juliet rifled inside the wardrobe. I worked through boxes of old schoolbooks and dusty jeans shoved under the bed. I replaced the last box and sat back on my heels. Nothing. It would have been handy if there was a secret diary, detailing exactly who she planned to meet. Juliet shut the wardrobe doors. That would have been incredibly helpful. My legs protested again as I stood. Round 2 with Ollie this morning had been unexpected yet pleasant, but I needed to conserve my energy on work days. I slid the evidence bags into my coat pocket and followed Juliet through to the living room. Evie bustled in with drinks as we sat on the sinking sofa. She poured each of us a cup of tea from a pot patterned with yellow flowers. Juliet took hers without a word. She knew better than to refuse anything from a family member, even a drink she claimed tasted like warmed pond water. Ida set her cup on the table beside her chair. The ashtray had been tidied away, and a window cracked open. Yellowing net curtains moved in the breeze.
Evie wanted to talk to you.
Ida's friend sat in another armchair, her misshapen hands cupped around her drink. I placed my cup on the floor and pulled out my notepad. What did you want to tell us? Ida told me Melanie was shot. Evie's dark brown eyes flicked over to Ida, and her face hardened. I think Jordan did it. Ida gasped, and a trickle of tea escaped her cup. She didn't seem to notice it shoring up against her fingers. Evie did. Ida, you've scalded yourself. She jumped up and took the drink. Come on, let's run your hand under cold water. While Evie hurried Ida out of the room, Juliet and I exchanged a glance. I didn't think it likely Evie would have any great insight into Melanie's life, but she might have picked up on something. Older people had a tendency to go unnoticed. Evie bustled back into the room. The sound of water flowing cut off as she shut the door to the kitchen. I sat forward. Why do you think Jordan did it? He used to hit Melanie. Evie perched on the edge of the armchair. She was scared of him. She didn't want to be his girlfriend anymore. How do you know he hit Melanie? I asked. She showed me the bruises on her legs one day when Ida was down at the shops. Made me promise not to tell.
like I would. Knowing her granddaughter was involved with the same kind of scum that killed her daughter would have broken Ida's heart. "What makes you think that Jordan killed Melanie?" I asked. "She was trying to get rid of him. I told her he was no good for her. Anyway, she liked someone else. I think Jordan found out and killed her." I scribbled notes. "Do you know who she'd developed feelings for?" "No." Evie's nostrils flared. She was being secretive. I noticed her texting one time, and she told me to mind my own business. She called him my lion. Lion? I looked at Juliet. It didn't take a genius to crack that code. She took a sip of her tea and grimaced. "Do you have any idea why Melanie would have been on the Dunlow estate?" I asked Evie. "No. None of us know anyone over that way." She chewed her bottom lip. "I reckon Jordan lured her there and killed her where he thought no one would find the body." That edged close to Carl's theory. Jordan might not have known the woods were well patrolled. There were stretches of land we'd passed as we drove over to the Dunlow estate that looked untouched. The kitchen door opened and Ida shuffled into the room. She sank into her seat and Evie refilled her cup. "Thank you for talking to us and for letting us look at Melanie's room." I took a gulp of tea and stood up. Juliet rose and passed her cup to me. I didn't know if it was advisable to leave her, but I walked through to the kitchen. The sides were clear, except for a microwave meal for one defrosting on a plate. "We hope to have access to the analysis of Melanie's phone soon," Juliet explained. I drank my tea while pouring hers into the sink. "She was carrying it when she died. Do you have any idea what her passcode is?" "I wouldn't know anything like that," Ida said. "That's okay," I said, as I walked back into the room. "Thank you, Ida. We'll be in touch. But if anything else occurs to you, give us a call." "I'll show you out," Evie said. I smiled at Ida once more, but she had looked away. Flickering candlelight briefly caught on the damp patches underneath her eyes. We followed Evie to the front door. She marched right out into the hall. "There's something else you need to know." She reached past me to pull the door shut. "Ida sees what she wants when it comes to that girl. She doesn't see the truth." "What do you mean?" I asked. "What I mean is, maybe she was a little too like her mother and hung around with the wrong sort of person. Maybe she did something they didn't like and brought this on herself." Evie grabbed the door handle and let herself back into Ida's flat. The letterbox rattled as she slammed the door. Juliet raised one elegant eyebrow, a grin rising to her lips. "Not here," I said, turning towards the stairs. Evie might trust that conversations wouldn't be overheard in a communal hallway, but the last thing we needed was a complaint about how one of the detectives on a murder case was bad-mouthing a victim's friends and family. I couldn't help voicing one theory. "Do you think Lion could be the passcode for Melanie's phone?" From Alice Toe. alice.toe@police.gov.uk to Gabriella Martin. gabriella.martin@mit.gov.uk. Date 11th of October, 11:06. Subject: after work drinks. "Hi Gabe, a few of us are heading to the Scholars Arms after work tonight. I'd love to buy you a drink to say thanks for being so kind to me yesterday. Pop in if you're free. Alice." Unknown number sent 11:37. "Give me my money." Evening Herald, local news. Drunk driver kills himself and partner in crash. Residents of Milo Street were woken in the early hours when a Ford Fiesta collided with a lamppost situated in the middle of the road. Both police and ambulance were called, but the driver, Daniel Sithole, was pronounced dead at the scene. The passenger, Susanna Pert, was rushed to hospital, but she passed away en route. The couple are survived by a teenage daughter who is now being cared for by her grandmother. She was at home at the time of the crash. Daniel Sithole, who had a previous conviction for drink driving, was unlicensed at the time of the accident, as it has been previously revoked by the police. Neighbours reported seeing him driving recklessly on many occasions, sometimes with both his partner and daughter in the car. A spokesperson for the local police said, "This was a tragic incident where 2 people were killed. If you have any information or dashcam footage you think will help with this inquiry, please contact the incident room." Gabe. I was pinning Melanie's selfie on the wall when Juliet huffed into our office, a sandwich in each hand. She passed one to me. "We need to hustle." She tore open her lunch. "The pathologist held up the autopsy, but they'll refuse to see us if we don't arrive on time." I pulled at my sandwich's plastic casing as I sat down. Eating didn't hold much appeal, considering our plan for this afternoon. I bit off one corner. The bread was thinly sliced, the cheese tasteless. "What do you think of Evie's assessment of the boyfriend?" Juliet didn't look at me, her eyes on her computer screen. I swallowed. "If there are marks on Melanie's body, we'll have something to work with. But we only have Evie's word that Jordan was hurting her. There might be something on Melanie's phone." Juliet clicked her mouse and our printer hummed to life. "I've requested it to be looked over by the IT team as soon as possible, and I passed on your tip about the passcode." She picked up the piece of paper. "You didn't ask where Ida or Evie were when Melanie was killed." "I thought we agreed Ida wasn't involved. She wasn't about to murder her only remaining relative, and Evie was too small to have made that boot print. They could be accomplices." Juliet snipped at the paper. "You're messing with me, right? Evie might not have liked Melanie, but I can't see her disapproval becoming a plot to kill. Yes, I'm not serious. Although I would love to have Evie in for a formal interview. She'd be a firecracker." Juliet stood up and pinned pieces of paper to the wall. One was a newspaper clipping reporting the death of Melanie's parents. "Try not to let your vision get clouded by how innocent anyone seems, though. Those women might have loved Melanie, and they might have not committed the murder themselves, but this wouldn't be the first time someone did something stupid or reckless and got someone they loved killed." The already unappealing sandwich turned to paste in my mouth. "You think I should have pushed harder at Ida's?" Juliet shrugged. "We got good information. Don't beat yourself up. Just don't be afraid to ruffle some feathers. You're a natural at kindness, which will get some people to open up and was probably the right tack earlier, but sometimes you'll need to be harsher." I bit my lip. One thing that had become apparent after working 2 minutes together was that I was the softer touch. I had to remember Juliet wasn't telling me to be like her, but that there were times when her more direct approach would get better results. Juliet stepped back from the wall. She'd attached a grainy picture of a thin white boy to the board. A cigarette dangled from his lips. "The boyfriend is Jordan Haynes," she told me. "I've asked Maddie to arrange a meeting with him. Evie might be wrong about the beating and the new beau, but Jordan knew Melanie well. He might be able to tell us why she was on the estate that night." Juliet wound more lime green twine across the board, connecting Melanie to a growing web of names. I turned to my sandwich before her smiling face could morph into the mutilated mess I'd seen on the forest floor. Ollie, sent 1302. I am not a booty call. Meetings must have some kind of food involved from now on.
kiss kiss. Gabe sent 13:15. Does breakfast count? Kiss. Ollie sent 13:16. Cheeky. I can't do tonight. Tomorrow? Kiss kiss. Gabe.
Shall we begin?
Derek asked. He and his assistant stood on one side of the examination table, Juliet and I on the other. Melanie's body lay under a beige sheet between us. Derek pressed the record button on a shiny dictaphone. An extra strong mint burned on my tongue. Strip lights bounced on the white wall and floor tiles, glinting off the metal instruments on a table to our right. No one could mistake the purpose of this room, but that wasn't why goose pimples were rising across my arms. I rolled my shoulders. Derek was one of the nicer pathologists. He was in his late 40s, with marks of smiles around his eyes. The lights reflected off the hairless brown dome of his head. Despite Juliet's predictions of doom as I'd driven over, he hadn't been too much of an arse when we'd signed in 2 minutes late. "We can't stay for the whole autopsy," Juliet announced. "We've got to dash for an interview with the suspect after the external examination." I tried not to sag too obviously with relief. I had no idea what Juliet was talking about. But I'd take any task over witnessing a complete investigation in this room. Derek sighed. "David and the rest of the forensic team can't be here either. You'll all have to depend on the recording and the photographs for the most part." He gestured at the young man hovering near the edge of the table, a clunky camera held in his hands. "Roland's earning his keep today." The blonde man blushed, but pressed his lips together in concentration when Derek spoke again. "There is a lot of damage to the body we'll have to sort through. Let's go from the top down." Without ceremony, he lifted the sheet away from Melanie's face. Juliet stilled, holding her breath for a beat before exhaling. A chemical smell overlaid any lingering scent of blood or decay. Roland's camera clicked. It wasn't as bad as I'd expected. Melanie's face was largely intact. The worst of the damage clogged with twigs and dirt. Only one part of her chin bone flashed through the meaty gore, bright against her dark brown skin. Removed from where she had been left for dead on the forest floor, I could see the similarities to the photos at Ida's flat. This was definitely Melanie Pert. I felt a twinge of sadness for Ida. She'd been racked with grief, but there would have been a kernel of hope that we'd gotten this all horribly wrong. The victim's face was mauled by an animal. Derek poked at the mangled flesh with a metal probe. "We believe this happened shortly after she died, due to the amount of blood in the wounds and the pattern of clotting. We'll send off samples to confirm." Would an Alsatian make sense? I focused on unmarked pieces of Melanie's face, while Derek placed cotton swabs and carefully moved sections of flesh into plastic bags. A patch above her artfully plucked brows was smooth. I don't know my dog breeds well enough to tell. Derek tilted his head to the side. "If you got me a picture of the jaw and teeth, I could guess. Once we find the animal, the vet will be able to say for certain." Great. I pulled out my notebook, lifting it higher than necessary to block out Melanie's face. "Do you have any idea how long the gap was between her dying and being found?" Juliet asked. "Could only have been 6 or 7 hours." Derek pulled the sheet further down Melanie's body. Hand tight around my pencil, I braced myself before looking. A modesty strip had been placed across Melanie's breasts, leaving the bullet holes in her torso visible. "Looks like the victim was shot 3 times from behind." Derek picked up a metal rod,
and worked it into the bullet wound closest to him. He did the same to the others, Roland's camera the only sound in the cool room. The bullets all went through, but one ruptured her stomach. The victim would have died quickly, perhaps even before she hit the ground. Small mercies. At least I could tell Ida that Melanie wouldn't have suffered for long. I pressed the mint hard into the roof of my mouth and repositioned my notepad as Derek pulled the sheet down to examine Melanie's genitals. Juliet's face was still, her eyes on Derek's hands. The victim had sex earlier in the day. Unprotected, it looks like. Derek pulled the sheet up, covering most of Melanie's torso. We'll take samples from the area for testing later. Right. I made a note to ask the boyfriend about that. If Melanie hadn't had sex with him, that gave him a clear motive for murder. Derek moved to the bottom of the table and lifted the sheet over Melanie's feet. The joints of her big toes jutted, like she'd worn too many pairs of heels while the bones were developing. Derek bunched the sheet up to expose her thighs. The bruising here is recent, presumably sustained during the chase. A ligament was torn. Derek moved a clean probe away from a deep purple stain on the inside of Melanie's right leg. These are less recent. He pointed at a patch of dull, circular bruises on her thighs. Looks like someone had been punching her. Could be self-inflicted, but these markings are consistent with a fist. It would have been difficult to punch herself hard enough from that angle. Ida was wrong then. Someone did want to hurt Melanie. They already were. Good work, Juliet said, as Derek laid the sheet over Melanie's body and pressed a button to stop the recording. Sorry we have to shoot off. He and Juliet moved away, dumping their gloves in a bin as they discussed when the full report would be ready. I shoved my notepad into my pocket, ignored by Roland as he clicked through the photos he'd taken. One of Melanie's hands had been left exposed. It was delicate, the joints slender. The palm was no doubt torn and bruised, but looking at the back of her hand, I could imagine a whole, undamaged body lay beneath the sheet. The only indication of anything wrong was one missing blue acrylic nail, snapped from her middle finger. "Gabe," Juliet called from over by the door. "You all right?" I pulled the sheet over Melanie's hand and hurried across the room. Derek walked back to the body, so didn't witness my fingers shaking as I tugged off my gloves and threw them in the bin. "I'm fine." I held the door open for Juliet. She swept through, her lips a thin line. She was right. I couldn't feel everything. A young woman had been murdered, and that was terribly sad. But I needed to focus if we were going to catch Melanie's killer, if I wanted to get the job done and successfully lead my first case, then I needed to toughen up and start asking harsh questions. Keith, sent 1446. Juliet, can you give me a call when you get this? We need to talk. Kiss. Juliet, sent 1511. I'm working. Keith, sent 1512. You can't drop your responsibilities because there's an interesting case. Keith, sent 1513. I can see you've read my message. Keith, sent 1513. You shouldn't ignore me, Juliet. Call connected at 1548. Hello? Hello, is that Ida? Yes. Who is this? It's Detective Sergeant Gabe Martin. Ida, we've met with the pathologist. I'm sorry to tell you, but we can now confirm that the body found on the Dunlow estate was Melanie. Oh, I'm truly sorry for your loss. You still don't think I should come to see her? It's not a good idea. If you say so. Would you like me to pass on your details to our bereavement services? No, I don't think so. We have specially trained officers who can liaise with you about the case.
I'd rather talk to you.
Well,
we are going to have a memorial. I know how these things work. I've seen it on TV. We won't be able to bury her for a while, but we want to do something.
It may take some time for her body to be released, at least until the initial stage of the investigation is over.
I thought as much. We are going to have a service at my church next week.
That's good.
I'd like it if you would come.
Oh, once you have everything decided, send me the details. I'll try to be there.
Thank you.
Is there anything else, Ida?
You'll catch him, the man who did this.
We're doing everything we can to bring the person who killed Melanie to justice.
Good.
We'll release a short statement to the press later, naming Melanie as the victim and appealing for witnesses.
Will it be in the papers?
It might be.
They got that poor little girl on the front today.
Yes. Ida, I'll be in touch if we have any news. Gabe. Jordan Haynes is in meeting room 2. Maddie popped her head into our office, her green fingernails gripping the doorframe. Her hair was tied into a bun on top of her head, but stray locks curled around her ears. Thanks, Maddie. Juliet locked her computer and stood. I shoved a last bit of a Mars into my mouth. Pictures of white Alsatians filled my screen. It wasn't a popular breed. If we couldn't find the dog, I'd have to contact a breeder and ask them to take a picture of their dog's teeth. An odd request, even from a detective. Are you happy to sit in? I asked, as we walked out into the open-plan office area. It's fine. Maddie's brown hair bounced with every step, despite her attempt to confine it. He was such a charming young man on the phone. I wouldn't want to miss the chance to meet him in person. Juliet laughed as I let them walk on ahead. The main part of our floor was much busier than it had been earlier in the day. A large picture of Crystal Barrett, the young girl found in the bin store, was stuck to the far wall. Her broad smile was punctuated by missing teeth, and her plaits were lopsided. Smaller pictures of her parents flanked her. They looked drab, ordinary, certainly not the kind of people you'd suspect of killing their own child. Only Juliet felt the need to decorate evidence walls with twine. Even if she wasn't in the minority, there wouldn't have been much wrapped around pins out here. Paul and his team had decided that one of the parents killed their daughter while the other looked on. Their main job was figuring out who the guiltiest party was. A gummy feeling of guilt clogged my insides. Maybe I could have been helpful if this case had been assigned to Juliet and me, offered another perspective before everyone piled blame onto the parents. Experiences I tried to lock away could have shed a different light. I shook myself. My involvement would have been a hindrance rather than an asset. Anything to do with kids was too close to home. I needed to focus on Melanie's murder, which was turning out to be far more difficult to unpick than any other case I'd worked on. We had too many suspects, far too few alibis, and no real evidence. Hopefully, Jordan would give us something concrete to work on. We took the lift down to the ground floor, Juliet tapping at her phone and Maddie fiddling with a loose button on her cardigan. I gripped my notebook. I'd shed my coat upstairs, leaving my standard jumper and chinos. I wished for the protective bulk. If needed, I was going to implement Juliet's advice to be harsher. That wouldn't be a comfortable experience. Layers would have hidden a multitude of nervous tics. The lift doors slid open, and we walked across the foyer. The front wall was made up entirely of glass. Normally, it looked out onto a sleepy side street far from the bustling docks and shopping centres. But today, a crowd milled on the pavement,
The press is lurking, Maddie murmured, as we averted our faces. They want to know more about what happened to the little girl. I wrinkled my nose, but smoothed my face to blankness as Juliet opened the meeting room door. The strong odour of cigarettes greeted us. The walls of the boxy space were painted an inoffensive cream, and the furniture was picked from a mass-order catalogue. Jordan slouched on a square sofa. Behind him, peeling posters warned against a life of drug-related crime. Jordan looked up as we entered, wearing a bored scowl. He had buzz-cut dark blonde hair, and his pale skin was littered with blemishes. Juliet and I sat on the sofa opposite him, while Maddie perched on a chair off to one side. Jordan's grey eyes darted between us under eyebrows with asymmetrically shaved chunks. He leant back, but his fists were clenched, the muscles of his arms tense under his off-white school shirt. Jordan, I'm Gabe Martin, and this is Juliet Stern. We're detectives leading the investigation into an incident on the Dunlow estate on Monday night. Maddie Campbell is here as a witness, as you're under 18. If you want to stop at any time or feel uncomfortable, please let us know. I flipped over to a clean page in my notepad. You are not under arrest or caution, but we think you may be able to help. I don't need her here. Jordan's voice was high, whiny like metal cutting metal. He jerked his head towards Maddie. I don't know why I'm here. I don't know anyone over there. Maddie widened her eyes. Since Jordan hadn't demanded she leave, I'd keep her in. If we had to lean on anything said here in court, Maddie would confirm we hadn't coerced or scared Jordan. Not that he would admit to such weakness. Still, we'd like to ask you a few questions. I rested my pencil on my pad. Can you please tell us about your relationship with Melanie Pert? Mel? Jordan looked between Juliet and me. What's this got to do with her? Could you answer the question? Juliet's tone was mild, but I could sense the tension building behind her seemingly kind eyes. I might think Jordan was doing his best impression of a hard man, but she'd think he was a little shit. Jordan looked ready to mutiny. His thin lips pressed together, and his partial eyebrows furrowed. But then he relaxed, his hands flexing on his knees. She's my girlfriend. Kind of. We've been together, on and off, for 2 years. Lately more off than on. Why's that? I asked. It might be too much to hope Jordan would spontaneously confess he'd beaten Melanie, but he might say something accidentally incriminating. She gets clingy, demanding stuff from me, but then she can't hang out for weeks. Jordan's pimple-lined jaw jutted. Her gran doesn't like me. We can't always hang out at mine, so we drive around in my mum's car, and Mel gets annoyed when we do that. Apparently, Melanie hadn't told her on-off boyfriend about how her parents died. Were you and Melanie sexually active? I asked. Those condoms could have been intended for Jordan, but his motive for murder increased if he was being refused sex or knew she was intimate with someone else. Yeah. Blood flooded Jordan's cheeks. He was a child running around in an almost man's body. When did you last see Melanie? I asked. I don't know. Jordan kicked his heel into the sofa. We met up Sunday night, and I think I saw her at college after that. She wasn't there today or yesterday. I texted and she ignored me. I made a note of that. What did you do on Sunday night? Argued. Jordan kicked the sofa again. What did you argue about? I asked. Stupid stuff. Did you have sex? Jordan glared at me. No. You said you saw Melanie at school on Monday. I moved on.
Juliet shifted beside me. I gripped my pencil, not sure if she was uncomfortable on the lumpy padding or if the movement meant something. Surely she didn't expect me to press harder for a full explanation of Jordan's argument with Melanie. That would alienate him, and he was just about cooperating as it was. "Yeah," he said. "She wouldn't talk to me." "What did you do Monday night after school and until the next morning?" I asked. "I dunno." Jordan scrunched up his face. "I went home, watched some TV. My dad was around, so I went up to my room." "Why did you go up to your room?" "I don't like hanging out with him." The corners of Jordan's mouth pulled down. "I like it when it's just me and Mum." "So you went up to your room?" I gestured for Jordan to carry on. "Yeah, I did some homework, went down for dinner but ate it in my room. I watched TV and fell asleep." "Can anyone confirm your whereabouts?" I asked. We didn't need another shaky alibi. "Mum and Dad were downstairs." Jordan sat up, planting his feet on the floor. He looked like a startled rodent, suddenly alert. "What's this to do with? Why are you asking for my whereabouts?" "Jordan." Juliet tilted her head to one side. "Did you ever hit Melanie?" I schooled my features to nothingness while Jordan's fell open like a book. Blood flooded his cheeks, his eyes narrowing as he gritted his teeth. "No." "Never?" Juliet poked. "No." Jordan ground the word out. Juliet sat back, her lips pursed. I wasn't sure what had made her jump in. Maybe she wanted to gauge Jordan's reaction before we told him what had happened to Melanie. And his reaction was telling. I'd bet he was the one hitting Melanie, or he had a good idea who was, and was protecting them for some reason. "Jordan," I laid my pencil on my notepad, "we invited you here because there was an incident on the Dunlow estate on Monday night. Melanie was involved." Jordan's face slackened. "Where is she? What do you mean an incident?" "I'm sorry to have to tell you this, but Melanie was shot and killed." Jordan's mouth fell open. Slowly, his fingers dug into the cheap fabric covering his thighs, his nails turning white. I leant forward. "Jordan, do you know anything about what happened? Is there anything you want to tell us?" His chin trembled, and his hands gripped harder. "Do you know who did it?" His voice raised in pitch as he fought tears. "We're in the process of an investigation." "So no, right?" He released his trousers and lifted an arm to hide his face in the crook of his elbow. "Guys lived there," he muttered thickly. "You said you didn't know anyone from the Dunlow estate," Juliet interjected. Jordan lowered his arm, exposing the dampness around his eyes. "I don't," he spat, "but I know there are guys living there. One of them goes to the Posho school. Mel was texting someone new. Whoever it was, he was stalking her, texting and calling her all the time." I picked up my notepad. "Any idea who this was?" "No, but it must have been someone from that fancy estate." Jordan sniffed. "Mel was scared. He wanted to meet up all the time. She thought he was a loser. She felt sorry for him, but he wouldn't let her go." "How long had this been going on for?" I asked. Jordan huffed, his breath shuddering. "I dunno. As long as me and Mel had been on the rocks, so a couple of months." I pressed my lips together, wondering how to ask my next question without antagonizing Jordan or causing any further distress. "Was Melanie having sex with anyone else?" Juliet asked. That was one way to do it. Jordan flicked his watery eyes towards her in a death glare. "No." His voice was at its lowest, verging on a growl. "She wouldn't dare." I glanced at Juliet. "I don't think we have anything else to ask today, Jordan, But would you mind coming in if we have any other questions? Jordan rubbed his knuckles across his eyes, the fight Juliet raised in him dissipating. What other questions? That stalker did it. We'll look into that, I said. He stood abruptly. We done here? Let me show you out. Maddie jumped up and held the door open. Jordan stormed out of the room. He was a tall young man, and one glance confirmed he wore big trainers. The once white fabric was murky with greens and browns. I leant into the low cushions of the sofa. Strange that a piece of furniture would have been designed to make users so uncomfortable. That was interesting, Juliet said. I rubbed my face. Why did you jump in to ask about whether he'd hit Mel, and about her having sex with someone else? You were building rapport with him, no matter how tenuous. As soon as you asked about either of those things, it would have broken down. So it wasn't that Juliet wanted me to be harsher with every suspect, or at least not right now. I had to learn when to strike. I flipped my notepad shut. I had more pressing things to think about than my career progression. He seemed genuinely shocked when I told him Melanie's dead. Juliet hummed. We've got another suspect with no real alibi, but we might have a motive. He was definitely jealous, even if he didn't know who of. I don't believe he didn't hit Melanie. Who else would have been doing it? This mysterious stalker, Juliet stood up. Do you think Jordan killed her? I rose to my feet. No. I didn't think the crying young man who'd sat across from us was able to fake his emotions so completely. Despite his anger and his swagger, I couldn't picture him shooting his girlfriend 3 times and leaving her for dead, no matter how jealous he'd been. Maybe Jordan was right, and someone had scared Melanie. What if they were also hitting her? Jordan might be an innocent bystander, no matter how much he looked and tried to act the part of something darker. From Dean Ashmore. dean.ashmore@staugustus.sch.uk. To Juliet Stern. juliet.stern@mit.gov.uk. Date 11th of October, 1639. Subject, Leonard Dunlow. Dear Juliet, let me first say that I do hope Leonard is all right. He's at a critical point in his studies, and it would be such a shame for his attention to be affected. In relation to your questions, Leonard is a wonderful student. I teach him music, in addition to being his form tutor, and he's an incredibly hard-working and courteous young man. The only after-school club he engages in is orchestra, where he plays piano. He's well liked by his peers, if sometimes a tad quiet. I haven't noticed any recent changes in his behaviour. His father is a valued parent governor. I don't know the man well. At parent conferences, he has been pleased with Leonard's progress. He's quite demanding of his son, but no more so than any other parent. I didn't teach here when Terence attended, but I've asked the other teachers and they remember him as an outgoing and dedicated student. Let me know if you need any more details. Dean Ashmore. Published 11th of October, police.uk. Dunlow Estate victim identified. Detectives investigating the shooting on the Dunlow Estate in the New Forest on the night of Monday, 9th of October, have formally identified the victim as 17-year-old Melanie Pert. They continue to appeal for witnesses and information. 2 shares, no comments. Be the first to make a comment. Published 11th of October, police.uk. Northwood housing estate victim identified. Detectives investigating the murder on the Northwood housing estate in Southampton on the morning of Tuesday, the 10th of October, have formally identified the victim as 7-year-old Crystal Barrett. They continue to appeal for witnesses and information. 128 shares, 78 comments. Call connected at 16:52. What? Why on earth are you calling me? You know why. I need my money. I'll get it to you. When? I don't know yet. In case you haven't noticed, there's a murder investigation happening. I can't do anything suspicious right now. I need that money. I want out of... Shit. Dad's home. Don't call me again.
Gabe. We'll get reports on Melanie's phone tomorrow, Juliet said. Should be able to take a look at her purse as well. Good. I jumped up from my desk. Since the interview with Jordan, I'd been full of restless energy. We had another suspect, but were no nearer to finding any answers. Let's talk through what we've got so far. The wall was decorated with more evidence. Pictures from the pathologist's full post-mortem were tacked up, along with photos the forensic team had taken in the forest. Quotes from interviews, copied from my notebook, were scattered under suspects' pictures. Juliet spun her chair around and steepled her fingers under her chin. I always love a run-through. Jordan has to be a suspect, despite his tearful reaction. But I'm more concerned about someone else. I pointed at Leo's picture. He was in school uniform, his hair gelled back from his face. It made his chunky glasses the most prominent feature. I'd like to have another chat with Leo. There's something he wasn't telling us, and he's clearly this my lion Melanie was seeing. Clearly. I frowned at Juliet. What am I missing? Juliet twisted in her chair, and her fingers raced across her keyboard. Leo is the most obvious candidate for my lion, but we have to keep someone else in the frame. She turned her monitor to show me a picture of Carl. This one was more recent than the photo tacked to the wall. His hair tangled in a wild halo around his face. Remind you of anything? Juliet asked. I deflated. One thing I'd been reasonably certain of was the identity of Melanie's secret admirer. I thought you liked Carl. Juliet rolled her eyes and pushed her monitor back into place. I didn't say that. I said he seemed pleasant. And even if I did like him, I'd never let that stop me from pursuing every line of inquiry. That was what we had to do. Whether I was inclined to consider Carl a suspect or not, he had no alibi, a tragically violent past, and he could have been in contact with Melanie. I was suspicious of Leo, but the simplest explanation wasn't always the right one. I had a tendency towards trusting my gut. It didn't cause me to do a bad job, but it affected my priorities when investigating a case. Juliet was much more clinical. Right, okay. I grabbed a pad of post-its from my desk. We need to talk to Leo, and let's add another chat with Carl into the mix. And there are some key questions we need to answer. I wrote them out on individual post-its and stuck them to the wall. Who is my lion? Who did Melanie have sex with? Where is the dog? Where is the gun? Missing persons, Justin and Sonia Barrett. Police are appealing for any information regarding the disappearance of Justin and Sonia Barrett on the 10th of October. If you saw Justin or Sonia after this date, please call your local police station and quote case number 100-98756. Justin is approximately 5'11" tall, 34 years old. He was last seen wearing a dark blue hoodie and torn jeans. Sonia is approximately 5'7" tall, 29 years old. She was last seen wearing a grey jumper and black leggings. Both were last sighted on the Northwood housing estate in Southampton. Police ask that members of the public do not approach Justin or Sonia. Call connected at 1710. Detective Inspector Juliet Stern. Hi, this is Carl from the Dunlow estate. You gave me your card. Hi, Carl, how can I help you? I think you should come here. I found the dog.
Have you kept it contained from the others?
No need, it's dead.
I see. We'll be there soon. Gabe. It's over here. Carl walked ahead of us, my car disappearing behind trees as we trekked deeper into the forest. I talked to the forensic team after I called. They were packing up, but I caught them before they left.
That's great, I said. It was much easier to get them to look at something while they were still in situ. Thank you. How did you find the dog? Juliet asked. Even in knee-high boots, she easily kept pace with Carl. The light was fading, so we used the torches on our phones to find our way. Carl walked confidently through the gloom.
I was out with Monty and Delilah, he said. Monty started whining at something off the path, so I went over to have a look. Someone tried to bury it.
Carl seemed unbothered by discovering 2 bodies in the forest where he walked every day. That could be indicative of guilt, or a chronic lack of it.
Did you move anything?
Juliet asked.
Yeah.
Carl stuck his hands in his coat pockets.
I couldn't tell what it was until I moved some of the stuff. Could have been a dead badger. We've had those before.
It's fine, I reassured him. Juliet raised her eyebrows at me. It wasn't ideal, since we would have trouble telling if any of Carl's DNA on the dog was from uncovering it or killing it. But that couldn't be helped. Just tell the forensic team exactly what you moved, and they'll take that into account, Juliet said.
I already have, Carl trudged on. But like I told them, if it's DNA you're worried about, mine would have been all over the dog anyway, so would Mr. Dunlow's, Leo's too.
Juliet turned to me again, her eyebrows even higher. I wasn't sure what she was communicating. Carl seemed incredibly upfront. He might have been cagey before, but I chalked that up to unwillingness to talk about his past. I didn't think he'd told us the issues with DNA because he was protesting his innocence. He had much simpler ways of ensuring he wouldn't be considered a killer. Namely, not calling in either body and letting them rot out here. Juliet slowed, drawing back from Carl. David is working this case. I grimaced. I'll take the lead here as well? Yes, please. David Rees was remarkably good at his job. He was also an arsehole, a stickler for the rules. He'd never gotten on with Juliet. Things had only deteriorated between them after he asked her out and she'd rejected him. None too kindly, if witnesses were to be believed. A forensic tent had already been placed over the dog's body, along with floodlights. A generator whirred between trees. Juliet's jaw tightened before she stepped inside the tent. I nodded at Carl, then followed her, letting the fabric fall shut behind me. David? I plastered a smile on my face. He straightened up.
Son! Martin, you were quick.
The use of our surnames jarred. Angela hadn't banned them when she became superintendent, but had made her distaste clear. We weren't part of some old boys' club anymore, and should cast off the throwbacks we'd carried from when the force was. David got away with it because the forensics team worked on a strange, slightly separate plane. His ginger hair was tucked into a white bodysuit, the only part of him visible the circle of his face. His angular nose was sprinkled with freckles. He was about Juliet's height, so towered over me, a fact he might have taken more pleasure in if he noticed anyone other than Juliet whenever she was nearby. A mound of twigs and leaves lay at his feet. Some of the covering had been cleared, presumably by Carl. Whitish fur poked through brown leaves, discoloured and matted. I pulled my notebook out of my pocket. What can you tell us?
Dead dog, probably the one involved in the attack.
Whenever David looked away from the mound, his blue eyes weren't on me.
Can't tell you much until we bag the debris, but looks like it's been dead for a couple of days. May have been killed the same night as the girl.
How did it die? I leant forward to peer at the exposed parts of the animal.
You can see here.
David crouched to point one gloved finger at an area of cleared leaves. "The fur is stuck together. We think that's a gunshot wound." Brown leaves were caked around the furry body. I couldn't tell what was going on underneath, but I trusted David's expertise. "You okay to work on this tonight?" I slipped my notebook into my pocket. "Sure." David stood, staring at Juliet. "Not like we have anyone waiting at home, right?" Juliet's face stilled, and she led the way out of the tent. I followed, not bothering to say goodbye. It wasn't like David would have paid attention anyway. About a year ago, a rumor had circulated that Juliet's husband had left her, so David decided she was fair game. He couldn't comprehend that she might not want anything to do with him, whether or not she was single. He definitely didn't believe that she and her husband were still together, but her husband had moved their daughters out of the city and into a rambling farmhouse near Eastleigh. Juliet visited them at the weekends when she could. This happened before I moved here. Maddie filled me in on the personal histories of our colleagues. We didn't think of it as gossip, more essential sharing of information. I was especially grateful when it came to Juliet. It wasn't like she would volunteer any information about her personal life. "Odious man," Juliet said, once we were far enough away from the tent. "You okay?" I checked. Carl lurked at the edge of the glow cast by the floodlights. He braced his shoulder against a tree while he talked to Leo and another man so strikingly similar in appearance that there was no question of who he was. "It's fine," Juliet said. "Let's see what Leo has to say for himself." I accepted her dismissal. Juliet was more than capable of shaking off an unpleasant encounter and getting on with her job. We'd been presented with an ideal opportunity to speak to Leo without his father present. She wouldn't want to miss that, even if David's jibe about her lonely home life stung. "Gentlemen," I said when we reached the group. An older, slicker version of Leo smiled at us in a way that probably worked wonders on a lot of the women he encountered. If Terence had the same sight issues as his brother, then he wore contacts rather than allow glasses to partially obscure his face or deep brown eyes. His hair was styled into sculpted waves, the same auburn brown as his brother's. Leo hovered beside him, his head down. Carl pushed away from the tree. "You got everything you need? I can walk you to your car. Terence Dunlow." He walked around the groundskeeper and extended his hand. His grip was firm, his palm smooth. "Carl tells me you're the detectives on this case?" Carl glowered behind the older brother. I nodded, tucking my hand in my pocket and wiping it on the inner lining. Terence's hand wasn't slimy, but I couldn't help the uncomfortable sensation his touch provoked. It was the same with all men of his ilk. It bothered me that not a single callus had formed on his hands. He'd likely never done an honest day's work in his life. "I'm Detective Sergeant Gabe Martin. This is Detective Inspector Juliet Stern." "Dreadful this happened here." Terence looked past us to the hastily erected tent. "Must have been a terrible shock for you, Carl, finding both bodies." The statement was cloaked in concern, but Terence's eyes were hard. The groundskeeper didn't bother to wipe the dislike from his face, but jerked his head once in affirmation. "I'll let you get on." One more fake smile aimed at us, and Terence turned to walk away. Like a tarnished mirror image, Leo moved with him. "Leo?" I called out, before they could go too far. He lifted his head for the first time. His glasses were wide, shiny points of reflected light. "Can I check? Are you sure you didn't know Melanie Pert?" Leo blanched. Before he could answer, his brother's hand clapped onto his shoulder. Terence wasn't smiling anymore. Leo swallowed, looking at the ground again. "No, I didn't know her." "Only her boyfriend, Jordan Haynes, seems to think someone here knew her," I pushed. "He thinks someone was obsessed with her. In the corner of my eye, Carl shifted his weight from one booted foot to the other. I hoped Juliet was keeping a close watch over him and could tell me whether that movement was prompted by impatience or interest. "It wasn't me," Leo said. "I didn't know her." "Is that all?" Terence didn't wait for a reply before steering Leo towards the house. I assumed. It was impossible to tell what direction they were headed in the dark, crowded by countless trees. I turned to Carl. "Do you mind showing us to our car?" I only had a second to wonder if he looked wary before he loped along the path. "Good work," Juliet murmured as we followed. "That's what pushing looks like." She tipped her head at Carl, just visible in the darkness outside of our torch beams. "You all right to do that to him too?" "Yeah." Pressing into Leo hadn't been too bad, but the difference between him and Carl was vast. I believed Leo was hiding something, and I wanted to irk his entitled older brother, whereas Carl was protecting himself. It would be a lot more uncomfortable poking into the parts of his life he didn't want to speak about. An unspoken code existed between survivors of horrific things. We didn't go delving into each other's business without invitation. But Carl wasn't someone I'd met at a pub or support group. He was a suspect in a murder case. That overrode any squeamishness about prodding around in his past. "Is that everything?" Carl asked, once our car came into view, parked alongside his cottage. Loud yips and barks sounded from the barn. "I've not fed the dogs yet, so I need to head off." "Just one thing." I kept my expression neutral, scrunching the silky fabric inside my pocket between my fingers. "Why didn't you tell us about your parents?" It was like I'd blasphemed in front of a nun. Carl's head jerked back, his expression clouding. "Who told you about that?" "It's all on record," Juliet jumped in when I waited a beat too long to answer. "Why didn't you tell us about them?" "Because it has nothing to do with this." Carl's hand shook so violently as he pulled his phone out of his coat pocket that it was a miracle he didn't drop it. "Look, I've helped you out, but now I have to get on with my job." He turned and strode away, his face lit by his phone. I walked over to the car, my stomach clenching with guilt. Juliet climbed into the passenger seat. That went well. I turned the key in the ignition and pulled on my seatbelt to avoid looking right at her. "Leo is a lying cretin. I think we can agree." Juliet's face was lit in the same way as Carl's. "But Carl is a mystery. Was he pissed we'd uncovered the secret about his parents? Or is he hiding something else and he doesn't want us finding more ammunition against him?" She didn't seem bothered by my silence as we drove out of the estate and onto a narrow country lane. I drove slowly, wary of wild creatures leaping in the way. Juliet didn't have the same experiences as me, so there was no way she could correctly interpret Carl's reaction when we'd slung his past at him like muck. He hadn't been pissed. He'd been afraid. Suddenly confronted with something he tried so hard to remove himself from, probably even rarely thought of. We'd returned him to the moment his dad swung the golf club and his world dissolved into screaming pain. Juliet couldn't see any of that, because she hadn't lived through something traumatic and life-altering. But I could. I would bet anything that if someone who lived on the Dunlow estate had hounded Melanie and led her to her death, then it was one of the owners, not Carl. Unknown number, sent 1842. "I'm not fucking around anymore. Give me the money, or I'll tell your daddy what you've been doing." From Juliet Stern, juliet.stern@mit.gov.uk, to Ryan White, ryan.white@hmps.plo.gov.uk. CC Gabriella Martin, gabriella.martin@mit.gov.uk. Date 11th of October, 1910. Subject: legal visit. Hello, Ryan. I would like to arrange a legal visit with one of your inmates, Matthew Biss, prisoner number A2244WN, as a matter of urgency. He will inform our understanding of the childhood and violent history of a key suspect in an ongoing murder investigation. Thank you for your cooperation. Detective Inspector Juliet Stern.
Gabe. Going to the pub was a mistake. I sat squeezed on the middle of a long bench, surrounded by junior officers and admin staff, all young, all female. They'd let their hair down from tight buns, and by the time I'd arrived, were all on their second or third glass of wine. I'd ordered a small one. Down to the dregs, I was looking for a natural opportunity to leave. I squirmed, hot thighs pressing alongside mine. It wasn't that I considered these women below me, but I didn't fit in. I didn't switch off easily. My aim wasn't to be alone, but my inability to speak openly about myself eventually drove most people away. My association with Juliet didn't help. I had a standing invitation to the pub Paul and the others on our floor moored in at most Friday nights, but I'd clocked the way conversations stumbled around me. Juliet was the butt of too many jokes. They couldn't be sure where my allegiances lay. Invitations out were too infrequent to be sneered at. This night was a bust, but next time I might meet people who I could form friendships with, of a sort. I took a sip of my dwindling wine, conversation about children and partners soaring around me. Maddie sat at one end of the table, swilling her glass. The last time I'd seen her this subdued was after her ex-girlfriend tried to storm the station and had to be escorted off the premises. Another? Alice leant across the table, her straight black hair grazing her shoulders. She was a lot more confident than when we'd met in the forest. After thanking me over and over for being so kind, she'd sat me down between two of our colleagues and promptly dominated conversations around the table. I can't stay long. I laid the groundwork for a premature exit. Everyone else had settled in for the long haul, their shiny faces from the moist air inside the pub. They'd strewn their coats over the benches in a mismatched jumble. I'd kept mine on. Before you go, you have to tell me something. Alice rested her elbows on the table and cradled her wineglass in both hands. They were small, like mine. In another situation, I would have asked how hard she had to work to get her colleagues to take her seriously as a petite woman. I've heard some strange things about Detective Stern around the station. We don't need to talk about that, Maddie piped up, her face turning pink. Alice waved a hand at her. This one wouldn't tell us anything, but you work with Julia every day. You know what she's really like. Maddie stared down at her drink. I wished I could communicate how proud I was that she'd withstood the doubtless onslaught of questions about Juliet from Alice and her cronies. Apparently, we didn't gossip together. She actually was only sharing what she knew to help me do a good job. I heard she keeps clothes in her desk, one of the other women piled on. We'd been introduced, but I'd been too concerned her boobs would break free of her glittering top as she lunged forward to shake my hand that I'd not retained her name. Heard she barely goes home, works non-stop, even when she doesn't have a case. That might have been true before I arrived. Juliet had seemed bemused when I'd insisted, a couple of weeks after I'd started working with her, that we leave the office together each night. I ended up working longer hours, waiting for her to check one last detail, but I made sure she went home with at least enough hours left in the day to get a decent night's sleep before she returned to the station outrageously early the next morning. What does she have to go home for? Alice crowed.
Do you know, it took her 3 days to even notice her husband had left her. He took the kids too. This was why I'd been invited out. Not because Alice wanted to thank me or to be friendly, but because she wanted to know the truth about Juliet. That made me feel less guilty about making a swift exit. Juliet would be utterly confused by the amount of attention she elicited around the station. She was interested in colleagues only so long as they had something to contribute to a case. I counted it as her making an extra special effort any time she inquired about my plans for the weekend. I necked the rest of my wine and slid the glass to the middle of the table. I've worked with Juliet for about 8 months now. There can't be many rumours I haven't heard about her, but I can assure you, few of them are true. Pressing my hands on the table and trying not to kick anyone, I made my awkward dismount off the bench. Alice's smile curdled until I added, "Let me get another round in before I go." I ordered a couple of bottles of wine at the bar. There was a cheer as I brought them to the table. Some half-hearted attempts from Alice to get me to stay, during which I avoided looking at Maddie, and then I was free. I pushed through the pub doors and breathed in the chill night air. I didn't consider myself a good actor or liar, but I'd gotten adept at denying accusations thrown at me about Juliet. A lot of the rumours were based on truth, but I couldn't see why that was anyone's business. I wasn't about to use her secrets to curry favour. There was no doubt in my mind that Juliet had more than one change of clothing squirreled away in our office. Some nights, there was no budging her, and she would work on cold cases rather than go home to her lonely flat. There were more Mondays I saw evidence of her working through the weekend than not. Drizzle blasted me as I turned a corner. The bus was already at the stop. I jogged over to board at the back of the queue, then sat down and watched rivulets of water snake across the glass as the rain picked up. I'd left my car at the station, optimistic I might be over the limit when I left the pub. Some rumours I could neither confirm nor deny. I'd never asked Juliet what had happened when her husband moved out of the city. It could have been planned, or she could have walked into her home and found her family gone. I wrapped my coat tighter around me. I liked solving puzzles, but I'd resigned myself to Juliet being a mystery I would never get to the bottom of. I could protect her from gossips and make sure she went home at a reasonable hour. I couldn't control what she did at home or make her talk to me about her personal life. I had to trust she was an adult and would ask for help if she needed it. Time and time again, I'd made it clear I was willing to lend a listening ear. Still, as the bus trundled along busy streets and other passengers murmured sleepily, I worried for Juliet. There had to be something going on for her to be so averse to spending time with her husband and children. Call connected at 20:51. Hello? Hi, Mum. It's not too late, is it? Gabriella, my darling, it's never too late to talk to you. I won't keep you long, just fancied a chat. I don't mind, love. How are you? Good. I'm working on a new case. Oh, is it that poor little girl? I cried when I read about it. No, it's not that one. Well, probably for the best. How about you? What have you been up to? Oh, you know, busy. Always busy. There's a new food bank at church I've been helping with. I drive around and give out the boxes. They're always ever so grateful. Poor mites. That's good. How about Dad? Oh, he's fine. Busy at the allotment, bringing home wonderful veggies. He's still not talking to me. He'll get there. You know how stubborn he is. It makes no sense. He wouldn't talk to me because I moved away. Where's the logic in that? You think I don't know that, love? Sorry, I shouldn't have a go at you. It's all right, I know it's hard, but he'll come round. Yeah. Do you think you'll come home for a visit anytime soon? Maybe. It's really full on at work at the moment. I understand. We're always here. Yeah, I've got to go. Sleep well, darling. You too, Mum. Love you.
I love you. Gabe, sent 2146. I'm looking forward to seeing you tomorrow. Kiss. Ollie, sent 2147. You too. I expect something special in the morning if you keep me waiting again. Kiss, kiss, kiss. Gabe, sent 2149. Full English it is. Kiss. Ollie, sent 2150. That's not exactly what I had in mind, but it'll do. Kiss, kiss, kiss. Gabe, sent 2153. I'll try not to be too late at work, but I don't have much control over it. Kiss. Ollie, sent 2157. It's fine. I'm free tomorrow evening. I hope it doesn't sound desperate or anything, but you're worth the wait. Kiss. Gabe, sent 2159. Not desperate, but I'll try not to keep you waiting too long. Kiss, kiss. Day 3. Thursday, the 12th of October. Gabe. I walked into our office, 2 coffees balanced around the fingers of one hand and an evidence bag clutched in the other. Juliet jumped up and grabbed one of the mugs. Today, she'd paired grey trousers with a cream blouse. Her nails were painted a smooth navy. I went to see Maddie first thing. She had this waiting. There was no need to explain why it was so important I sought out our assistant this morning. I'd known Maddie would need convincing I wasn't going to shun her because of Alice's tactless pursuit of the truth. She's a doll. Juliet plonked her coffee on her desk. Brown droplets dribbled down the side while she rummaged in one of her drawers. She emerged with a pair of plastic gloves that she threw across our desks. I'll let you play with that. The report on Melanie's phone has come in as well. Before I sat down, I stuck a silver star where the dog had been found on the aerial map of the Dunlow estate, not too far from where Melanie died, and in the direction the forensics team had already established the killer walked after shooting, seemingly towards nothing. There was only a Bronze Age burial ground across the road. Despite answering one of my pressing questions, finding the dog's body hadn't confirmed or denied anything. I pulled the post-it off the wall, then dumped my bag, coat and coffee on my desk and chair. Always scruffy next to Juliet, I tugged at my jumper sleeves and ran a hand through my wind-tousled hair. Slipping on the gloves, I pulled Melanie's purse out of the evidence bag. No marks on the purple fabric, even though its owner had sustained such damage. I flipped open the popper and eased the sections apart. The passcode worked, Juliet said, tapping at her keyboard. Good. Internally, I air-punched. Without access to Melanie's phone, this case would be even harder. I extracted an array of loyalty cards from the purse. Boots, Waterstones, Superdrug, the Body Shop. Melanie's library card was battered, but her debit card untouched. I unzipped the change compartment and let coins fall into my palm. Among the dented pounds was a button. I turned it between my finger and thumb. Think this is important? It was large and green, probably from a coat. I looked over at a picture of Melanie taken in the forest. Her thick coat was pink, fastened with a zip. Could be something. Juliet's eyes didn't leave her computer screen. Or could be a nice button she found. Maybe one of our suspects had a coat that was missing a button. I put it down beside the coins and made a note. A tiny thing to build a case on, but we'd gotten nowhere so far. I'd take any speck of evidence I could get. Turning the purse on its side, I checked the long slot for notes and receipts. My fingertips caught on a slip of paper. I laid it flat on my desk. I've got a bus ticket. I squinted at the faded blue writing. Melanie got on a bus near her home at about 7:30, which means she was probably on the estate from about 8 p.m. That works perfectly with the timeline I'm establishing here. Juliet beckoned me over to her desk. Take a look at these messages from my lion. A transcript of text messages found on Melanie Pert's mobile phone. Thread 1, 8th of October. Jordan Haynes, 16:04. You coming over tonight? Dad is out. Kiss, kiss, kiss. Melanie Pert, 16:08. I told you I'm not hanging out with you anymore. We're done. Jordan Haynes, 16:09. It's over when I say it is. Jordan Haynes, 18:37. Don't ignore me, bitch. Thread 2, 9th of October. Jordan Haynes, 8:02. Sorry, I didn't mean it. Don't give up on me, babe. Kiss, kiss, kiss. Melanie Pert, 10:35. Leave me alone. Jordan Haynes, 13:14. Maybe I did mean it then, you fucking bitch. Jordan Haynes, 13:15. I see you walking around school. You think you're something special. Jordan Haynes, 13:17. You're nothing without me. Thread 3, 10th of October. Jordan Haynes, 10:30. Babe, where you at? Kiss, kiss, kiss. Jordan Haynes, 19:34. I didn't see you at school. Where you at? Please don't avoid me. I promise I'll do better. Kiss, kiss, kiss. Thread 4, 9th of October. Melanie Pert, 17:13. Can I come see you later? Kiss. My Lion, 17:14. Today? Kiss. Melanie Pert, 17:14. Yeah, I need to see you. Kiss. Melanie Pert, 17:16. Please. Kiss. My Lion, 17:17. Get the number 36 bus to the stop opposite the entrance to Black Hill Farm. Do you know it? Kiss. Melanie Pert, 17:18. Yeah. Kiss. My Lion, 17:19. Wait there. I'll come find you. Kiss. Melanie Pert, 19:33. I'm on the bus now. Kiss. My Lion, 19:34. I can't wait to see you. Kiss. Thread 5, 10th of October. My Lion, 18:04. Mel, I need you to message me. I don't care what you said. Are you all right? I have to know you're okay. Kiss, kiss. Thread 6, 11th of October. My Lion, 8:02. Mel, please don't ignore me. I'm scared. Kiss. Gabe. Morning, I said as I walked into the break room. Paul looked up, his hands braced on the countertop. His greying black hair was muzzed on one side, like he'd been pulling at the thick strands. His stick leant on the countertop beside him. He'd been injured years ago in a hostage situation and had used a walking aid ever since. Is it morning still? He asked, his deep voice flat. I looked at my watch. Just about. He went back to staring at the red light on the toaster. I reached around him to get coffee from the top cupboard. I spooned it out into mine and Juliet's mugs, added sugar to mine, and flicked on the kettle. Its gentle hissing filled the cramped room, comprised of a kitchenette and 2 ratty sofas. Paul hadn't moved. How's the case going? Asking went against every inclination inside of me screaming that I should keep my distance, but I would have asked about any other case. Paul swiveled his head to squint at me, then resumed his toaster vigil. The always purple skin around his eyes looked almost bruised. It's clear cut. All the evidence is there. Just got to bloody find them. I wrinkled my nose at the smell of burning toast. The slices jumped up, blackened and smoking. Paul dropped them onto his plate. The press is going to have a field day. Paul's lack of tolerance for the media was almost as legendary around the station as Juliet's icy bitch status.
But he wasn't wrong. Journalists would leap on a high-priority murder investigation, losing its perpetrators. Thank God our case came through first. The kettle clicked off, and I poured steaming water into the mugs. I don't envy you spending your days dealing with the press and trawling through CCTV of warehouses. Paul dropped his knife, which landed with a clatter beside his toast. You all right? I asked. He couldn't claim I was taking an unhealthy interest in his case. Anyone with eyes had heard the basic facts about Crystal's parents. Her father was a lorry driver, so would have insider knowledge of many industrial complexes. Paul shook his head, picking up the sticky knife. Fine. Just had a thought. His face brightened. You might not have to deal with the press, but I took a gander at that mad wall of Juliet's after you two left last night. You've got too many suspects and no leads. We didn't then. I poured milk into my coffee. We have now. Paul scraped more jam over his charred slabs. I should have known. You're far too chipper for someone with nothing to go on. I picked up the mugs. Have a good day now. Yeah, you too. Paul waved me out of the room. Let's arrange dinner soon. You can entertain the monsters for a night. My tentative friendship with Paul was one of the most unlikely things to survive my move here. We'd met when he'd worked up in North London. He'd always taken the time to talk to uniformed officers, was unfailingly courteous and patient. He paid more attention to me once it became clear I thought about scenes differently to others at my pay grade. When I'd needed encouragement to attempt the detective exam, he cheered me on. He moved down here a year before me, probably envisioned me becoming his protege when I followed. But he'd been allocated someone else to work with before I arrived. Despite his animosity towards Juliet, my working with her hadn't affected our cheerful banter or the occasional meals he invited me to, his home cozy with the shouts of his sons and his wife's gentle questions. I walked across the open-plan floor towards mine and Juliet's office, trying and failing to ignore the oversized picture of Crystal, bracketed on either side by her missing parents. I fought off a shiver. If there was one person I trusted to bring a child's murderers to justice, it was Paul. I hadn't lied to him. We'd found something that could help us find Melanie's killer. Alongside the incriminating texts from my lion, the IT team had uncovered pictures of Melanie's legs. They showed a history of abuse, her brown skin mottled with changing patterns of bruises. We might not know all the answers, but the evidence from Melanie's phone had brought us a step closer. Someone had been hurting her in the months before she died, and someone had encouraged her onto the Dunlow estate the night she was murdered. I've got something else, Juliet said as I walked into our office. I placed both coffees on her desk and sat next to her. Since she'd called me over to look at the IT report, we'd been working side by side. Juliet clicked her mouse and a photo filled her computer screen. It was different to the tearful selfies interspersing the records of beatings. Melanie was laughing. That was clear, even though she held up her hands to cover her face. The photographer's arm was in shot, reaching towards her. Their sleeve was blue. I looked at the wall of evidence. Leo smiled in his school uniform, a navy blazer squared off his shoulders. Exactly, Juliet said. Now listen to this. The IT team had also sent over several voice recordings. Juliet clicked on the last in a short list. Static filled the air. Then the tinny sound of someone playing the piano. After a sharp inhale, a voice joined in. I closed my eyes as Melanie sang a verse and chorus of Amazing Grace, her breathing heavy after each line. There was something different about hearing voices from beyond the grave. pictures were static. I struggled with the wealth of video and sound evidence victims left behind. It made them so much more real. Another verse, and the singing faltered. The piano stopped. What do you think? It was good. Really good. The recording ended. I opened my eyes. Juliet propped her elbows on the table, her coffee steaming into her face. That was Leo's voice, right? My phone vibrated and I thumbed at it. That's the tech team. My lion's phone number is registered to Timothy Dunlow. Looks like you might be right about my lion. I don't see Dunlow giving Carl a phone. I grabbed my mug and took a sip, hiding the smile rising on my face. In such a complex case, if I could be the one to make mental leaps and find the killer first, that had to equate to a job well done. Melanie would be able to rest peacefully and her loved ones move on, knowing her murderer had been brought to justice. Both Leo and Jordan have lied to us. I set down my drink. We need to talk to them again. From Paul Willis. paul.willis@mit.gov.uk to Ellis Tow. ellis.tow@police.gov.uk. Date 12th of October, 11:53. Subject, Operation Toucan, CCTV. Ellis, this is your next assignment. We have hours and hours of CCTV footage from different industrial complexes for you to look through. Any sign of someone who looks like Justin or Sonia Barrett coming or going from any of the warehouses, flag it to me. You said you're keen to take the detective exam soon, and this is a good taste of the kind of work you'll be doing if you pass. There's not much running around to catch bad guys, and a lot of staring at a computer screen, trying to spot tiny mistakes. Enjoy, Paul. Unknown number, sent 11:58. Do you want me to fuck up your life? Forget about your daddy. How about I tell the police you're a liar? Don't keep me waiting. Gabe. We watched from the car as Jordan kicked a stone along the pavement, a half-smoked cigarette smouldering between his fingers. His school shirt was untucked, and his tie hung loose. He tossed away the cigarette before letting himself into a narrow terraced house. The street was tidy but shabby, flowers planted in short front gardens counteracted by scuffed wheelie bins dotted in others. We'd decided to question Jordan first because the college he attended let out earlier than Leo's private school and he lived closer to the station. There was also a chance Jordan would confess he'd murdered Melanie in a fit of rage after finding out she was seeing someone else, rendering an urgent interview with Leo unnecessary. Shall I take the lead? Juliet spun her phone on her knee. This is in no way a reflection of how you've been working, but I have a feeling a brisker approach may be more effective with our young friend. Your softly will work better with Leo. I wasn't sure how I felt about this suggestion. Jordan probably would respond better to Juliet and Leo to me, and I wasn't disappointed at losing the chance to practice harsher interrogation techniques. Still, I would have liked to have been the one to prompt the change. An important part of leading is knowing when to delegate, I said. Juliet grinned and slid her phone into her pocket. I shall allow you to delegate this to me, then. We climbed out of the car and walked towards Jordan's house. I relished being out in the cool air after minutes of waiting in the car, despite the rotting smell from bin bags piled under a nearby tree. A patch of overgrown grass separated Jordan's house from the road. Juliet led the way over uneven paving stones and rapped on the plastic front door. It didn't take long for a blurry silhouette to appear behind a pane of misted glass. A thin woman opened the door, her collarbones jutting above the hem of a faded orange jumper. Her hair was a similar dirty blonde as Jordan's, pulled into a tight ponytail. She had the same feral air as him, a rat trapped in a cage who would take any chance to run. "Hello, I'm Detective Inspector Juliet Stern, and this is Detective Sergeant Gabe Martin. Is Jordan in? We need to ask him a few questions about the murder of Melanie Pert." The woman's eyes widened, darting to the row of houses behind us. This might not be as well-to-do as the suburb I was renting in, but apparently the neighbours were every bit as nosy. She ushered Juliet and me inside. "I'm his mum." She led us through to a cramped living room. "I know that makes me biased, but Jordan's a good boy. He might not get the best grades or be the most well-behaved in lessons, but he wouldn't have hurt Mel. He was nuts for her." Juliet pulled off her coat and folded it over the arm of a faux leather sofa that spanned the length of one wall. "If we could talk to Jordan." His mum dithered but left the room. Juliet settled herself on one side of the sofa and I took the other, the inner workings complaining as it took our weight. Glass doors led out onto an overlooked garden, which was as neglected as the patch of grass at the front of the house. Juliet examined the remote on the scratched coffee table and muted the widescreen TV hung on the far wall. I pulled my notepad out of my pocket and flicked to a fresh page. The floorboards overhead creaked as Jordan came downstairs, his mum walking in his shadow. He took the only remaining seat, a battered recliner under the TV, leaving her to hover in the doorway. "What do you want?" Jordan had changed into a pair of jogging bottoms and an oversized green hoodie, but he didn't look comfortable. His shoulders were hunched, his eyes bloodshot. "We need to ask you a few more questions about the nature of your relationship with Melanie Pert. When we met you before, you told us you'd not hurt her." Juliet pulled the pictures we'd printed this afternoon from between the pages of her organizer and spread them on the coffee table. Melanie's thighs were discoloured with blacks and deep purples. "I'm going to ask you again, Jordan. Did you ever hurt Melanie Pert?" His mum squeaked, her hand flying to her mouth. Jordan shrunk into his chair. I leant forward and gathered up the pictures. The point had been made. We didn't need to cause Jordan or his mum any more distress. "I need you to tell the truth," Juliet said. "Because to me, it looks like you were hurting Melanie for a long time. We need you to tell the truth. Otherwise, we'll come to our own conclusions, and that may cause us to believe you had something to do with Melanie's death." "I didn't have anything to do with that." Jordan's jaw quivered. "And I didn't mean to hurt her." Juliet sat forward, her face intent. "Tell us what you did, Jordan." "I didn't start off doing it. I didn't mean to." He sniffed and held the sleeve of his hoodie under his nose. "I loved her. I still love her. But sometimes she would say or do something so stupid, like smile at another guy and I'd lose it." His mum's hand hadn't left her mouth. It was clamped there, her fingers digging into the skin of her cheek. I made a note about her reaction. It would be horrible for any parent to find out their son was beating his girlfriend, but this seemed a little extreme. "Did you hit Melanie Pert regularly before she died on the 9th of October?" Juliet asked. Jordan nodded into his lap, a fallen tear creating a dark circle on the pale grey of his jogging bottoms. With a small sound like a mouse being stepped on, his mum fled the room. "Jordan!" Juliet's eyes hadn't strayed from him. "Did you have anything to do with Melanie's death?" "No!" He looked up, swiping the wetness from his face. "I told you I didn't kill her. I wouldn't hurt her." He flinched, confronted by the hypocrisy of his own statement. "It's stupid. The only reason I ever did stuff to her was because I didn't want to lose her. I wouldn't have killed her." I'd heard similar disturbed logic before. Some men beat women because they had a screw loose, but others lashed out because they couldn't see any other way of keeping those they loved close and controlled. Jordan rubbed his sleeve over his face. I told you before, someone up on that estate killed Mel. There's a guy who lives there called Leonard. I think he did it. Juliet tilted her head to the side. You told us you don't know anyone who lives on the Dunlow estate. I don't. Jordan glared at her. I looked up who lives there. Leonard's our age. He's a posh private schoolboy. He's everything I'm not, so he's exactly the type of guy Mel would go running to when she was pissed at me. Juliet stood. We have everything we need. No, wait! Jordan jumped up. I know this sounds bad, and I know I'm not a reliable witness or whatever, but you have to listen to me. Someone up on that posho estate killed Mel, and I really think it was Leonard. It wouldn't have been anyone older. Mel would have told me something like that to make me jealous. Leonard makes sense. He was obsessed with her. The guy couldn't have her, so he tricked her onto the estate and killed her. He's one of those privileged twats. If he can't have her, no one can. Jordan couldn't know any of this. He was desperately clinging to any morsel of blame to throw at someone else. I stood alongside Juliet, while Jordan breathed heavily. He was 1 second away from shouting or crying. Jordan, I said, we'll take this into consideration. Thank you for being honest today. That must have been hard. His face crumpled. If Juliet had made one of her caustic comments, he might have come at us, fists flying. But my gentle words broke his facade down. We left him climbing back into the chair, his head buried in his folded arms. His mum must have hidden away upstairs. We walked through the hall, past a pile of battered trainers, and out of the front door. Soft rain hit our faces as we rushed over to the car. Juliet sat stiff in the passenger seat, watching droplets patter on the windscreen as I turned on the ignition and twisted the heating dial. Hot air blasted from the fans. Do you believe him? I blew out a breath. Mostly, yes. He was hurting Melanie, and I don't think he had anything to do with her death. I'm not sure about his Leo theories, though. Seems like he was lashing out at an easy target. I'm not so sure about his claim that Melanie would have told him if she was seeing someone older either, Juliet said, staring ahead. Why would she want to annoy him when the consequence was a beating? Agreed. I pulled on my seatbelt. Leo should be home from school soon. If we get to the estate early enough, we might be able to interview him without his father lurking around. Juliet nodded, tugging her seatbelt over her chest. Did you see her reaction? I flicked on the indicator and turned onto the road. Jordan's mum's. Yeah. I wrinkled my nose. We didn't meet Jordan's dad today, but I wouldn't be surprised if Jordan was copying behaviour. Why does she live like that? Juliet sighed. Why stay with someone who hurts her? Why keep her kid in that place so he will repeat his father's mistakes? I waited at a junction for a gap in traffic streaming across the busier main road. I wasn't sure why Juliet was so irked by Jordan's parents' situation. It was unpleasant, but unless his mum spoke up, we were powerless. Juliet didn't normally care about the personal lives of the families we encountered, or at least was only interested so far as they gave insight into a suspect's behaviour. Not everyone is strong like you, I said. I'm not making excuses, but it's true. Juliet turned away, fixing her gaze on droplets of rain dribbling down her side window. I didn't expect her to reply, so almost missed her whispering, I'm not strong. I'm just not weak. From Alice Toe, alice.toe@police.gov.uk, to Gabriella Martin, gabriella.martin@mit.gov.uk,
Date, 12th of October, 1650. Subject, apologies. Gabe, I apologise if I made you feel uncomfortable last night. That was not my intention. Maddie has explained that you're a private person and wouldn't want to talk about anything personal to yourself or Juliet. She also told me that if you'd known it was a girls' night, you probably wouldn't have come. You need not worry I'll make the same mistake again. Alice. Gabe. Carl didn't greet us at the gates like he had done every other time we'd driven onto the Dunlow estate. We rang the buzzer, and he let us in remotely. No friendly welcome for us anymore, Juliet jabbed at her phone. She'd roused herself from reflections about Jordan's family as we'd swapped cramped houses for gaping expanses of green. Now we were hemmed in by trees. My insides twinged as I drove past Carl's squat cottage. We would march down and confront him if Leo didn't give us satisfactory answers. That made me uneasy. Something told me Carl was a sad man, one I didn't want to harass. The gravel drive wound towards the manor. Dark clouds glowered overhead, robbing the day of the last of its light. If the trees had been in full bloom, the scant sun would have been blocked out. I didn't know how the Dunlows were comfortable surrounded by such rampant greenery. At the house, I pulled my Vauxhall Astra up near a sleek black BMW. Securing our coats around our necks, we climbed out of the car and strode over to the imposing front door. The bell rang in the depths of the manor. Lavender sitting in pots either side of the door swayed in the wind, giving off a soft, clean scent. Juliet gazed out over the extensive grounds, the rolling lawns giving way to close-packed trees. I watched Leo walk down the stairs through one of the glass panels to the sides of the front door. He stumbled when he saw me, then hurried over. "Hello, Leo," I said as he opened the door. "We have a few more questions to ask you about Melanie's death. Can we come in?" "Yeah, of course." His voice was breathy. He swung the door wide and ushered us into the entrance hall. Dunlow appeared at the top of the stairs. His face was set in its perpetual frown as he sauntered down towards us. After work, he'd discarded his jacket and his shirt sleeves were rolled up to his elbows. He looked formal, next to Leo's jumper and jeans. "Detectives," Dunlow said. "What's going on?" He stood beside his son, leaving half a meter's distance between them. Leo was taller, lanky like his brother. If Leo and Terence were greyhounds, Dunlow was a Rottweiler. "We have a few more questions to ask your son about the murder of Melanie Pert." Juliet forced Dunlow to look at her. She was taller than him, too. "Is there somewhere private we can chat?" "Does it have to be private?" Dunlow asked. "No." Juliet unbuttoned her coat. "You're perfectly welcome to sit in." The noise Dunlow made could only be described as a low growl. He walked away, leading us to the sitting room we'd talked in before. No tour of the grand manor for us. Juliet and I sat on the firm sofa and I got out my notepad. Leo sat in a chair opposite, but Dunlow stayed standing, leaning an elbow on the marble mantel encasing the wide fireplace. Rain speckled the windows, distorting the view of the dark forest outside. "When we last met, you told us you didn't know Melanie and that you had no idea why she would have been on the estate." I unfolded the printed text transcripts. "We have evidence to suggest that might not be true." I passed Leo the messages between Melanie and my lion. As his eyes ran down the page, a blotchy blush rose up his neck. He lowered the paper and swallowed, his eyes darting to his father. Dunlow strode over and snatched the paper. He stood beside Leo, reading the exchange, then dropped it onto his son's lap. This tells you nothing. Dunlow resumed his position at the unlit fire. Leo's name is nowhere on that drivel. You're right, it's not, I said. But we already know the phone number is registered under your name. It wouldn't be too hard to find out how many others are, and to match them to yourself and other members of your family. I looked away from Dunlow, whose eyes would have bored holes straight through me if sheer hatred could be converted to force. You could save us the trouble and tell us whether or not you're my lion. Leo's fingers coasted over the transcript. It's my number. They're messages from me. Christ almighty! Dunlow hissed. Okay, Leo. Let's go back to the start. I ignored his father's barely contained rage. How did you know Melanie? Do we need a solicitor? Dunlow interrupted. Leo swung his head to stare at him. I didn't kill Melanie, Dad. That's not what I'm bloody well saying, Dunlow bit back. These people might think you did. That's not what we're suggesting at all. It wasn't quite a lie. Believing Leo had a hand in Melanie's death and believing he pulled the trigger were two separate things. For now, we just want to establish Leo's relationship with Melanie and an accurate timeline of his movements on the night she died. Dunlow glared at me but allowed his son to speak. I didn't know her very well. We'd been meeting up for a couple of months to practice her singing, Leo said. She hadn't come to the estate before. But she wanted to on the night she died, I asked. Yeah. Leo licked his lips, his eyes darting to his father. I didn't go to meet her. You didn't? I made a note. What happened? I decided it wasn't a good idea. I narrowed my eyes. But you didn't message Melanie to tell her you'd changed your mind. I called her. She got mad. I guess she was already here and didn't want to have had a wasted trip. I twirled my pencil. That did make vague sense with the messages sent after her death. We'd have to check the phone records, see if there was a call between the two numbers. How did you feel about Melanie? Leo's patchy blush deepened. I thought she was nice. That was quite different from Jordan's assessment of the feelings between Melanie and her secret admirer. Juliet sat forward. I don't believe you, Leo. Apparently, she'd decided to retain my status as the good cop. Dunlow bristled. My son is not a liar. I'm sorry I didn't tell you before, Leo said. I didn't want to get in trouble. That's okay, Leo, I said, as Juliet sat back. Dunlow mirrored her movement, leaning on the mantel again. You liked Melanie. Leo looked at me, then his father. As a friend, yeah. Then why did you leave her out there alone? Leo closed his eyes in a prolonged blink. I didn't go to meet her, but I had no idea what was going to happen. So you arranged to meet Melanie, but then changed your mind. That's the truth, I asked. You didn't see her that night. A gust of wind threw rain against the windows. Leo flinched, then nodded. Do you have any more questions for my son? Dunlow stepped forward. I glanced at Juliet, and we stood together. Thank you for telling us the truth, Leo, I said. He didn't look up as Dunlow escorted us from the room. We walked across the polished floor, our footsteps echoing in the tall entranceway. Dunlow held the front door open and shut it after us without a word. Gravel crunched underfoot as we rushed to the car, rain lashing our coats. Juliet shook out her hair once we'd slammed the doors shut. Do you believe him? Leo's new story does make some sense. I wrinkled my nose as I started the car. But no, I don't believe him. I don't know exactly what he did that night, but he's hiding something. With Dunlow in the room, there was no way Leo was going to tell the truth. Juliet looked at the manor. Do you believe Jordan? That Leo was obsessed with Melanie, that he killed her? I turned the car and began the long drive towards the estate gates. Leo doesn't seem like a murderer to me, and there was no evidence on Melanie's phone of an obsessive relationship. I don't think Leo's telling the truth, but I don't see him as a stalker or a killer. But why does he keep lying? Could be as simple as not wanting to get bollocked for having a girl over. Dunlow seems like an incredibly unpleasant man. I wouldn't want to incur his wrath. Lights shone from the grimy windows of Carl's cottage. The gates opened before we came to a stop before them. There's not much point talking to Carl tonight. Juliet pulled her phone out of her pocket. Until we unravel the lies and figure out who Leo is trying to protect, we don't have anything to throw at him. I nodded, secretly relieved we wouldn't interrupt the groundskeeper's evening. Hopefully the forensics from Melanie's body will help. Juliet tutted. Whenever they come through. Ollie, sent 1942. Late is fine, but you owe me breakfast in the morning. Kiss, kiss, kiss. Gabe. Rain drummed on the window, but our office and the floor outside were quiet. Juliet sat across me at her desk, her face turned colourless by the white glow of her computer screen. I can't stay for much longer. I glanced at my phone. I've got a date. Very nice, Juliet said absently. Are you going to insist I leave with you? I threw details of my personal life at Juliet occasionally, in the hope she'd bite and we could form a more conventional friendship. No luck today. I'd have to tell Maddie about Ollie. If you'll let me. Juliet didn't look up. Fine, give me a minute. I shut down my computer and swiveled from side to side while Juliet continued to type. My eyes drifted over to the wall of evidence. It was almost completely full. It had been this cluttered during cases before, but not without a more concrete picture forming. Melanie was in the middle. The selfie I'd taken from her bedroom overlapped with pictures from the forest and pathologist. Lines of messages between her and the two boys ran down to the floor. Leo was pinned on her right, Jordan on her left. So different, but essentially the same. Two enamoured young men. But did either of them kill Melanie? Carl was pinned next to Leo. The article about his family, the only thing standing against him now we knew he definitely wasn't my lion. He could be hiding nothing more than a sad past, or there might be something sinister lurking behind his locked cottage door that we'd miss if we didn't delve deeper. The older son, Terence, was relegated to a corner of the board. His alibi was awaiting corroboration, but enough people had told us he was away when Melanie died for us to be reasonably sure he wasn't involved. Seeing no more of him wouldn't be a problem. I didn't enjoy spending time with his type. Rich, confident men who expected women to laugh at their jokes and admire their easy beauty. I preferred someone real, with enough scars of their own that they could begin to understand mine. Tattoos might have to make do. I hadn't known Ollie for long, but I suspected he didn't have anything deep and dark hiding in his past. There was no caginess to him, nothing he'd struggle to hide in the few conversations we'd had. But he seemed kind, like he would hold damaged things carefully. Maybe being with someone whole would be better than trying to merge my cracked edges with someone else's. Juliet coughed, jolting my thoughts away from Ollie. I must like him more than the other people I'd slept with since moving here, for him to intrude while I was at work. I should have clocked that already. There weren't many people I met for a second time. Dunlow was pinned beside Jordan. I mimicked the expression on his sour face. He should have been above the others, like he was in life. A horrific crime had been committed on his land, but he remained untouched, floating over it all. I pressed my fingers into my bottom lip. I didn't like Dunlow, but that didn't make him any more of a suspect. And just because I didn't think Leo or Jordan could have murdered Melanie,
it didn't mean they hadn't. We had to work with the evidence. Intuition could only take us so far.
Done! Juliet swung her chair around. I've emailed forensics. Our case is being slowed down by the other one.
But they know who their killers are. I don't understand the delay. She never would. A whole fleet of crystals could be killed, and Juliet would retain her tunnel vision. Still, I understood her frustration. In a case with far too many suspects and no easy answers, conclusive DNA evidence would be a massive boon.
The murder of a young, pretty child gained far too much publicity to be anything other than a priority. The forensics team would be going over the mountain of evidence gathered with their usual attention to detail, making certain nothing would undermine Paul's case against the parents. With the press prowling, everything had to be perfect and swift. We needed those results, though, and if anyone could write a demanding email, it was Juliet. Until we knew who Melanie had sex with, and until we got evidence from the dog and gun casings, we couldn't build a case against any of our suspects. Leo, Jordan, Carl, Dunlow. They could all keep lying to us, and we'd have no idea who was telling the truth. I flicked off the lights as we walked out of our office, plunging the faces on the wall into darkness. Day 4. Friday, the 13th of October. Who could do that to an innocent girl? Community rocked by discovery of body by bins. Scroll. Mum and Dad were known to social services. Why wasn't more done to save Crystal Barrett? Scroll. Police fail to find the killers. Are our essential services too stretched to protect the most vulnerable? Scroll. Gabe. The cafe was busy. Children fought with sticky fingers over mounds of waffles, and couples flirted around steaming coffees. A lone man in an oversized wool hat squinted at his laptop, crumbs abandoned on a plate at his elbow. Ollie sat across from me, his light brown hair damp from our shared shower. His tan skin, exposed from the shoulder down after he'd stripped off his jacket, was patterned with mismatched tattoos. He'd explained a few of them to me last night, until we'd gotten distracted. He ran a hand through his tousled hair. I'd assumed he spent an age making it look like he'd just stumbled out of bed, but his effortless look really was effortless. He'd chatted the whole walk here, extolling the virtues of the cafe and deliberating between their many breakfast options, but had been quiet since the waitress took our order. I want to know more about you, he blurted out. I only had a second to blink at him before the waitress reappeared beside our table. I bit the inside of my cheeks as she served our coffees and rushed away. Conjuring a smile, I tried not to think about all the things that I didn't want to share. It wasn't like Ollie was going to demand I tell him everything after spending 2 nights together. He just wanted to know some things. I could do that. I propose we do it like this. Since I get the feeling you're not so good at opening up. He widened his eyes, giving me a chance to interject. We ask questions, but the rule is we both have to answer. That was doable. I nodded, curling my fingers around my mug. The heat from the contents seeped into my chilled flesh. I could always lie if Ollie veered close to something painful. It would spell the end, though, before this thing had really begun. I didn't want that. Let's start off easy. Ollie wiggled in his chair, his white top shifting across his toned chest. I feel like this is something I should know already. But what's your job? There was a reason he didn't know. When I met people from dating apps, I wasn't interested in talking. I needed them to quiet the noise in my head for a little, and words were no use. I'm a detective sergeant in the Major Investigations team. What? Pinkness spread across his cheeks. He buried his face in his hands.
That makes what I do even worse. What do you do? I smiled at the top of his head. You have to answer, it's in the rules. He lowered his hands and mock glared at me. I'm a model. That's not so bad. I took a sip of coffee. It's stupid and frivolous, he pouted. You're off doing something noble, bringing bad guys to justice, and every day I'm prancing around in designer underwear. I'd pay to see that. His lips twitched upwards. My turn to ask now? Yes, please. Move us away from my embarrassing lack of a proper job. I looked across the heaving restaurant, rubbing my fingers on my mug. What's your favourite colour? Ollie rolled his eyes, his cheeks flushed. It made him look younger. I wanted to reach out, feel the heat under his skin, but I kept my hands clasped around my drink. He seemed to like me, but that could change. Red. You? Blue. Soft, like when the day is fresh and new. Good answer, Ollie said. All his ill humour dissipated. How did you come to live here? Work. I was in the Met before, North London. I always wanted to be a detective, and when the chance came to work down here with Juliet, I jumped at it. Sub-question. Ollie held up a finger. Who is Juliet? I searched for the right words. Juliet is the detective inspector I work with. She's incredibly clever. I've learnt so much working with her. How to read people, how to find information everyone else has overlooked. She's ruthless and works harder than anyone else, and despite her coldness and her distance, she cares. I know she does. I was slightly breathless at the end of my speech. Ollie beamed at me. She sounds great. I'd love to meet her someday. You might, I said, my heart skipping for a myriad of reasons. Juliet would never want to meet him, so it was a moot point. But this man, his ankles tangling lazily with mine, wanted to meet the important people in my life. Maybe he could even become one of them. The waitress came over with 2 heaped plates before I could get too ahead of myself. Eggs and avocado on toast for me, a stack of pancakes for Ollie. He dribbled maple syrup liberally over the top. How about you? I picked up my knife and fork. I moved here for work too. Ollie turned the syrup at an angle, trying to close it without getting stickiness on the outside. I was modelling in London, but the rent was so expensive. Everything was. And even though I was bartending as well, I couldn't keep up. I started looking elsewhere about a year ago, and an agent down here offered me representation. He cut his pancakes into bite-sized triangles. It's not what I want to do forever, but it works for now. His foot travelled up and down the back of my calf. I shook my head. A simple touch shouldn't have such power over me. Your question? He reminded me. What about your parents? I asked, stumbling to the edge of dangerous territory. I couldn't help myself. I knew the fire would burn, but held my hand close to the flames. Where do they live? What do they do? Cornwall. Ollie speared soft dough on his fork and held it aloft. My dad's a farmer, and my mum practically runs the village where I grew up. I go back a few times a year when I can afford it. You? They live in North London, Barnet. I lived with them until I moved here. I pushed my eggs around on top of my bread, dislodging a fan of avocado. What do they do? Ollie asked, food pressed into one cheek. That should have been unattractive, but it made him look like a lopsided hamster. My mum's a carer at home for disabled kids. Dad's a carpenter. Do you visit much? I've not been back since I moved here. I poked my fork into an egg yolk. My dad got mad when I told him I was moving. We haven't spoken since. It had been 8 months since I'd fallen into my mum's soft warmth, eaten her food, relaxed in her mismatched kitchen and watched her bake. 8 months since I'd sat under my dad's cold gaze, his reproach clouding the air between us. Turns out there was a big difference between plain silence because neither of you has anything to say,
and someone refusing to speak to you. That's tough, Ollie said. He offered me a small smile before selecting another triangle of pancake. Does all of that count as your question? I loaded up my fork. No. Ollie sucked maple syrup from his thumb. He moved his foot up my leg again and asked, Do you have any siblings? I pulled my feet under my chair and set my knife and fork down. I had a brother, Barnabas. I pushed my teeth together, hard. I didn't want to lie. He died when I was young. Oh, Gabe. Ollie reached across the table to lay his hand over my clenched fist. I'm so sorry. It was a long time ago. The warmth of his palm settled into my knuckles. I extended my fingers and twined them through his. My phone pinged. I extracted it from my pocket and read a message from Juliet, non-specific but demanding I get to the station as soon as possible. I grimaced. I need to go to work. Ollie pulled out his wallet and threw a couple of notes onto the table. You got drinks last night. Let me get this. Thank you. I stood and put on my coat. Ollie grabbed my hand as we wound our way across the cafe. I have a sister, he said. She's a colossal asshole. My laugh was more like a bark, startling the waitress as we passed through the door. Briny air beat our faces as we walked down the street. But at least the rain had stopped in the night. At the corner, Ollie pressed his lips to mine. Have a good day of detecting. Call connected at 9:15. Juliet, I got your message. Sorry I couldn't call any sooner. You didn't check your messages all day yesterday while you have a case. What do you want, Keith? What is it you're working on at the moment, the little girl? No, it's not. That's at your station, right? Where's this going, Keith? A young girl is murdered, and that doesn't even make you think for a second that you want to spend some time with our daughters. I don't know anything about that case. That doesn't matter. You know it's happening. You know the girl is 7, so close to Marie and Flick. I don't pay attention to any case but my own. You don't pay attention to anything but the case, Juliet. We don't exist. Look, Keith, it's not my fault I'm missing so much of their childhoods. You made your choice. No, Keith, you made a choice. I can't do this again. I've explained this to you too many times. What do you mean? I have to go. I thought that little girl dying would give you a wake-up call. I thought this time it would get through. Don't do this, Keith. What? What am I doing, Juliet? You have 2 beautiful daughters and you're missing everything. That's enough. I need to get back to work. Are you coming home this weekend? I don't think it's likely. I guess once the case is finished, we'll be blessed with your time again. From Smriti Brady, Mrs. Brady at gmail.co.uk. To Juliet Stern, juliet.stern@mit.gov.uk. CC Gabriella Martin, gabriella.martin@mit.gov.uk. Date, 13th of October, 10:02. Subject, Terence Dunlow. Dear Juliet, sorry I haven't replied sooner. My husband and I are on honeymoon. Teddy wasn't at our wedding. He RSVP'd yes, but he didn't come. I didn't think much of it on the day. There were so many guests and one person can slip through the net. I don't know Teddy very well. He's a friend of my husband, but I would have remembered seeing him. I've contacted some friends just to make sure, and they didn't see him either. Teddy booked a room in the hotel we had our reception in. I asked, and they said he didn't check in. I hope this is helpful and that Teddy is all right. Smriti. Gabe. Maybe we should ask for a key, Juliet said, as the estate gates slid open. Dunlow would love that. We'd waited in a lay-by until he left in his sleek BMW. We'd seen the influence he had over Leo. It wasn't unreasonable to assume Dunlow would exert the same control over his older son. The wheels crunched on the gravel drive.
The windows of Carl's cottage were dark. He must have let us in remotely again. The forest dripped with moisture, fat drops of rain falling on the windscreen at irregular intervals. The gun used to kill Melanie could be hidden somewhere in the fading greenery surrounding us. The rain last night could have washed away vital DNA and mangled any prints. What a perfect solution for one of the men pinned to the wall in our office. The manor came into view, the brickwork soaked to a darker shade of beige. As we climbed out of the car, the gravel made a dull squelch. I pulled my collar up against the gusting wind, and Juliet's hair danced around her face as we walked to the house. She lifted the door knocker. "You up for taking the lead in here?" I nodded, keeping a frown off my face. I considered myself in charge unless we decided otherwise. Juliet had said this was my case. But then, maybe her question had nothing to do with that. People responded better to one or the other of us. I wasn't exactly sure who Terence would more readily open up to. Juliet lifted the knocker again, and I moved from foot to foot. The man walking down the staircase, his auburn hair tangled, looked much less put together than when we'd met him in the forest. "Hello, the detectives, right?" Terence said as he opened the door, revealing eyes crusted with sleep and a face crisscrossed with indentations. His t-shirt was faded by too many washes, his checked trousers baggy around his long legs. "Detective Sergeant Gabe Martin and Detective Inspector Juliet Stern," I filled in the blanks. "Can we come in for a chat?" Terence held the door wide. Our shoes left puddles on the hardwood floor as he led us through to a kitchen at the back of the manor. The view was no different here, long lawns giving way to tall trees. Terence gestured at some stools, but Juliet and I remained standing on one side of a marble kitchen island. "Dad's not here." Terence rummaged in a top cupboard. "Leo's at school as well. Drink?" "Nothing for us," I said. Juliet watched Terence's back with narrowed eyes, her hands curled on the clean worktop. I pulled out my notepad. "Suit yourself." Terence pushed a pod into a silver coffee maker, and it started up with a smooth purr. He slotted a cup into the front. "We have a few questions for you," I said. "For me?" His face creased in posh boy confusion. We might think we wanted to talk to him, but we must have made a mistake. He wasn't the kind of man who got in serious trouble with the law. The stream of coffee ended with a gurgle. He grabbed the cup before coming to stand across the island from us, his movements unhurried. "What do you need to ask me?" He took a sip of his drink. "We know you weren't at a wedding on the night Melanie Pert was murdered," I said. Juliet pulled her hands back. She might have assumed I would pad out the reason we'd come. That would have been my usual tack. But there was something about Terence that made me want to ruffle his sleek feathers. He was too untouchable, too protected by his wealth and good looks from the gritty realities of life. Shit. He set down his drink with too much force. Coffee spilled over the side and formed a brown pond around the cup. Terence didn't seem to notice. He rubbed his hands over his face, then pressed his palms into his cheeks. His mouth formed a momentary pout before he dropped his hands to the counter. "It's not what you think." "What is it then?" I asked. "I was away, but not at the wedding." Terence puffed air out of the side of his mouth. "I was with a friend." "Who?" I jotted down a note. Terence stared at my pencil. "Do I have to tell you?" "We can't trust your alibi unless we have someone else to back it up," Juliet stated. "Christ." Terence looked over at one of the long windows. "His name's Benedict Hogan. He's an old school friend. I went to his house on the morning of the 8th, and I didn't leave until I came home on the 10th. "What were you doing with Mr. Hogan?" I asked. "I'd rather not say." Terence rubbed at his hair.
It's not illegal or anything, just I'd rather not tell you. But I was there. Benny will confirm that. Why did you tell us you were at a wedding? I rapped my pencil on my pad. Terence was in theory swapping one alibi for another, but that didn't change the fact that suspects in this case had a habit of lying to us. I didn't actually tell you that, Terence shrugged. That's what my dad told you. Why did you lie to him? I asked. Because that's what I do. Terence stared at me, his lips pulled down. He looked a million miles from the untouchable, smarmy posho I'd assumed he was through and through. My dad loves Leo and me, but it's on his terms. We do things his way, or we're out on our ear. And your dad wouldn't like you staying with a friend? No, he wouldn't. Teddy noticed the puddle around his cup. He grabbed some kitchen roll and mopped up the mess. I tapped my pencil. No matter how legal whatever Terence was up to with Mr. Hogan was, it was something his father would disapprove of, something Terence didn't want him to find out about. That didn't narrow the field much. Dunlow didn't seem the type to discriminate over what brought him displeasure. Did you know Melanie Pert? I asked, leaving Terence's activities with Mr. Hogan for now. Terence shook his head, locks of hair falling across his lined forehead. I'd not heard of her until all of this happened. Why should we believe you? Juliet spread her hands flat on the island. You lied to your father about where you were and let us believe that lie. Why should we trust your next alibi, especially since you wouldn't tell us what you were up to? I wasn't up to anything. Terence scrunched the coffee-stained paper in his hand. I never lied. Not really. And I've told you the truth now. I wasn't here. And I had nothing to do with what happened. You're wasting your time questioning me. He threw the kitchen roll down onto the island. You shouldn't be talking to me, or Leo, or Dad. You should be arresting Carl. Why would we arrest Carl? I asked, my eyebrows lowering. Terence looked between us, some of his swagger returning. He stood straighter, puffing out his chest. You don't know. He shook his head. He has guns in that squalid little cottage. I glanced at Juliet. That was a good reason for Carl to avoid letting us into his home. We'd head down to see him next, regardless of my qualms about disturbing his peace. Triumph flooded Terence's face. Bet he didn't tell you about those, did he? Any more questions for me? Not for now, I said, my smile tight. Terence rounded the island and led us to the front door, his steps light. He watched us walk to the car. Don't believe a thing that idiot tells you about me, he shouted. From Madison Campbell, madison.campbell@mitadmin.gov.uk, to Juliet Stern, juliet.stern@mit.gov.uk, Gabriella Martin, gabriella.martin@mit.gov.uk, date 13th of October, 10:59, subject, weekend. Juliet and Gabe, I would like to remind you that I do not work weekends. I don't get paid overtime and I don't work from home. So any emails sent to me after 5 p.m. today will be attended to after 9 a.m. on Monday morning. Don't work too hard, Maddie. Gabe. My knuckles throbbed after I knocked on the cottage door. I rubbed them as locks clicked behind the thick wood. Muted light.
You've been listening so intently now is the perfect time to take a deep breath. Close your eyes and let the music wash over you. We appreciate your time and support.
filtered out off the smudged windows. Carl pulled the door open. His wild hair was trapped under a fraying yellow bobble hat, and he looked reduced without his long green coat on. An orange and brown knitted jumper revealed narrow shoulders. "Carl, could we come in for a minute?" I asked. He looked between Juliet and me, but pulled the door wide. It opened straight into his living room. A dining table was squashed under one window, and sagging sofas aimed towards a blackened fireplace. 2 long shotguns crossed on the wall above. Dirty windows didn't let in much light, but the naked overhead bulb showed the guns were caked in dust. "Are these the only guns you have?" I walked around a sofa to get a closer look at them. From this vantage, I could see into Carl's bedroom. A single mattress rested on the floor, the sheets on top rumpled. "Yeah?" Carl swallowed, his Adam's apple bobbing in his long throat. "They were here when I moved in. I didn't think it was important to tell you." Turns out it wasn't. There was no way these guns had been fired recently. Probably not for many years. I walked over to Juliet, shaking my head. "I didn't mean to cause a problem." "You didn't," I reassured Carl. Terence sent us down here. Had he known exactly what we'd find, but wanted us out of his kitchen as quickly as possible? "Sorry to have intruded on you." Carl followed us to the front door. He stood watching as we climbed into our car. He fiddled with his phone, and the gates swung open. "That was pointless," Juliet said as we passed through. "Those guns couldn't have been used to kill Melanie." I pulled out into the lane. "Do you think Terence knew that? You think he sent us down there on purpose?" "Maybe. He didn't like us asking questions and poking into his personal life, so he sent us on a wild goose chase. Or maybe he knows more than he's letting on." I swerved into a lay-by to let a tractor pass. Even if his friend says they were together, what were they doing? What's not illegal but something he's desperate to keep hidden from his dad? An affair? I huffed as the tractor trundled by. Dunlow seems the type to veer towards homophobia. But that isn't the only option. Could be Terence was gambling, or even indulging in some kind of drug that isn't strictly illegal. I can't see Dunlow being happy about their wealth being squandered or used frivolously. "Do you think Terence was involved in Melanie's murder?" Juliet's phone rested on one knee. Terence was his father's son, believed himself untouchable whether or not he'd had a hand in Melanie's death. I didn't know if secrecy was important enough that he would end someone's life. It depended on whether Terence saw Melanie as a person or not. His treatment of Carl, throwing him under the bus and no doubt treating him as lesser because he worked for them, suggested he didn't think twice about how his actions affected other people. I don't know, but he was the only one with an alibi, which we found out is a lie, and he has a new one but wouldn't tell us anything. He's definitely hiding something. I pulled into the road, biting my lip. How far would he go to keep his secret hidden? Maybe Melanie discovered something, and the only way to keep her quiet was to have her killed. From David Rees, david.rees@forensics.gov.uk. To Juliet Stern, juliet.stern@mit.gov.uk. Gabriella Martin, gabriella.martin@mit.gov.uk. Date, 13th of October, 11:47. Subject, Operation Chalice. Forensic Summary. Stern and Martin, I've received reports from members of my team, the Forensic Vet, and the National Forensic Firearms Lab on a number of pertinent materials found on the grounds of the Dunlow estate. I've taken the liberty of summarising these findings, but the full reports are attached to this email. Report on number 6 to number 9. 3 gun casings found on Dunlow estate near body of victim. Number 10 to number 12. 3 bullets extracted from a tree on Dunlow estate. number 13 to number 14. Boot prints by gun casings on Dunlow Estate. Number 19 to number 26. Assorted guns taken from outbuilding on Dunlow Estate. Number 167 to number 172. Body of dog found on Dunlow Estate surrounding debris and bullet. The 3 gun casings were dusted for prints, but none were found, and wiped for DNA samples, but none were found. The gun casings were from a long-nose hunting rifle. The 3 bullets matched the casings. They were covered in blood, and no prints could be taken. As we have not yet had the DNA sampling back from the body of Melanie Pert, we have not been able to confirm that the DNA taken was from her. Impressions were taken of the boot prints, and the surrounding area swept for DNA samples, but none were found. The boots were well used, and we were unable to identify a brand. Timothy Dunlow allowed our team access to all boots on the premises, including those stored in the barn, and the pair owned by Carl Biss, and none were a match. The size of the boots is men's UK 11. Assorted guns taken from the Dunlow estate were all hunting rifles. All were consistent with the gun used to kill Melanie Pert. All were dusted for prints and were a positive match for Timothy Dunlow and Terence Dunlow. None of them had been fired recently. One rack was empty, but Timothy Dunlow said this gun had been sent away for cleaning. Debris was removed from the body of the dog and was a positive match for Carl Biss in the areas he indicated that he had moved the debris. There were no other DNA samples in the debris. The dog had been shot once through the skull. The bullet matched those extracted from the tree, but we were unable to locate any casings, and there were no matching boot prints around the body of the dog. The ground was heavily disturbed. DNA samples taken from the body of the dog matched those from Carl Biss, Leonard Dunlow, Terence Dunlow, and Timothy Dunlow, in order of most to least. The dog's mouth contained blood, which has been sent for testing. Until the results are back from the DNA samples taken from the body of Melanie Pert, we cannot be sure it is a match. I hope this is helpful. Rees.
Gabe. Is any of this helpful? I asked. Juliet stepped back from the wall of evidence, David's report pinned above Melanie's selfie. Not right now. I leant my elbows on the desk and pushed my fingers into my hair. When are we getting the results from Melanie's body? I don't know, Juliet huffed as she sat down. I've been hassling anyone I can think of, but they all come back with the same line. There is a high-priority case that's taking precedence, and you know they're going to be hopeless over the weekend. I dug my nails into my scalp. I shouldn't feel mad that not everyone had Juliet's messed-up work-life balance, and if there was more evidence to build a case against Crystal's parents, I was glad of it. We know the murderer has size 11 feet, like every one of our suspects. I released my hair and stood up. This case is ridiculous. I walked over to the wall of evidence. Lime green twine wrapped around so many of the pins that it was hard to work out the connections. Let's talk it out. Juliet's chair squeaked as she came to stand beside me. Start at the beginning. What were Melanie's movements that day? She went to school. I recited information sprawled across the wall. She was unhappy because of the way Jordan had treated her and the messages he was sending. She made plans with Leo, lied to Ida about where she was going, and took a bus to the Dunlow estate. That's when her timeline becomes unclear. If we believe Leo, then at this point he called Melanie. Juliet took over. There's a record of a call on her phone. He says he told Melanie he didn't want to meet up anymore. Juliet stared at the notes I'd taken during our second interview with Leo. Despite this rebuff, Melanie then entered the estate, stayed in the forest for hours, or met up with someone else and was shot near midnight. Or Leo did meet up with Melanie, and they had sex.
I pointed at the question mark I'd stuck next to his changed statement. But then, what happened? He flew into a rage and killed her. Jordan crept onto the estate, grabbed a gun, and chased her through the forest with an unknown dog. Terence, annoyed Melanie knew something about him, returned home secretly and killed her, or asked someone else to do it. Juliet shook her head. Too much speculation, let's stick to what we know. Fine. I walked closer to the board to look at the map of the Dunlow estate. We were able to track Melanie's flight from the dog and her killer, and she ran this way. I traced her route away from the manor. So presumably she met someone at or near the house and was running towards the road. She then climbed a tree and was shot 3 times in the back, Juliet added. She fell out of the tree, perhaps already dead, and was mauled by the dog. Let's think about our suspects. I took a breath. Leo lied to us. He'd been meeting up with Melanie for months before she was killed. He says he arranged to meet her but changed his mind. No one can confirm or deny that he was in the den above the garage when Melanie was murdered. What do you think of him? Juliet sat on the edge of her desk. I don't think it was him. I looked at the photo of Leo in his smart school uniform and thick glasses. His shock when we told him someone had been killed seemed genuine, and the messages he sent Melanie afterwards suggest he didn't know what was going on. You don't think he's a good liar? I shook my head. We've seen him lie. He couldn't fake shock like that. Right. So, we don't think it's likely Leo has told us everything, but we don't think he killed Melanie. Juliet nodded at Terence's picture. What about the brother? Another liar. He told everyone he was at the wedding, but he was somewhere different doing who knows what. I've been pestering Benedict Hogan, but even if he confirms Terence was with him, we still have no idea what they were doing together. He's got a secret. I walked over to the other side of the board. What would he do to keep it from his father? Terence's DNA was all over the guns. It wasn't just Dunlow using them, but according to the report, none of the guns were used to murder Melanie. I pointed at the picture of a younger Carl. Then we've got the groundskeeper. He reported the bodies, which would be a monumentally stupid move since he could have kept them hidden for a long time if he'd wanted to. Unless he knew we wouldn't find anything incriminating on either body, Juliet said. I grimaced. I don't see him as a killer. What motive would he have had to murder her? Juliet dipped her head to the side, her eyes on the other side of the wall. You said we don't know how far Terence would go to protect his privacy. Maybe he was away that night, but he asked his brother to lure Melanie onto the grounds and had Carl prepped to kill her. That's a stretch. I perched on the desk next to her. The messages sent to Leo indicate that it was Melanie's idea to come onto the estate. How do we know the seed wasn't planted by Leo during one of their singing sessions? Juliet asked. Terence, Leo and Carl all benefit from being close to Dunlow. What if Terence's secret is so explosive that it would expel them all from Dunlow's good graces? Sacrificing one life would seem like a fair trade to maintain the comfort of 3. I pressed my lips together. It could be true. It at least fit with the impression of Terence I'd gotten so far. Despite the many connections across the wall, so much was missing. Juliet's theory wove into all the gaps, pulled together motives and opportunities. It didn't matter that it didn't feel quite right. That such a neat connection between many of the suspects struck me as wrong. We just needed evidence to support it, and we could catch them all. Let's not forget Jordan. I gestured over at his picture. How is he involved in all of this? He has a history of violence towards the victim, and we know how often that leads to fatality. Juliet's face was expressionless. He lied to us too about the beatings. His alibi is as terrible as the rest, but do you really think he could have left that creaky house without his parents noticing? Every movement upstairs was obvious downstairs.
You're right. I walked to my seat and thumped down. There's also the question of how he would have got hold of a gun. The store was locked and the only missing gun is accounted for. I wiggled my mouse, hoping an email had arrived in the last 5 minutes that would clear all of this up. No such luck.
We haven't mentioned Dunlow. Juliet leant on her desk, staring at the wall of evidence.
He's the same as the others.
He has no alibi and is totally unconcerned about it. Juliet grabbed our mugs. I'm going to make coffee. Before you go, I tipped my head to the side. Do we have enough to ask for a warrant to search the Dunlow estate? We have to do something. Juliet raised an eyebrow. You know what? I reckon we do. It's not likely one of them was stupid enough to hide the gun under their bed or leave blood-stained boots in the attic, but we might find something. And we'll piss off Dunlow, Juliet said, as she walked out of the office. Give him something to actually frown about.
Form 22A. Formal request for warrant. Permission to search a private residence. Requesting officers Detective Inspector Juliet Stern and Detective Sergeant Gabriella Martin. Case number 1009875. Case description: murder of Melanie Pert on the grounds of the Dunlow estate in the New Forest on the 9th of October. Requested search area: Manor House and all outbuildings on the Dunlow estate, including groundskeeper's cottage. Reason for warrant request: all residents of the Dunlow estate, Carl Biss, Leonard Dunlow, Terence Dunlow, and Timothy Dunlow, are currently without alibis for the period of time estimated for the murder of Melanie Pert. After several rounds of questioning, there is a motive for each of them to have been directly or indirectly involved with the murder of Melanie Pert. The murder weapon has not been recovered, nor has any clothing worn by the murderer. A preliminary search, permission given by Timothy Dunlow, of one of the outhouses on the Dunlow estate, uncovered a number of guns similar to the one used to kill Melanie Pert. All the residents of the Dunlow estate are high-priority suspects in this murder investigation, and we believe a search of the premises will uncover vital evidence. Unknown number, sent 1302. You've got your money, now fuck off. Gabe. Chatter died as Juliet and I walked into the briefing room. Uniformed officers sank into seats around square tables, Alice Toe among them. I tried not to change my smile as our eyes met, but she quickly looked at the officer beside her. David and his forensic team lazed against the walls, dressed in thin jumpers and leggings that helped them keep cool in the white bodysuits they donned daily. I logged onto a battered laptop in the corner of the room, and Juliet moved to one side as a map of the Dunlow estate projected onto the screen behind her. This was the first time we'd had any significant staffing allocation for this case, so we'd decided Juliet should take the reins temporarily. It wasn't that anyone would be disrespectful to me, but if you wanted a job done with a minimum of fuss, then it made sense to put the highest-ranking officer at the wheel. On the 9th of October, at around 8 p.m, Melanie Pert entered the Dunlow estate in the New Forest, we believe via a broken section of the wall, Juliet said. She'd arranged to meet with Leonard Dunlow, but he says he reconsidered and did not meet her. 4 hours later, she ran through the forest from the direction of the house, climbed a tree and was shot 3 times. She fell to the ground and was mauled by a dog. This animal was also shot. On the screen, Melanie's flight path zigzagged through an overhead shot of trees. The site of the shooting was marked with a red dot. I clicked onto the next slide, which showed the bullets and gun casings pulled from the bodies. As I'd put the presentation together, I'd chosen not to include a photo of Melanie's dead body. It wasn't something the team needed to see. "We have not yet recovered the murder weapon," Juliet continued. "The residents of the Dunlow estate have given differing accounts of the night of the murder, and, as of yet, we have no corroborated alibi for any of them." I clicked again, and 4 faces filled the screen. Dunlow, his 2 sons, and Carl. Odds were one of these men killed Melanie. Hopefully, the search would reveal something that pointed conclusively to one of them. If that happened, I'd swallow any lingering instincts leading another way. Not that my gut was pointing towards anyone, just away from too many of our suspects. "We have a warrant to search the estate buildings," Juliet said, while I brought up the map again. This time, the buildings were highlighted. "We'll work through the manor first, which I imagine will take most of the afternoon. After that, we'll head to the garage and rooms above, then sweep out into the barn and other outbuildings. We'll finish with the groundskeeper's cottage at the entrance to the estate. I want any notebooks, unwashed clothing, and anything that looks like it was hidden away brought in for examination. Any questions?" Alice raised her hand, her gaze firmly fixed on Juliet. "Have the residents been informed of our intention to search the property, ma'am?" "No." Juliet folded her arms. "We believe that Timothy Dunlow, the estate owner, will be unhappy about the search, but neither he nor his youngest son Leonard should be home when we first arrive. We don't think Mr. Dunlow will be any trouble when he does come home, but he may need assurance that we have a warrant and are carrying out our lawful duty." David didn't raise his hand. "How come it's taken so long for you to request a search of the estate?" Like everyone else, his eyes were on Juliet. Hidden from the others, her hands clenched into fists behind her folded arms. "Initially, nothing suggested that any of the residents of the estate were linked to the murder," Juliet answered, her tone mild. "Only recently has new evidence punched holes through their shaky alibis and given us cause for the search." She looked around the room. "If there's nothing else, shall we head out?" I logged off and stood beside her as everyone else left the room. Alice nodded as she walked by, her eyes carefully avoiding the space occupied by me. She was a woman of her word. There would be no more socializing with her in my future. It wasn't something that particularly saddened me, but I would have preferred a more cordial working relationship. Juliet shook out her shoulders, her arms falling to her sides as David left the room, the last of the pack. "Why does it always have to be him?" "Because, unfortunately, he's the best." I paused. Sure, Juliet wouldn't appreciate any meddling. I would offer to protect you, but I'm certain you can look after yourself. "It's nice to know you've got my back," she said, and a rush of protectiveness swept through me despite her light tone. I didn't think she would ever ask for help, which meant I had to keep a close eye on her. "If he finds something that closes this case, I'll forgive him." "Don't say anything you'll regret," I warned. "He's rather good at what he does." We had to hope Juliet would be doling out forgiveness David didn't deserve later today. From Ryan White, ryan.white@hmps.plo.gov.uk, to Juliet Stern, juliet.stern@mit.gov.uk, CC Gabriella Martin, gabriella.martin@mit.gov.uk, date 13th of October, 1542, subject, legal visit. Hello, Juliet. Sorry for the delay in replying to your email. Unfortunately, the earliest we can have you in is 11 a.m. on the 17th of October, as Mr. Biss has been injured in an incident with another prisoner.
Please let me know if this works for you as soon as possible, and I'll make all the necessary arrangements. As you know, Mr. Biss is under no obligation to talk to you, and is able to end the visit at any time if he chooses. He has said a solicitor is unnecessary, but he can request one at any time. Hopefully, he will be fully cooperative with your investigation. Ryan White, Police Liaison Officer.
Gabe. Dunlow arrived home as we finished searching the main house. I stepped out of the front door, and he strode into my personal space. "What the hell is going on?" he spat, his face a map of blotchy reds. The blue lights on top of one of the cars flashed. Dunlow whipped his head around. Alice leant against her car door, a taser hanging lazily from one hand. Dunlow took a step back. "Show me the bloody warrant!" He snatched it from my hand. While he read, I dipped my head at Alice. I hadn't needed saving, but didn't relish the idea of facing up to a man much taller and broader than myself. Leo emerged from the black BMW his dad had stormed out of. His eyes darted between me and uniformed officers chatting beside another car. "We're ready to go over to the garage now." Juliet exited the house, followed by David and his team. "This is a disgrace!" Dunlow threw the warrant at me. "We're done with the main house. You may want to stay there for the rest of the search." I folded the paper I caught with my fingertips and slotted it into my pocket. I left my hand there. Dunlow didn't need to see he'd rattled me. He was fully aware of how he cut through the rest of the world, and he had to know how standing over a smaller person would make them feel. I wondered when he'd stopped being able to do that to his sons and had to resort to other forms of intimidation instead. Dunlow sneered. "And let you rifle through the rest of our things alone? Leave them in a goddamn mess when you're done, not bloody likely." "I assure you, Mr. Dunlow, our searches are carried out with the utmost care." David pulled down the hood of his white suit, and his ginger hair sprung free in a staticky jumble. "Every item taken is carefully logged and will be returned as it was found." Dunlow narrowed his eyes. "Even so, I'll observe the next portion." "Off you go," Juliet said to the forensic team. David and the rest of the white-suited group led the way over to the garage. They started downstairs, checking expensive 4x4s and shiny BMWs. Only after they'd swept through did Juliet and I run our hands around the linings of spotless boots and take a look at the keys hanging on the wall. When I inquired about the missing keys, Dunlow told me in clipped sentences that he and his sons had some elsewhere. "The spare for my BMW was lost months ago." He flicked his hand at one of the empty hooks. "Need another sent over." Upstairs in the den, we disturbed Terence. He'd let us into the main house earlier, but hadn't accompanied us on our search. He heaved himself up from a beanbag and stood next to his father and brother in the doorway. The room was huge, spanning the length of the garage below, but was set into the eaves. The sloping ceilings limited the amount of usable space. Terence and Leo had shoved as much clutter into the long room as possible. There were 2 desks, a couple of sofa beds, a mini fridge humming in one corner, and a TV with various gaming equipment trailing across the floor. Their rooms in the manor were nothing like this. I glanced over at Dunlow. His mouth twitched, his upper lip curling in distaste. He might have allowed his sons this space, but he didn't enjoy being confronted by it. Leo's eyes switched between his father and one of the messy desks. "Have you looked at this?" I asked David as I walked over. He nodded, distracted by bundling a duvet into an oversized evidence bag. I shoved through the papers and books on the desk, all academic, much more advanced than anything I'd studied at school. The drawers held more of the same, but I found a laptop power cable coiled in the bottom one. I pawed through the drawers and the stuff on top of the desk.
Any idea where the computer is? I asked the family gathered in the doorway. Both sons whipped their heads back and forth. Their brown eyes didn't leave the desk. Terrible liars. I pulled out the chair and crawled underneath. The floor was littered with sweet wrappers and a wonky pair of glasses. I knocked on the wooden backing of the desk and scooted out. The desk wasn't flush with the sloping wall. There was a triangle of dark space behind it. I grabbed a dusty lamp and aimed it into the recess. "David, can I borrow you for a minute?" I looked around. Terence clenched his jaw while Leo watched my progress with wide eyes. "Something back there." David got down onto his knees and reached a gloved hand behind the desk. "Ah!" He straightened, pulling an expensive-looking laptop out of the gap. "Whose is that?" I turned to the Dunlows. Leo swallowed. "Mine. Must have fallen," his father said. "Right." I looked at the desk. No way the laptop fell. It had been hidden, and badly at that. "We're done here." David slipped the laptop into a clear bag. "We'll head out to the gun store and barn, then over to the cottage." "I don't need to see any more of this," Dunlow announced. "Leo, come to the house. You stay with them." Leo and Dunlow disappeared, leaving Terence to dodge out of the way as the forensic team filed past, their arms full of bags. His neck pulled taut. It didn't take a genius to figure out he was being punished. Perhaps it was for letting us onto the property, but there could be more to it. Only one person was alerted to our search and had time to hide anything incriminating. Maybe Dunlow was annoyed Terence had done a bad job. Terence stood outside the gun store with me, while the forensic team poked around inside. There was a locked cabinet, and we'd already checked the registration paperwork was in order. Juliet stood in the doorway, conferring with David. Her face stayed a controlled blank, no matter how many times he spoke over or contradicted her. "We haven't been able to get hold of Mr. Hogan yet." I kept my gaze on the stone and thatch building. Terence snapped his head around. "Benny will get back to you when he can. He's a busy man." I pursed my lips. If he confirms he was with you, but won't tell us what you two were doing, that leaves us with a lot of unanswered questions. "Like what?" Terence asked, a line forming between his brows. He looked uncannily like his brother when worried, all his swagger swept away. "Like, what lengths would you go to keep your terrible secret from coming out?" I didn't look directly at him, but could see him fidgeting with the sleeve of his jacket. Or, even if you were away, who here might have helped get rid of someone who knew too much? "No," Terence said. "None of that's right." "Maybe you needed Melanie gone." I shrugged, feigning relaxation. Even pushing a suspect this much made my heart race. But Terence was too wound up to see through my act. "And maybe you asked Carl to do it. Leo lured her onto the estate, and while you were away, your secret was hushed up." Throwing Juliet's unsupported theory at Terence was risky, but it might pay off. He rubbed his face with both hands. No, you've got it all wrong. Bloody hell!" He looked in the direction of the manor. "I can't talk about this here. Dad could appear." "Juliet!" I called. She stamped over in her sensible boots. "Yes?" "Terence has something he'd like to talk to us about." I smiled sweetly at him. He clenched his jaw. "Not here. Come with me." Juliet fell into step beside me. "Good work," she whispered behind Terence's back. I grinned, inordinately pleased with myself even as my heart returned to its normal rhythm. I didn't think it likely we'd solve Melanie's murder right now, but hopefully we could remove 1 or 2 people from the pool of suspects. Terence led us along a twisting path through the forest to the back of the barn. Yips mixed with the tinny sound of a radio. Terence yanked open the back door. We were welcomed by a booming bark from the nearest stall, followed by Artie's head appearing at the top of his gate. I patted between his pointy ears, and he vibrated with unsuppressed glee.
"Shut up, Artemis!" Terence snapped.
"I've told you not to come in that way," Carl shouted, flicking off the radio. He spotted Juliet and me behind Terence and stilled. "It's my barn," Terence said over the occasional bark and whine. "I'll do what I like." Carl put down a brush matted with fur. He folded his arms over his chest, disrupting the cheerful pattern of horses across the front of his thick green jumper. Terence flinched at another loud bark from Artie. "Let's go outside. We'll keep getting interrupted in here." "A forensic team will be down soon," Juliet informed Carl as we walked out the main barn doors. "Will the dogs be okay with that?" "They'll be fine," Terence answered. It was that strange time of an autumn afternoon when the light outside had faded dramatically in the few moments we'd spent in the barn. Terence spun around and glared at Carl, his face half hidden in shadow. "The detectives think we worked together to kill the girl. They think I got you to do it to protect my secrets." "Oh," Carl raised his eyebrows, seemingly unconcerned that he'd been implicated for murder. "What did you tell them?" "That it isn't bloody true," Terence growled. Carl cocked his head to one side. "What else did you tell them?" Terence's face flashed in uneven patches. "Nothing." "Gentlemen," Juliet interrupted, "I'm afraid we need more than this. You're verging on obstruction of justice." "Let's start simple," I suggested when neither man spoke. "What's the nature of your relationship with one another?" Terence scoffed. "We have no relationship. He works for my dad, that's all." "That's not quite all," Carl said. "Sorry, Ted, but I'm not going to lie for you." "Don't call me Ted," Terence snapped. "You promised you wouldn't say anything." "We need the truth," I interjected. "Otherwise, we'll have to draw our own conclusions." "Tell them," Carl's face hardened. "This is more important than your daddy getting in a snit with you." Terence's mouth opened and closed like a fish out of water. Carl didn't wait for him to compose himself. "I know something about Terence. Something he doesn't want anyone to know." "What is it?" Juliet asked. "You can't tell them," Terence butted in, sweat building on his forehead. "You promised!" "It isn't anything serious." Carl looked away. "But it's something he thinks his dad would disown him for. And where would he be without all this?" Terence hung his head. "You can't tell them!" "I've known about it for a while," Carl carried on. "I saw Terence, and I took a few photos. I told him about them, and he asked me to destroy them, which I did." "Did you blackmail him?" Juliet demanded. "No," Terence said. "It wasn't like that." "What was it like?" I asked, keeping my voice gentle. "He wanted me gone, and I needed money for that to happen," Carl said. "I didn't want to be treated like a lower-class being anymore." "Terence didn't pay you to kill Melanie?" Juliet asked. "Did she know his secret too?" "Ted's careful." Carl looked at the other man. I couldn't quite read the expression on his face. There was anger, mixed with something like pity or regret. "Melanie couldn't have known, and he wouldn't have killed her even if she did. Money is more his style." "Benedict will tell you." Terence's chin trembled. "I was with him the whole time, was barely out of his sight. I couldn't have orchestrated a murder. I didn't even know the girl existed before she died." "So that's it." I looked between the two men. "But you're still not going to tell us what you were doing while you were away?" Carl stared at Terence. "I did promise." "Thank you," Terence breathed. He stood up straighter. "Until you force me, arrest me or something, I'm not telling you anything." From Juliet Stern, juliet.stern@mit.gov.uk, to Madison Campbell, madison.campbell@mitadmin.gov.uk, CC Gabriella Martin, gabriella.martin@mit.gov.uk. Date 13th of October, 1918. Subject, weekend. Maddie, we'll make sure there are lots of emails waiting for you on Monday. Have a lovely weekend. Juliet. Gabe. I sent the summary of our infuriating conversation with Terence and Carl to the printer. If we believed them, then they could be removed from the pool of suspects. Neither man knew Melanie or had a reason to kill her. But that damn secret. No matter what my personal hunches were, not knowing something about two possible murderers made my skin itch. There was nothing we could do for now. We couldn't arrest either of them, and neither would talk without serious pressure. We had to hope they were telling the truth, and that this secret was as irrelevant to Melanie's death as they said it was. Benedict Hogan was still unreachable. Since he didn't seem to have a job and lived alone, we were stuck repeatedly calling his mobile. If he didn't get back to us soon, Terence would have to suffer more intense questioning. I persuaded David to send the computers over to the IT team ahead of the rest of the evidence, Juliet said, as she walked into our office. She'd wandered off after we arrived at the station. I'd hoped she was searching out dinner. She sat and typed in her password. We recovered 3 in the end. Desktops from Terence's bedroom and Dunlow's study, plus the laptop that fell behind the desk in the den. Brilliant. I opened my top drawer, hoping I'd hidden a Twix in there. The IT team said they'll share the reports as they write them, which means the first few should be with us shortly. No Mars or Yorkie in sight. I shut the drawer and debated my options. Maybe Paul had brought in more bread to charcoal and wouldn't mind me stealing a couple of slices. The laptop from the garage is locked, Juliet squinted as she read from her screen. Apparently it needs an update. I nodded absently. Despite Juliet's insistence that the team send over their findings as they uncovered them, it wasn't likely anything important would be thrown up tonight, especially with the laptop wearing away. We waited an hour, the volume of my stomach's protests gradually increasing. Juliet read out snippets of Dunlow's emails, his curt disdain evident. Meanwhile, I learnt far more about managing art exhibits than I'd ever wanted to from reports being sent over from Terence's computer. The team said Leonard's laptop update is at 18% now. I raised my eyebrows at the note at the end of the email. They're going to head home and continue tomorrow morning. The expected storm didn't materialise. Juliet stretched, her face untroubled. Let's take another look tomorrow, then. Are you suggesting we head home? My stomach practically flipped over in relief. Juliet rolled her eyes. It does happen on occasion. Once every 8 months. I hurriedly shut down my computer and grabbed my coat. Good to know. Shut up, or I'll change my mind. Day 5. Saturday, the 14th of October. Police insist they did not fail little Crystal, yet years of abuse went undetected. Scroll. How did they hide her? Exclusive interview with a neighbour who had no idea Crystal Barrett existed. Scroll. Forgotten, abused, killed. Can we change the story for other at-risk children? Scroll. Call connected at 9:02. Hello, Keith. Juliet, I thought you were going to let me go to voicemail again. I'm heading into work, so I don't have long. What do you want? Are you coming home this weekend at all? I want to know what to tell the girls. I'm hoping to come home tonight. Hoping? It depends on how the case develops today. That's not good enough. Keith, I can't control this. I don't want you letting them down again. Don't tell them anything then. If I come, I come. If I don't, they won't know what they're missing. Fine. Hopefully I'll see you later. I'll keep everything crossed. Gabe. Juliet and I shuffled along a row of chairs. I hoped the stain on mine was old and dry. We'd dressed in black for the occasion. Juliet in a knee-length dress, with her nails painted a deep red. Me in one of my many jumpers, and a pair of skinny chinos. We'd chosen chairs 2 rows from the back. Those in front were already filled with somberly dressed teens and clusters of older people. The air was filled with whispers, too fleeting to be captured. The building was nothing like Mum's church. The windows here were clear, not etched with biblical scenes, and the chairs marginally more comfortable than Mum's beloved pews. Ida sat in the front row. Her face was covered with a thin black veil, her back hunched. Evie sat beside her. She wore a bulky grey jumper, her mouth pinched into a wrinkled line as she patted Ida's shoulder. She caught sight of Juliet and me and swiftly turned to the front. Her brow furrowed. Jordan sat surrounded by friends. They thrummed with suppressed energy, their normal boisterousness tamed out of respect. Jordan's hair was gelled flat, and he looked older in an ill-fitting suit. All whispering ceased as the minister walked up the centre aisle. He wore a creased grey suit, thinning strands of hair combed over the top of his freckled head. Coming to a stop at the front, he pointed a remote at a projector hanging from the ceiling. A picture of Melanie, her smile wide, filled the wall behind him. "We are here today to celebrate the life of Melanie Pett, who was so cruelly taken from us." His amplified voice reverberated around the hall. "Her grandmother, Ida, has picked some of Melanie's favourite songs for us to sing. Let's begin with Amazing Grace. Please stand." A shiver ran up my spine as the keyboard player pressed the first notes. She wasn't as talented as Leo, but through the verses Melanie's voice haunted me. Juliet seemed unaffected, the same reserved smile she directed as we stepped into the church, playing around her mouth. The back door opened as the song finished and everyone sat down. Leo slipped into the final row of seats on the other side of the aisle. He clutched an order of service, his mouth downturned. He flinched when he caught me watching him. "Leo's here," I whispered to Juliet. Unabashed, she swiveled to look at him. He hunched in his chair, staring at the folded paper on his knee. I wondered if his reaction was purely because he'd been confronted with our presence when he'd expected to grieve in peace, or whether he was thinking of something we might have found on his laptop. We'd had a message from the IT team before we left the station this morning. The laptop was still updating. Juliet was worried someone had done a factory reset. The minister spoke about Melanie's life in a generic way, noting her intelligence, beautiful singing, and loving family. When he prayed, he closed his eyes and reached one hand towards Ida. Her shoulders shook as she cried. I swallowed. This wasn't the first funeral I'd been to since Barnabas's, but they were uncomfortably alike. We hadn't had a body to bury, and my parents had been broken by his death. Juliet nudged me with her elbow and inclined her head towards Jordan. We weren't the only ones who'd spotted Leo. Jordan had twisted in his chair to glare at him. One of his friends whispered something in his ear and he turned back to the front, his jaw jutting. Leo missed it all. Sitting alone, he bent his head towards his lap. During the last hymn, he walked out of the church, his eyes brimming with tears. "Thank you for coming," the minister said. "Ida would like to invite you all to the back of the hall, where she's laid on a spread of Melanie's favourite cakes. There's also tea and coffee and pictures of Melanie." He sat down on Ida's unoccupied side, placing a soothing hand on her back. His and Evie's hand spread across the curved black fabric like uneven white spiders. Jordan talked to his friends, their voices an ominous rumble. He stood, but froze when he spotted Juliet and me. She waved at him with her fingers. Jordan said something in the liberally pierced ear of the boy beside him, and they hurried into the back hall. Wonder what he was plotting. Juliet smoothed her dress as she stood. We might have saved Leo from some unwanted attention. We edged sideways towards the centre aisle. Ida stood as we walked over.
Thank you for coming.
She cupped my hands in hers.
It's good you could be here.
Juliet nodded, hands clasped behind her back. Evie looped her arm through Ida's and guided her to the back room ahead of us. It was cosy. Plants grew in mismatched pots on windowsills, and bright posters exhorting the benefits of giving your life to Jesus dotted the walls. Worn sofas stood at odd angles, interspersed with the same mass-produced chairs from the main hall. We beelined towards the photo display, eschewing the decimated table of cakes. Conversation rose, the hushed atmosphere of the memorial shrugged off. Jordan lounged with his friends in one corner, their paper plates piled high with baked goods. Do you find it strange that Melanie didn't seem to have any friends? I asked. Apart from Jordan and his croonies, there were no other young people at her memorial. Classic abuser trick, Juliet said, examining the photo display. Isolate the victim, then even if they cry out for help, there's no one to hear them. An incredibly grim take on Melanie's friendlessness, but no doubt accurate. The photo display was put together with care. Pictures of Melanie decorated with flowers and the inspirational quotes from her bedroom wall. In one photo, a toddler stood holding the hand of a young woman. In another, a child sat reading a book. Melanie grew older, posing and smiling with Ida. When can we leave? Juliet whispered, smiling blandly at the groups dotted around the hall. She hadn't come to anything like this before, preferred detachment in her cases. She'd only tagged along today because she was going mad with no new evidence to pick over. Look at this, I said. Melanie, at around 5 years old, stood proudly in a fluffy dress, her feet encased in ballet shoes. A young woman stood beside her, their smiles radiant. Juliet squinted at the woman. Her hair was pinned under a green hat that matched her boxy coat. Recognize those buttons? I asked. Juliet's eyes widened, then her mouth quirked downwards. It wasn't important then. I'd hoped it would be from the murderer's jacket, something significant. I sealed my lips. I'd had similar hopes, but wouldn't have expressed them in that way. The button wasn't going to crack open our case, but that didn't mean it wasn't important or significant. It meant enough to Melanie that she'd carried it with her always. Evie walked over, brushing cake crumbs from her hands. Her wispy hair escaped from a low bun, the white strands curling around her sunken cheeks. "How's the case going?" she asked without preamble. "It's moving along as expected," I said, glad Evie focused on me and didn't notice the face Juliet pulled at my bending the truth. "How have you been?" "Fine." Evie batted away my question and nodded at Jordan. "Have you talked to him yet?" "We have, but I'm afraid we can't tell you more than that." "Make sure you take him seriously," she chided. "He might be young, but that doesn't mean he's not capable." She spun around and hurried over to the table, her twisted hands moving quickly to rearrange the remnants of cake. Juliet tapped her shoe. "Time to leave?" "Yeah." I waved at Ida as we slipped back into the main hall. She sat on a low sofa, a plate of untouched cake on her knee. I rubbed my face as I followed Juliet. There were many reasons to want to find Melanie's killer, but one of the strongest was to give some modicum of peace to her loved ones. They deserved closure. Not knowing wore away at a person. I wouldn't let that happen to Ida. A transcript of documents taken from a laptop belonging to Leonard Dunlow. File dated 28th of September. Love is meant to be light, to be filled with air. But then I see you and you cry. And tell me how he pulled your hair. Is it love that makes me feel this mad? Is it love that makes me want to do something bad? File dated 4th of October. Why would you be with him when you could be with me? Don't you see how much I love you? So much I could bleed. File dated 7th of October. People get what they deserve, and you deserve more than this. I will fight for you, my love, and I will give you justice. File dated 11th of October. We had one perfect moment. Maybe that's all perfect love could have. Keith, sent 11:45. The girls are so excited to see you later. Kiss, kiss. Gabe. Someone had tried to wipe the laptop. They'd done a bad job. The report from the IT team was waiting after the memorial. All they'd had to do to restore the files was click yes on a notification. Since returning to the office, Juliet and I had sat side by side reading. Slowly, Jordan's theory that Leo was dangerously obsessed with Melanie had become much less far-fetched. I sat back. We need to talk to Leo. Now! Juliet stood up and dragged her chair around to her desk. Well, he's vulnerable and sad. I didn't relish pouncing on Leo when he was mourning, but this was the moment he was most likely to trip up and his lies unravel around him. We needed to close this case. I pulled my coat over my shoulders and grabbed a pair of cuffs from my drawers. As a detective, I didn't do much arresting anymore, but it didn't hurt to be ready. If Leo confessed, I wanted him in an interview room before his father interfered. Juliet and I marched across the main floor. Paul made finger guns as we passed his office. It was obvious, especially in a slower case like Melanie's, when a breakthrough occurred. Despite our slight pariah status, the whole floor would get a kick out of this. When two cases were floundering, one moving forward felt like a victory for everyone. We entered the lift, and Juliet jabbed the button for the ground floor. She drummed her manicured nails on the handrail while the electronic screen above the door recorded our progress downwards. I tried not to get too ahead of myself, but what had been found on Leo's laptop felt like a definite move in the right direction. If he confessed, then we would be waiting for the DNA results from Melanie's body to confirm what we already knew, rather than pinning all our hopes on them. The doors rumbled open and Juliet swept out. The glass entrance of the station showed a quiet street. Two gulls squabbled over the remains of a baguette. "Gabe, Juliet," Alice called from beside the reception desk. "Jordan Haynes is here." "What?" Juliet scrunched up her face. "Why?" Alice licked her lips as she walked over, her dark brown eyes darting between us. "He was picked up by officers called to a fight between him and Leonard Dunlow. Apparently it was over by the time they got there, but Leonard was hit by a car as well. They brought Jordan here and took Lennon to the hospital. It wasn't much more than a knock, but the paramedics had to be sure. I thought you'd want to know." "Thank you." Apparently, Jordan had only waited until we were out of sight to pursue Leo. Alice folded her arms over her thick, stab-proof vest. "He's in one of the informal interview rooms, number 3.
She walked back to the reception desk. That hadn't been a friendly encounter, but I had hope for our working relationship yet. Alice might be sulking, but at least she wasn't petty. Juliet huffed. "We're wasting time here. Leo will be even more susceptible now." "He's not going anywhere. Leo wouldn't get out of hospital in a hurry, even if he wasn't too badly injured. Let's see what Jordan has to say for himself." Juliet nodded stiffly, and I led the way over to a similar room to the one we'd spoken to Jordan in before. An altered young man waited for us. Jordan's face was red, his eyes streaming. His short hair was muzzed, and his smart tie had disappeared. He twisted torn strips of tissue between bruised fingers. Someone had bandaged his knuckles, but spots of blood soaked through. A uniformed officer, Alice's partner from the forest, patted him on the back. He stood as we entered the room, but I gestured for him to stay. It was best if we had a witness. He perched on the angular sofa beside Jordan. We sat opposite. Jordan swiped at his tears as I pulled out my notepad, the cuffs in my pocket clinking. I checked the name of the uniformed officer, James Knowles. "Jordan?" Juliet hovered on the edge of our sofa, one leg crossed over the other. "What's happened?" More tears ecked down his face, dribbling to his chin before he brushed them away. When he didn't answer, Juliet turned to me, her eyes wide. I made a calming motion. She folded her arms and tapped her foot against the floor. "Jordan, could you please tell us what happened with Leo today?" I asked. "He shouldn't have been there," Jordan choked out. "He murdered Mel, and then he came to her funeral. It's not right." Jordan hadn't been thinking about his own strange position at the funeral then, mourning the girl he'd habitually beaten. Too busy turning his rage on someone else. "We're in charge of finding Melanie's killer. Just because you think Leo had something to do with Melanie's death, that doesn't give you the right to beat him up." I ignored Juliet shifting beside me. She might want to run off to question Leo now it was clear Jordan had attacked him for no other reason than that he needed someone to blame, but I wasn't leaving until we'd impressed the importance of not taking the law into his own hands. Jordan needed to learn his fists weren't the only way to solve a problem. Jordan glared at me, but his defiance flickered and died. I know that, but I lost her and it hurts. I can't make it right." "Beating anyone in any situation isn't going to make it better," Juliet said, her voice harsh. Jordan flinched, and James offered him another tissue. "Can I say, Mom? I know Jordan wasn't right to hit the other lad, but he did stay with him after the car hit him." "It wasn't a car," Jordan grumbled. "It was a van." "What do you remember about it?" I asked, pencil ready in my hand even as Juliet jiggled her knee. For once, Jordan's eyes weren't hard, but wide and unsure. "I didn't mean for him to get badly hurt. I just didn't want him to get away with this," he sniffed. "We were proper into it. My mates were shouting, and the van came out of nowhere and hit him." "What colour was it?" I asked. "White." Jordan's voice was steady, sure. "One of those higher ones, and I got a look at the driver." He wiped the back of his hand under his nose. "Won't help much, though. They were wearing a balaclava." Juliet stiffened. Jordan hadn't told us anything we wouldn't have been able to find in CCTV footage, but often the driver was out of focus. We might not have known they'd masked their face without his information. What was puzzling was whether they'd worn the balaclava specifically for the hit and run, or whether Leo had gotten caught in the middle of something else. "Thank you, Jordan. That's helpful." I spun my pencil. "Can I ask you again what you know about Melanie's relationship with the other boy she was seeing?" "I wouldn't confirm it was Leo."
Jordan attacked Leo when he suspected he was seeing Melanie. He didn't need to know the truth. Jordan shrugged. I don't know anything, but I'm sure it was that pusho. Mel was using him to make me jealous. It's not her fault he got the wrong idea and went mad when she set him straight. But you have no evidence of this, Juliet asked. Jordan shook his head. No, but I know it was him. From now on, please trust we are doing everything we can to find the person who killed Melanie. I flipped my notepad closed. Doing things like this slows us down. More tears slid over Jordan's cheeks. Juliet and I stood, and James joined us at the door. His dad's on the way, Mom, he told us. I'll make sure this is processed, and we'll see if the other lad wants to press charges. Thanks, James, I said. Juliet dipped her head once and strode away. Leo might not get the chance. If he confessed to Melanie's murder, then her boyfriend beating him before he was brought to justice would be brushed away by any jury. It wasn't like the injuries from his beating would be clearly distinct from those caused by the van. I caught up with Juliet at the entrance to the station. No more distractions. It was time to talk to Leo. Time for the truth. From Juliet Stern, juliet.stern@mit.gov.uk, to Madison Campbell, madison.campbell@mitadmin.gov.uk. CC Gabriella Martin, gabriella.martin@mit.gov.uk. Alice Toe, alice.toe@police.gov.uk. Date, 14th of October, 13:30. Subject, Operation Chalice, CCTV of van and driver. Maddie, please look into CCTV footage of Leonard Dunlow being hit by a van. Alice will be able to give you more information about the exact timing. A clear shot of the driver, without a balaclava, would be immensely helpful. Please also contact hire companies and ask who rented vans today. If anyone from the case is flagged, let me know. Juliet. Call connected at 13:42. Hello, Dunlow Consultants. How can I help you? Hello, could I please speak to Timothy Dunlow? Can I ask what this is regarding? I'm a nurse at Southampton General Hospital. We have his son here, Leonard. One moment, please. Beep, beep, beep. What's happened to Leo? Hello, is that Timothy Dunlow? Yes. What's happened to my son? He's all right, Mr. Dunlow. Please don't panic. My name is Consuelo. I'm a nurse at Southampton General Hospital. Leonard was admitted after he was in a fight with another boy and hit by a van. Christ! Is he okay? He's fine. He took a bit of a beating to his chest and stomach, but tests so far have shown no internal damage. He's got a cut on his cheek that needed stitches. That doesn't sound fine to me. I'm on my way. An accident and emergency triage form. Date, 14th of October. Time, 14:16. Name, Leonard Dunlow. Age, 18. Presenting complaint, assault and hit by van, torso pain and facial laceration. History of presenting complaint. Patient reports he was assaulted by a young man in the street at 1300 on the 14th of October. He was beaten with fists and thrown to the ground. He was then kicked repeatedly in the chest, back, and stomach. When he made an attempt to escape, he was hit by a van. Patient was self-mobile when paramedics arrived and treated at the scene. There did not seem to be any significant head injuries. The patient was breathing shallowly and guarding his chest. On examination, the patient can stand unaided. There is blood on his face from a cut of about 2 inches on his right cheek. He is breathing shallowly and guarding his chest. The patient is alert and has multiple contusions across his chest and upper back. He has minor cuts and bruising on his knuckles. Past medical history, anxiety. Medication, sertraline. Social and family history, none. Report complied by Senior Staff Nurse Consuelo D.
Gabe. His father is on his way, Consuelo said, as she led the way across the ward. He didn't sound happy.
That's about right, Juliet muttered.
Leo had his eyes closed as we approached the bed. His head rested on white pillows, his russet hair fanning around his ears. A bruise bloomed under a dressing on his right cheek. Without his glasses, his face looked thinner, less defined. His hands, the knuckles covered in gauze, lay at his sides. His body was held taut, like stillness would prevent more pain. His eyes snapped open, the whites made pink by burst blood vessels. He unfolded his glasses and slid them gingerly up his nose. The nurse left, and I pulled the curtains shut while Juliet sat in the plastic chair beside the bed. "Can you tell us what happened today, Leo?" I asked, standing at the foot of the bed. Leo's gaze darted between us. "I can't tell you much. Those guys jumped me, and then the van hit me when I was trying to get away."
"We know you've been lying to us, Leo," Juliet said, apparently satisfied we'd gotten all the information we'd needed about the hit and run. "We've had a look at your laptop. We've seen the things you've been writing about Melanie. It's time to tell us the truth." I pulled my notepad out of my pocket as Leo's face crumpled. He tried to wipe away his tears, but winced in pain, the movement playing on one of the sore spots on his body.
"I loved her," he said. "We met at a concert my school put on. I noticed her in the audience and messed up my solo because I could feel her watching. She found me after Dad finished yelling at me and said I was really good. She asked if I'd mind playing some songs with her so she could practice her singing. I would have done anything to spend time with her."
Leo spoke differently when his father wasn't around, more expressive and emotional. If there was a time when he would tell us what happened the night Melanie died, it was now. I wasn't even mad Juliet had taken the reins without consultation. All I was concerned with were results. I listened to the ward beyond the closed curtain. No rushing footfalls. "We met up once a week, more if we could. I told Dad I was doing an extra orchestra session at the school. Mel's voice was so beautiful. I liked her more and more, but nothing was going to happen. She had a boyfriend." Leo blinked rapidly. "It was a couple of months before she told me what was going on. He hurt her."
"We know," Juliet said.
"Right." Leo picked at the bandage on his hand. "I told her to leave him, but she wouldn't listen. It was getting worse, and I hated how it made her feel. She was so sad, cried when we met up. Then one time, I don't know how, but I was hugging her and we started kissing. It was perfect."
Their perfect moment. "Is that what you meant in one of the poems we found on your laptop?" I asked. Leo closed his eyes, pressing his lips together.
"Yes."
"So you loved her?" Juliet leant closer. "But when she begged to meet with you, you left her hanging." Tears escaped from under Leo's discoloured eyelids. He'd have shining black eyes by the end of the day.
"That's the biggest mistake of my life."
Juliet's eyes narrowed. Something didn't feel right. I shifted my weight. "Leo," I said. His eyes fluttered open. "What do you think happened that night?" He bit his split lip, then winced.
"I don't know."
"Has anyone been acting strangely since Melanie died?" I asked.
"Well," Leo paused. "I don't think so."
"This is important, Leo," Juliet jumped in. "Have you noticed anything at all?" Leo's lower lip trembled,
You know, Teddy wasn't around when Melanie died, I clarified. Yeah, well, since he got back, him and Carl have been a bit weird. They never got on, but it seems like Carl was mad about something. I caught them arguing last night. I thought Carl was threatening Teddy, but he's not normally like that. And then, Carl was gone this morning. My stomach turned over. Carl's gone? Juliet asked. Yeah. Leo sucked in his lip. Sorry, I assumed Dad would have told you. He has not, I said. Where has Carl gone? We don't know. This morning, the dogs were making a racket, so me and Teddy went to check on them. After we fed them and let them out, we went over to check on Carl. His cottage was unlocked and all his stuff's gone. He left a note. Juliet stared into the middle distance, no doubt pissed at me. The first case I'd taken the lead on, and I'd fucked it up by being too compassionate. I'd thought Carl was broken like me, but I conveniently forgot that broken people didn't always mend. Sometimes they went on breaking and breaking until they broke someone else. The curtain whipped back. Dunlow held the material tight in his fist, his nostrils flaring. Behind him, Consuelo cringed. I hope you're here to take my son's statement about the thug who beat him and pushed him in front of a car, Dunlow ground out. Juliet stood. Thank you, Leo. You've been most helpful. She walked away from the bed. I took a last look at Leo before I followed. He avoided his father's gaze, his fingers twisting in his lap. If the bandages on his hands were any indication, it hadn't been a one-way fight. I caught up with Juliet halfway across the ward. I'm sorry, I said, before she could come at me. I totally fucked up. What are you talking about? I followed my gut too much. I didn't want to lean into Carl because of his past. Chalk it up to experience. Juliet pushed through a set of double doors to a wide corridor. Don't worry about it. All the evidence pointed more squarely towards Leo. This is the first time Carl's messed up. He nearly had me fooled with his act. I poked my tongue into my cheek. I couldn't shake the feeling that nothing Carl had said had been deliberately misleading. He'd kept Terence's secret because he'd promised to, and withheld his past to protect himself. But he hadn't outright lied. I shook myself. That showed how wrong my gut could be. Why would an innocent man run? How fast can you get us to the estate? Juliet's eyes were bright. If we're quick, we should be able to question Terence without his father interfering as well. I want to know what he has to say about his accomplice absconding. Call connected at 16:20. Hello? Is that Terence? Yes. This is Detective Inspector Juliet Stern. I'm at the front gate. Could you come let us in? I don't need to come down. I can let you in remotely. We're going to take a look at Carl's cottage, but we need to speak to you too. Meet us there. I didn't do anything, but I know how this will end. You know about my dad, so now you think you know me. I'm nothing like him. I'm not going to wait for you to decide I'm guilty when I'm not. Gabe. Searching the cottage didn't take long. It looked abandoned from the outside, with no 4x4 parked snug alongside, and Carl had stripped the interior of his few personal items, leaving only the bulky furniture behind. His note was wedged under an empty vase on the dining table. My chest felt tight as I reread it, squinting in the poor light cast by a naked bulb. The conclusion I'd leapt to as soon as Leo told us Carl had left was exactly what he'd been afraid of. Maybe the mistake I'd made wasn't trusting my gut too much, but not being open enough. If I'd told Carl I didn't see him as a serious suspect, he wouldn't have acted rashly and made himself one. Gravel crunched outside, and Terence ducked through the low wooden doorway. His hair was carefully styled, his coat probably worth more than I earned in a month. You've heard our groundskeeper has done a runner then? Juliet walked out of Carl's bedroom. She'd been examining the books left on the shelves. Is that what you want us to think? Terence reared back. What? Did you write this note? Juliet pointed at it. Carl knew too much. Leo said you two argued last night. Maybe Carl was fed up of keeping your secret and no amount of money you threw at him would work. There was only one way left to silence him. You killed him and faked his escape. Terence's mouth fell open. I kept my face blank. Juliet hadn't shared these suspicions with me. She probably didn't think it was true. But one way to get someone to talk was to throw a whole lot of muck at them. They'd clear it away without realising they were getting their hands dirty in the process. You don't honestly believe that. You tell us the truth, and we'll know exactly what to believe, Juliet said. Bloody hell! Terence ran his hands through his hair, making it stick out at the sides. I can't talk in here. I can barely see you. He walked outside. Juliet winked at me before ducking through the wooden archway. I shook my head as I followed. I didn't enjoy playing with people like Juliet did. I couldn't ignore how it would impact them when they went on with their lives. Terence led us over to my car. It was lighter outside despite the setting sun. The bags under Terence's eyes and the red skin around his bitten-down nails clear. I didn't have anything to do with Carl's scarpering. Terence planted his feet and sunk his hands into his coat pockets. We argued last night, but only because he was badgering me to tell you the truth and he wouldn't take no for a bloody answer. Why do you think he ran? I asked. You saw the note. I don't think Carl's a murderer. I don't like him, but he's always very uptight, a bit too honest. But apparently he's got a dark past. That was always going to stand against him. Mr. Hogan hasn't yet confirmed your alibi. Juliet switched the conversation back to Terence. And you still won't tell us what you were doing. Christ. He looked skyward. Is it so important you know what I was doing? Isn't it enough to know I wasn't here? You're being evasive, Juliet said. That makes us think we're right, and that you had something to do with Melanie's death, even though you were technically away when she was killed. Unless we know what you were doing, we'll assume the worst, that your secret is worth committing murder over. And why would you stop at Melanie? Carl was annoying you. The easy way to get rid of him was to kill him too. Jesus. The word was no more than misted breath over Terence's lips. He tore his hands from his pockets and dug the heels of his palms into his eyes. We were fucking, all right? I meet up with Benny a few times a year and we fuck. He lowered his hands, the skin around his eyes pink. That's my big secret, that's it. I wouldn't kill anyone over it. I would just ask them not to tell my dad. My heart clutched uselessly inside my chest. Forcing someone to out themselves was never something I wanted to be involved in. So, Carl saw you with Benedict. That's what he was threatening you with? Juliet asked. Terence rolled his eyes. He didn't threaten me or blackmail me. He took those photos because I wouldn't talk about it unless he had proof. He said he'd known for a while, God knows how. And he thought I should come out to Dad, but he doesn't know my father. I asked Carl to delete the photos and he did. But I didn't like him being here, knowing. I wanted him gone, but he needed money, so I gave him some. End of story. Would it be so terrible if your father found out about Benedict? I asked. I'd been afraid to come out to my parents. Everyone is. But more often, it was becoming a positive experience. It had been for me. Mum fell over herself to reassure me that nothing had changed and Jesus still loved me, while Dad listened quietly from his chair and squeezed my hand. Yes. A muscle in Terence's neck twitched. It would be. I felt an uptick of sympathy for him, despite the ways he helped me fight that impulse. Having to hide part of himself to be accepted by his remaining parent had to hurt. Melanie didn't know? Juliet asked. Terence shrugged. If she did, it would have been news to me. As I said, I wouldn't have killed her to ensure her silence anyway. If you could not tell my dad, I'd be much obliged. We won't, I said. Terence examined me for a long moment. Thank you. I'm going to deal with the dogs, since there's no one else to do it. He strode across the gravel driveway and into the forest. His shoulders slumped. Do you believe him? Juliet asked. What he said makes sense. I unlocked the car. Dunlow doesn't seem particularly tolerant, and Terence doesn't want to be disowned. He was hiding the truth because he doesn't want his dad to know he's with a man, not because he's a murderer. Juliet huffed and got into the car. I looked over at the cottage. If Terence's alibi was true, then he wasn't part of a plot to kill Melanie. That left Carl as our main suspect. No matter how incriminating it was that he'd run away, thinking of him as a murderer didn't sit right. But if he wasn't the killer, who had shot Melanie between these silent trees? Call connected at 17:23. Detective Inspector Juliet Stern. What have you said to my sons? Sorry, who is this? Timothy Dunlow. I want to know what you've said to my boys. I'm sorry, Mr. Dunlow, I can't discuss statements made by other individuals during a murder investigation. They're my sons. Yes, but they're both adults. If they don't choose to share their statements with you, there's nothing I can do about it. Christ almighty. Try to remain calm, Mr. Dunlow. Calm? I am bloody calm. I want to know what you've said to my sons. Leo won't say a word to me, won't even press charges against the scumbag who beat him black and blue or whoever hit him with that van. Terence can't even look at me. I want to know what's going on right now. Mr. Dunlow, I don't appreciate being spoken to in this way. I don't bloody care. Are you investigating them? Is that what this is all about? Are they suspects? Mr. Dunlow, I suggest you call again once you've taken time to calm down. I don't need to calm down. Christ! My sons are being accused of murder. One of them has been hospitalised but is too afraid to talk about it. I'm sorry about Leo, but no one has been accused of murder yet. Well, I can tell you right bloody now. Neither of my sons did it, so you can keep your nose out of our business. Leave my family alone. Gabe. Juliet foisted her overnight bag onto her shoulder. You'll be all right on your own? I looked up from the half-written notes from our interviews with Jordan, Leo, and Terence. The amount of times you've stayed late alone, I think I can handle it. Juliet nodded, but didn't leave. I'm going to type this lot up, then I'm meeting someone, I told her. I can stay if you need me to. I don't, I said. It's important you go home to your family whenever you can, so go. I'll call if anything comes up. You'd better. Juliet walked out of the office. I listened to her heels crossing the outer workspace, then turned back to my computer. I only had Terence's interview left to write up. As I typed, I couldn't stop thinking about Carl. He'd ruined any chance we'd remove him as a serious suspect by running away. But what reason would he have had to kill Melanie if Terence was telling the truth? The only person on the estate who knew Melanie was Leo. He claimed to be madly in love with her. He insisted he hadn't met her. None of it felt right. I grabbed my mug. I wanted to finish transcribing and meet Ollie. For that, I needed caffeine. A few people milled around the main workspace. Paul gave me a hopeful thumbs up from his office, then pulled a comical sad face when I responded with mine pointed down. I stumbled to a halt in the doorway of the break room. Alice slammed the fridge closed. Oh, hi, Mum. Thanks for letting us know about Jordan earlier. I recovered from the shock of seeing her unexpectedly and flicked on the kettle. It was really helpful. It's fine, Mum, she said coolly as she walked towards the door. Enough. Too many people at the station looked down on me because I was young, petite, and female, or pitied me because they'd taken too deep a dive into my personnel file. I didn't need this too. Alice, Do you have a minute? She spun slowly on her heel. Yes, Ma'am. I hope there's no bad feeling between us about the other night. I spoke to her over my shoulder while I reached for the instant coffee, creating a false sense of nonchalance. I appreciated you asking me out, but during a case I have to be in bed early to make sure I get my full 8 hours. That was working the truth hard, but it wasn't quite a lie. I flicked Alice a smile as I walked to the fridge for milk. Indecision worked out over her face. I'd definitely snubbed her, no matter what I said, but there was no point in a junior officer holding a grudge against someone more senior, not if she ever wanted me to put in a good word. Forgiveness worked in both our favour. It's fine, she said eventually. I know what it's like. I dropped my spoon into the sink, where it joined a dozen others, and grabbed my coffee. I leant against the counter. I have a job for you if you're up for it. Depends on the job, Ma'am, Alice said, finally dropping the snide undertones from the honorific. The corners of her mouth tweaked upwards as she sipped disgustingly weak tea. One of our suspects has done a runner, I winced internally. That was what had happened, and Alice didn't need to hear my complicated reasons for wishing Carl would find a way to vanish and not be found. If I email the missing persons poster to you, will you pop it up around town? Alice grinned. Anything that gets me away from watching endless CCTV footage of empty warehouse car parks is fine by me. So long as you're not neglecting your other work, you'll get to at least stretch your legs. I left the break room with a genuine smile on my face. Unresolved tension was something I didn't want to deal with at work, and no one could complain I hadn't done my utmost to find Carl if I made sure posters were stuck up around town. No one had to know I hoped he was too long gone for them to have any impact. From Gabriella Martin, gabriella.martin@mit.gov.uk, to Alice Toe, alice.toe@police.gov.uk. Date, 14th of October, 1818. Subject, missing persons poster. Alice, here's the missing persons poster. Please spread it far and wide. Thanks, Gabe. Missing person, Carl Biss. Police are appealing for any information regarding the disappearance of Carl Biss on the 14th of October. If you saw Carl after this date, please call your local police station and quote case number 100-98755. Carl is approximately 6'4" tall, 28 years old. He was last seen wearing a long green coat and jeans. Police ask that members of the public do not approach Carl. Gabe. Towers of barrels and cardboard boxes lined the walls and encroached on the middle space of the warehouse. My bare feet made faint slapping sounds as I walked across the cold floor. I held one hand over my nose to block the overwhelming chemical smell, my breath misting between my fingers. Gabe. My left arm throbbed where the bad man had grabbed me, but it felt better now. I didn't want to scream anymore. My stomach was a more pressing concern. It was tied in knots with thirst and hunger demanding action. I'd crept from our hiding place after we'd tried eating the bitter-tasting moss growing between the metal walls and the floor. It made our stomachs hurt more than when they were empty. Gabe. I crept around a pile of wrapped boxes with strange symbols printed on the side and froze. The bad man stood beside a barrel, his arms folded over his chest. They weren't as muscly as Dad's arms, but the bad man was strong. My elbow twinged like his fingers were closed around it again. I inched backward, and my heel caught on one of the boxes. The paper scrunched. The bad man turned. I ran. Wake up! The thump of the bad man's boots rang around the wide space. I ran as fast as I could without reawakening the howling pain in my arm. I should have stayed hidden. Should have waited until it was dark. Should have chewed on my tongue and waited for a grown-up to find us. Someone kind.
I tripped and fell to the floor. I screamed when my arm slammed into the concrete. "Gabe, come on, wake up!" The bad man grabbed me by my ankles and dragged me across the floor. I shouted and twisted, cradling my arm. My vision went black, then white. I was sick over the rough concrete. The bad man pulled me to the barrel, but dropped my legs when cries echoed through the warehouse. I curled into myself, careful of my arm, and only saw shadows as a body hurled itself at the bad man. I closed my eyes and sat bolt upright in bed. My back prickled with sweat. I bowed my head, sucking ragged breaths into my lungs. My head pealed with alarm bells, demanding that I run, get help, do something. Years too late. I flinched when a hand coasted across my damp skin. Ready to punch and scream, I turned. But it was just Ollie. I blinked at his concerned frown, remembering when and where I was. "I couldn't wake you," he said. I shook my head. Nothing ever could. Bile rose in my throat, but I counted deep breaths in and out and forced it down. I breathed until the adrenaline was spent and my arms broke out in goose pimples. I ran my fingers from wrist to elbow. The break had healed years ago. The doctors said the bone had sheared cleanly in two. That once remelded, my arm would be as good as new, but I knew exactly where the hidden scar was. I flopped onto the bed, kicking to loosen the duvet cocooning my legs. Ollie propped himself on one elbow, but I closed my eyes, welcoming the darkness. "What was that?" He gently pushed hair from my forehead. I didn't ask him to stop, even though his soft touch grated against my nerves. It was meant to be soothing. I'd scared him. "A nightmare." Ollie lay down and placed his hand on my sternum. That felt good, the warm pressure grounding me to the here and now. "I've never had a nightmare like that," he murmured. Calling it a dream wasn't accurate. A hyper-realistic flashback, memories I wished would stay buried. They were usually awakened by cases involving children, but I thought I'd kept distance enough from Crystal's case to avoid this. I should have known Alice's comment about warehouse footage would trip the monsters waiting in the dark recesses of my brain. Ollie's breaths deepened. His hand went limp, so I placed mine on top to keep it in place. I didn't look forward to the inevitable conversation we'd have once Ollie had slept with me enough and realised how often I was trapped in terrible dreams. I was glad he was here. Waking up from reliving my last memory of my brother was hardest when I was alone. It was too similar to when I'd woken in that warehouse, with no need to fear the bad man anymore. He was long gone. He'd gotten what he came for. "You think you're untouchable?" That's what she thought. "I'm going to make you hurt worse than she ever did." Day 6. Sunday, the 15th of October. Call connected at 4:22. 999, what's your emergency? "Fire! I need the fire brigade!" Slam. "Hold for one moment while I put you through. Please hold, please hold, please hold. Hello, this is fire and rescue. What's your emergency?" "There's a fire! A fire in my house!" Slam. "What's your address, please?" "Dunlow Manor, on the Dunlow estate, near Black Hill Farm in the New Forest." Slam, slam. "There's a response team on their way. What's your name, please?" Timothy Dunlow." "How big is the fire, Mr. Dunlow?" "Bloody huge! I didn't notice it until it was too far gone." Slam. "Have you left the building?" "I'm closing the doors. I don't want it spreading." Slam. "It's much more important that you get yourself out of the building and away to a safe distance. Is there anyone else in the building?" "My sons. They were here. I sent them out straight away." Slam. "Please join them, Mr. Dunlow. The response team is minutes away." Crash. "Mr. Dunlow, are you all right?" Timothy. "Yes, I'm fine. Something fell, gave me a bloody shock. I'm leaving now."
The team will be with you soon. Would you like me to stay on the line with you until they arrive?
That won't be necessary.
Gabe. I sipped my hazelnut latte. Ollie and I had returned to the same cafe for breakfast. Families clustered around tables stacked with bowls of fruit and sugary treats. I needed the caffeine. After my familiar nightmare, I'd lain awake for hours, comforted by Ollie's gentle breathing. At least Juliet wouldn't be at the station today, so no one would mock me for staring vacantly into space. Ollie tipped another sachet of sugar into his mocha, his little finger pointing. The sun broke through the clouds and lit up the blonde streaks in his hair. All natural, he'd assured me. The waitress came over with our breakfasts. I bit into my almond croissant while Ollie concentrated on cutting his waffles into even triangles, each perfectly bite-sized. Something warm spread inside my ribcage as I watched him. I need to talk to you. Ollie set down his knife and fork either side of his disassembled meal. I slipped my hands under the table and wiped my instantly clammy palms on my trousers. Witnessing one of my nightmares usually put people off, but I'd hoped Ollie was made of sterner stuff. He sucked on his bottom lip, searching for the right words. I should put him out of his misery. Tell him I'd heard this too many times for anything he said to be original. But I didn't want this to end even a second before it had to. I should have known something was wrong. This morning, he'd stared at me for long moments between each lingering kiss. He was uncharacteristically quiet as we showered together, and had insisted we come out for breakfast somewhere he knew from experience would be busy. He couldn't know I wouldn't make a scene, too used to partners darting in and out of my life to protest. What is it? I might not help him over the finish line, but waiting was excruciating. I edged my nails into the sides of my thighs. I don't know what this thing is. He waved a hand over the table. I don't need to know. Not really. Okay. Ollie pressed his palms together in a long steeple. I know we haven't been seeing each other for long, and I don't know how you feel about me, not really. But the more time I spend with you, the more I like you, and not talking about that was making me nervous. You're telling me you like me, I clarified, the vice-like grip of my fingers bruising my legs. Ollie grinned. Yeah, I really do. I loosened my hold on my thighs and breathed out, shaky like I'd been running for miles. I like you too. That's good. Ollie picked up his fork and speared a triangle of waffle. It wasn't quite as simple as that. I want to be honest with you. I haven't had many relationships, no serious ones, and I don't know if I'll be much good at it. I'm always busy at work, and I'm not great at talking about how I feel, and there's stuff from my past. Hey. Ollie reached across the table to catch one of my flailing hands. He linked his fingers through mine, skimming over my knuckles. I'm all for honesty, but can we cross these bridges when we come to them, yeah? He let go, leaving my skin tingling. Anyway, I'm great at talking about my feelings and shit, so I can teach you. I took a bite of my pastry, mulling over his words. I wasn't sure it would be quite so simple as skipping across a bridge together when my issues surfaced, but I didn't mind leaving them for now. I'd like to be exclusive. Even when Barnabas was alive, I hadn't been good at sharing. Ollie chewed around a grin. I'd like that too. Do you want to be my girlfriend? I scrunched up my nose and he laughed, light and carefree. I wanted to make him laugh all the time, let the sound seep into my bones. My phone buzzed, then kept on buzzing. I flipped it over. It's the station calling. I stood up. I need to take this. I hurried out of the cafe. Ollie carried on eating, a smile playing around his lips. I wanted what he was offering, but it was too easy to make promises at the start of a relationship. I wouldn't hold him to them. I'd keep him for as long as I could, until something I did or said wedged itself between us. I answered the call. "This is Detective Sergeant Gabe Martin." "Morning, Mum. There's been a fire at Dunlow Manor." Child killers still on the run. Crystal Barrett's parents have not been found. Scroll. The making of a killer couple. What turns lovers into accomplices? Scroll. Who is fighting for Crystal? Police unable to find her killers and bring her justice. Scroll. Gabe. I drove through the open gates and up the long drive to Dunlow Manor. The sun peeked from behind grey clouds, weak and without warmth. Emerging from the forest, the lawn at the front of the house had been churned by thick wheels. Great grooves tore through the smooth surface. Pools of water gathered in the imprints of heavy boots and tyres across the uneven driveway. A cordon wrapped around the house, the blue and white plastic flapping in the breeze. One fire engine remained. A firefighter aimed a hose towards the house, a steady stream of water soaking what remained of the right side. Crooked beams jutted into empty space. Collapsed ceiling carvings mingled with charred sofas and damp papers. Over it all, the spray of water created fleeting rainbows. I'd been pissed about cutting breakfast short, since the information from the station had been infuriatingly vague. A fire could mean a kitchen needed repainting, or it could mean this. I parked near the garage and walked over to Dunlow and his sons. They stood a safe distance from their half-destroyed home. Dunlow's soot-stained face was carved into an angry snarl, one of his hands bandaged and held in a sling. Terence had his arm around Leo, who shivered under a reflective blanket. "Good morning." I cringed at myself but powered on, pulling my notepad out of my pocket. "Can you tell me what happened here?" "The fire started early this morning. The boys were in their rooms." Dunlow's flinty eyes tracked my pencil. "I couldn't sleep. I was making a coffee when I heard crackling and went through to the drawing room. There was a fire. It looked like it started over by the window, but it had spread too far and I couldn't fight it. I shouted for the boys to get out and called the fire brigade." Terence nodded, but I couldn't be sure Leo was listening. He huddled close to his brother, watching the jet of water. His glasses sat lopsided on his nose, his hair muzzed. "Was there anything in the room that could have caused the fire?" I asked. "Candles, cigarettes, any open flames?" "We don't light candles and none of us smoke." Dunlow's face was stony. "I'd had a fire the evening before, but it was extinguished hours before this started." Terence shuffled, jostling Leo. "I do occasionally have a cigarette." He avoided his father's piercing stare. "I smoked last night, but down near the barn. I didn't bring it up to the house." "Thank you for being honest." He blushed in the same uneven way as his brother. "Did you notice anything strange last night?" I asked. "Anyone on the estate who shouldn't have been?" "I thought someone was hanging around, but I didn't see them," Dunlow tutted. "We occasionally get people wandering onto the estate because they feel entitled to come onto any land they choose, private or not." What a hardship, occasionally sharing all this space with curious ramblers. I glanced over at the manor. "Do you need help finding somewhere to stay?" "We'll manage," Dunlow said. "Great." I flipped my notepad shut. "Give me a call if you think of anything. We'll be in contact when we know more." "There was this." Leo's eyes were unfocused as he handed me a piece of paper, the blanket across his shoulders crinkling. "It was posted through the door last night." I scanned the note, then pulled an evidence bag from my pocket and slipped it inside.
Dunlow glared the whole time, too dignified to peek, but clearly outraged his son had kept this from him. I tucked the note away without giving him a chance to peruse it. He was already prejudiced against other suspects in this case. I didn't need to give him further reason. Thank you, Leo. The young man didn't look at me before I crunched across the gravel towards the fire engine. A firefighter jumped down from the cabin as I approached. He'd abandoned his fluorescent jacket, but didn't seem cold in a tight-fitting t-shirt. His corded arm muscles were streaked with black, the skin underneath a soft brown. Detective Sergeant Gabe Martin, I said, offering my hand. Matt Lamb, I'm the forensic officer. He gripped my knuckles firmly in his large hand. There was a murder on the grounds a few nights ago. I was called out just in case the fire is related in any way. The other firefighter continued hosing the ruined side of the house. Are you almost done? Nearly. Matt smiled, revealing a gap between his top teeth. With old places like this, we drench them down. A lot of the wood is dry and we don't want it catching again. I won't be able to do a proper examination until the area has cooled for 24 hours. Any idea how the fire started? Some. Matt led me around to the side of the house. He was a good 1.5 feet taller than me. I resisted jogging to keep up. According to Mr. Dunlow, the fire started near this window. I had a quick look around when things quietened down. We stopped under a blown-out window. Shards of broken glass mingled with gravel. You see this? Matt pointed near the wall. Crinkled stubs of cigarettes shone through the damp shadows. My heart sank. Only one other smoker associated with this case apart from Terence would have been capable of wandering the estate at night. Together with the note, Jordan was going to find it incredibly difficult to explain his way out of an arson charge. We think maybe someone was here, watching Mr. Dunlow. Matt scratched his head, thick fingers disappearing into his sweaty black locks. Strange thing is, we haven't been able to find a butt in the room yet. Mr. Dunlow was sure the fire started over near the window, but if it was caused by a stub, then we would have found some evidence, even if it had burnt up. Most of the damage in this room was around the fireplace. The blaze spread to other rooms from here. I raised my eyebrows as I whipped out my notepad. We'd need to talk to Jordan, figure out if he was lurking near the manor, but maybe the fire was an unlucky coincidence. I hoped so. Jordan might have hit his girlfriend and be a hard man in training, but heading to prison right on the cusp of adulthood wouldn't straighten him out. I walked over to the lawn, searching the once perfect grass for footprints. There were none. Only charred-up grass and soil. Thank you, I turned to Matt. There's nothing I can do here, so I'm going to head off. He held out his hand again. I fumbled my notepad into my pocket and took it, unused to tactile colleagues. Maybe it was a fire service thing. Let me know if there's anything else I can help with. He held my hand to his hot palm for a beat and let go, his dark brown eyes intense. Here's my card if you need me. I looked over at him once I'd climbed into my car. I wished Juliet was here. She could have given a second opinion on whether I'd been flirted with. Not that it mattered.